Chapter 1, Heaven-Defying Awakening. Hey? You said this is Hachinos. A handsome young man with a delicate appearance was grabbing the guy dressed like a pirate in front of him with a look of surprise and exclaimed in surprise. Ian, I'm telling you, you're not going to be scared silly by the pirate banquet, are you? The young pirate sneered, looking at him as if he were a fool. The young man called Ian frowned, and his confused face became even more confused. Laozi is nicknamed Jiangnan Guangzai. Who is Yuan calling? But looking at the unfamiliar environment, the randomly built wooden houses were scattered all over the place, the huge skull-shaped boulder in the middle looked broken and somewhat familiar, and the people around were dressed like pirates with ferocious eyes, and they were obviously extremely vicious guys. He was extremely unsure, and after some questioning pretending to be stupid, he finally figured out the current situation. To put it simply, just one sentence. The dignified Jiangnan Edison Chen has traveled through time. Travel to the pirate world of the Rocks era. Become a pure newcomer to join the Rocks pirates, Kasa Yun. Yuan looked at the pirates departing back, thinking back to the other party's look full of pity and ridicule, and felt hopeless. Hachinos, the island known as the Pirate Paradise, is located in New World. It is also called Honeycomb Island. The two most famous managers of Beehive Island are Rocks and Blackbeard. And now is the time when Rocks reigns. At this time, Beehive Island became famous because it gathered a group of vicious monster pirates. Led by Rocks, the team is feared around the world. This is what attracts many pirate followers. Yuan is one of the many people who have come to seek refuge. The rules of the Rocks Pirates: all those who join the group must go through a test. The test content is a big fight, allowing all pirates to fight to the death and show their strength. Those who perform well will be selected by captains such as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Silver Axe, Akoku, etc. to join their ranks, which means they have passed the test. If the candidate is not selected, it is considered a failure. Failure means death. Rocks, the pirate overlord, will not tolerate trash. This special test on Beehive Island is affectionately called the Pirate Banquet by many pirates. In the eyes of those big pirates, this is just a banquet. But for the pirates who take part in the test, this is the gate of hell. Especially Yuan. He is very weak. In his previous life, he was just an ignorant young man with boiling blood. He followed a group of pirates to seek refuge without knowing the consequences, but he didn't know that he would face a truly bloody and ruthless fight. FK it. The pirate banquet will start in a week. How can Laozi play with this start? Yuan cursed and felt very aggrieved. The situation that Yuan just learned from the young pirate named Modos made him see no hope. He didn't know what he could change in a week. This frail body is as weak as a quail. I don't have any taijutsu, I don't know haki, I don't know swordsmanship. What is it if not quail? Yuan pinched his thigh hard and grimaced in pain. It's not a dream, time travel is real. You're playing with your own life now. He sighed with a sad face, and his sigh was particularly heavy. Although Yuan was helpless, he was still rational. Now we have to find a way to survive. How about running away? Yuan's eyes lit up and an idea flashed through his mind. Just as he was about to implement his escape plan, the surroundings suddenly became noisy, followed by a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. Come here, little bastards. Laozi is in a good mood today, let me give you some pointers. The sound is like thunder and full of momentum. Yuan felt as if a lion was roaring in his ears were buzzing, and then he heard the discussions around him. Hurry up, Captain Shiki is here to give us instructions. Shiki-sama? Hurry, hurry, don't miss it. Don't block the road ahead, move out of the way. When they heard that Shiki was coming in person, the pirates gathered around became excited. Perhaps they all hoped to be chosen by Shiki, so they all gathered in one direction. Yun, who was standing there in a daze, was pushed twice by a strong pirate behind him. "Shiki, it's the Golden Lion." Yuan's eyes fixed, and driven by curiosity, he followed the crowd. "As a time traveler, I really want to meet this legendary pirate." Soon many pirates gathered in a shadowy open space under a huge rock. At the very front, on a flat rock more than 5 meters high, stood a tall man with golden hair who looked like a lion. He had 2 knives hanging from his waist and wore a long cloak, which made him look particularly domineering. He had a cigar in his mouth and a big smile on his face. That lion-like domineering gaze makes people dare not look into its eyes. Yuan stood at the end of the pirate group, looking at the blonde man who was overlooking the pirates, and couldn't help but secretly click his tongue. As expected of a golden lion, even from such a distance, I can feel the strong sense of oppression. The world of pirates is a little different from what I imagined. Yuan murmured, suddenly becoming somewhat interested in the world of pirates. Of course, I would be happier if I could survive. Yuan stood at the end, looking at the pirates gathered around him, about 100 of them. His eyes narrowed involuntarily, and a strong sense of vigilance surged. They are all pirates who are going to participate in the pirate banquet. Every one of them is an enemy. Just as Yun realized that he was surrounded by competitors, the golden lion with folded arms on the huge stone platform began to speak. "Ha ha ha ha, you are all very energetic. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll teach you my own swordsmanship. If anyone can learn it, they can join my team right after the pirate banquet." As he spoke, the cigar emitted a wisp of smoke, but miraculously it did not fall off. The pirates were immediately excited when they heard this. "Captain Shiki's swordplay. Doesn't this mean that if we learn it, we can have Shiki-sama as our backer?" "Swordsmanship. I learned sniping, I don't know how to use a sword at all." "Ah, me too. Besides, how could Shiki-sama's swordsmanship be so easy to learn? I'm afraid the one among us who has the best chance of learning it is Victoron. He is a master of swordsmanship and has the 21st skill of the Great Blade Blue Flame." There was a lot of noise all around. Yuan frowned slightly, but ignored it and stared at the Golden Lion cautiously. "If I can be recognized by the Golden Lion, can I not attend the pirate banquet? It's a pity that Laozi doesn't know swordsmanship." He wanted to sigh to the sky. It's amazing that Yuan had just traveled through time, but he naturally took on the identity of a pirate. A huge stone platform. Clang! Shiki pulled out the wooden stick from his waist with great momentum. The sword light is brilliant and the sword energy is strong. A crescent-shaped slash several feet long, condensing sharp energy, was formed in an instant, slashing towards the sky like a lion. The clouds floating in the air were suddenly cut off, leaving a huge gap in them. The slashing blow, as bright as a star, was unstoppable and sank into the higher sky, eventually causing a violent roar, as loud as countless artillery shells blasting into the sky. The pirates below looked up, all with shocked and dazed expressions. Yun is no exception. But the reason for his daze was not because of the power of the Golden Lion's slashing attack. It was the voice in my head. You watched Shiki perform Chopping Wave, and your Heaven-Defying is triggered. You suddenly gain enlightenment, and your understanding of swordsmanship gradually becomes clearer. You have successfully mastered the swordplay Strike Chopping Wave. In an instant, countless images flashed through Yuan's mind. That was a picture that fully analyzed Shiki's actions just now. Zhanbo at this moment, she is like a young girl, slowly taking off her clothes, ready for you to pick her. Chapter 2 Understanding Swordsmanship. Enlightenment, Heaven-Defying. Is this my cheat? The strange voices and clear images in his mind were reminding Yuan that he was not really useless. Yun got excited. The surrounding pirates gradually came back to their senses, their eyes filled with fanaticism and admiration. What a powerful blow! It looks like it's about to split the sky in half. Master Shiki can kill all of us in one move. Is this the power of a great pirate? Standing this far away, I feel like I'm going to be torn apart at any moment. Shiki-sama is definitely the strongest among the captains. Compliments rang out from below. Shiki seemed to have heard the words of the strongest captain, and his smile became brighter, and he said proudly, "Ha ha 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 ha, Laozi is not afraid of anyone except Captain Rocks." Although it was pretentious, I still didn't forget to remove Rocks. Rock's strength is self-evident. This is Laozi's chopping wave. You didn't even use 1/10 of the power of the move just now. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing here safely now. I'll teach you the moves. How much you can learn depends on your ability. Anyone who can touch the fur within 3 days can join Laozi's army after the pirate banquet. Shiki has a big smile and looks carefree. But Yuan felt that his smile was a little sinister. The reason why Shiki came out early was to select good seedlings to join his team. Next, the pirates will practice freely. Pirates who are interested can receive the long sword, and those who are not interested can leave. Shiki will not force anyone. But apparently, no one is uninterested. As long as you learn it, it is equivalent to having an internal appointment. Who can resist the temptation of being internally appointed? This is equivalent to passing the written test and passing the interview directly. There is nothing else, just that there are people above. In a short while, the pirates in the open space began to brandish their swords, imitating Shiki's previous moves. Yuan held an ordinary long sword in his hand, his eyes bright. Although it was my first time holding a knife, I felt familiar with it. Because of Heaven-Defying. The Heaven-Defying of enlightenment is triggered. Yuan analyzes Shiki's slashing attack very thoroughly in his mind, allowing him to not only learn slashing wave, but also reversely deduce basic swordsmanship and even master sword energy. This moment, Yuan grew from a quail who knew nothing to a swordsman who mastered the basics of swordsmanship. He took a deep breath, held the knife with both hands, and a sharp aura flowed through him. It's sword energy. Under Yuan's control, the sword energy condensed on the blade, making the ordinary iron longsword brighter. Buzz! Chopping! Yuan shouted in his heart and waved his arms suddenly. A palm-sized crescent-shaped slash was formed, surrounded by a hint of lion's power. As the blade was swung, it shot out along the tip of the blade like a dart. Bang! A roar that was not very loud. The slashing blow from Yuan landed on the huge mountain, leaving a clearly visible mark, proving that he was really able to swing the slashing blow. You successfully performed the chopping wave, and gained a deeper understanding of the slashing attack. You mastered the art of multiple slashing attacks. Success. The feeling of cheating is extremely cool. Yuan smiled. On the huge stone platform, the golden lion who was about to leave noticed this scene keenly, and was surprised. His eyes fell on Yuan. It seems a bit like chopping wave. No, how could someone understand Laozi's chopping wave so quickly? It must be the chopping wave he learned before that is somewhat similar to chopping wave. There is a difference between a chop and a cut. Each person's slash has its own characteristics. There are also swordsmen who have mastered the slashing attack among this group of pirates, but they cannot perform the same slashing attack as the Zanpsa, and they need more practice and comprehension to master it. So Shiki didn't think that anyone could grasp the secret of the chopping technique so quickly. This was a move he had painstakingly researched. He was about to look away when he suddenly found that the young man turned around and looked at him, raising the long sword in his hand. Captain Shiki, I learned it. The sound is not loud, but it is extremely clear. All the pirates stopped what they were doing at the same time, turned their heads and looked at the handsome young man in amazement. He learned it. What a joke. Hat, you little brat who hasn't even fully grown his hair yet, you're not going to try to get away with it by using another attack, are you? That's right. If he really learns it, Laozi can even eat the knife in his hand. Some were surprised, some were sarcastic. I can't believe that someone could master Shiki's chopping technique so quickly. A young man with a gloomy face and long hair was not far from Yuan. He looked at Yuan and couldn't help but sneered, "Tisk, can this kind of rubbish learn to chop waves?" He didn't believe that Yuan had learned to chop. Because the first person who learns how to chop waves must be yourself. His name is Victoron, he is a well-known pirate swordsman and the best swordsman among all the pirates. In his hand he held a samurai sword engraved with blue flame patterns. 21 skills of the great sword, blue flame. Brush. Yuan only felt a flash before his eyes, and a gust of wind blew over. Next second, Shiki with golden mane appeared in front of him, looking at Yuan with a half-smile, but the smile seemed cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Have you learned how to chop? You should know the consequences of deceiving Laozi." It was obvious that he didn't believe that Yuan could master the chopping technique so quickly. Yuan was slightly nervous in the face of the lion-like momentum, but his expression was extremely calm. He said with certainty, "I know. So I really learned it. Not only did I learn how to chop, I also learned how to do multiple slashes." Yuan thought silently in his heart. "Very good, then show it to Laozi." Shiki took a puff of his cigar, exhaled a puff of smoke, and gave a faint instruction. He was somewhat puzzled, this kid looked so confident, could it be that he really had learned it? Yes. Yuan nodded. However, he did not take action immediately. Instead, he walked to the side, picked up an unused samurai sword, and stood in front of the mountain again under the confused gaze of everyone. "Take a deep breath, take a deep breath. As long as you perform well, this is an opportunity to change your destiny," Yuan told himself in his heart. He exerted a little force with both hands and opened his arms, and the sword energy quickly condensed, more than 10 times faster than before. The secret of the multiple slashing technique lies in the rapid concentration of sword energy to form a slashing attack. If the sword energy cannot keep up, the slashing attack cannot be carried out. Murmuring in his heart, his whole aura suddenly became sharp. The next moment, the body turned. "Swing the knife with your right hand." The first slash burst out. "Swing the knife with your left hand." The second slash followed closely. "Swing the knife with your right hand again." The third slash is formed and slashed out. The fourth, fifth. It was not until the 8th slash was launched that Yuan's brain suddenly felt dizzy and was forced to stop. But the moment he stopped, he immediately realized that something was wrong. His arms felt weak and swollen with pain, and he could hardly hold the sword handle with his hands. The samurai's long sword fell to the ground with 2 clangs. Yuan's legs went weak and he sat down on the ground, breathing heavily, with beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Chapter 3 Shiki is shocked, this is your first time. At this point, there was no other sound except Yuan's heavy breathing. Many pirates fell into silence, and Golden Lion Shiki was no exception. Shiki's eyes widened, with an unbelievable look as if he had seen a ghost, his heart was already in turmoil and trembling. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Shiki watched Yuan's attack in person, so he could clearly sense that Yuan's attack method was chopping. This shows that Yuan has really learned how to chop waves. Not to mention the chopping wave, even the upgraded version of the chopping wave Lion Thousand Slice Valley was used. How could Shiki not be shocked? That's right, if the multiple slashing technique is used in the form of slashing waves, it will be another powerful move of the Golden Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Is it really Zabo? No way, how could someone be so heaven-defying? This kid doesn't even look like an adult yet. Could he really have a terrifying talent? Could it be that Lord Golden Lion's private, illegitimate child? The pirates around were all numb, even such heaven-defying speculation popped up. Victoron's eyes were gloomy, and he gritted his teeth without saying a word. He could naturally notice that Yuan's slashing method was exactly the same as Jean Beau's. He was shocked and extremely unhappy, thinking that Yuan had stolen the limelight that belonged to him. Ha 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 ha, what a big surprise for Laozi. Shiki came back to his senses, threw his head back and laughed, obviously in a good mood. Ahem. Captain Shiki, have I passed? Yuan gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his arms, and asked impatiently. Yes, although the slash you made is as weak as an ant, it is indeed Laozi's slashing technique. You have passed the test. When the pirate banquet is over, you will directly join Laozi's army. Shiki took a big puff of his cigar, he gave orders in a casual manner. Upon hearing this, Yuan was delighted at first, but then hesitantly asked, Captain Shiki, can't we not attend the pirate party? Shiki frowned subconsciously and waved his hand. The pirate banquet is a rule set by Captain Rox, and no one can violate it. The implication is that you must attend the pirate banquet. In a life and death struggle, the weak die. You are so talented, what's there to be afraid of? You have even learned Laozi's moves, so the pirate banquet is not a big threat to you. It's strange, how come you are exhausted after only 7 or 8 slashes? Have you never been trained? Physical training. Shiki had no idea of Yun's concerns, but was puzzled by his condition. Normally, swordsmen would practice physical skills, as the body is the foundation for the power of swordsmanship. Seeing Yuan looking exhausted after masturbating so much, it's hard not to feel confused. To be honest, Captain Shiki, this is my first time touching a sword, and I have never learned taijutsu or swordsmanship before. Yuan told the truth. Only those who demonstrate amazing talent will be taken seriously. The last thing the sea lacks is monsters. What? Your first time touching a knife? You haven't even learned physical skills and swordsmanship. Shiki was completely dumbfounded and looked confused. The first time I touched a sword, I was able to learn chopping waves and comprehend Lion Thousand Slice Valley. What kind of talent is this? Shiki walked forward with a suspicious look on his face, grabbed Yuan, scratched his bones and muscles, and looked at his white palm. His expression changed again and again, and he looked at Yuan as if he was looking at a ghost. My muscles are relaxed and show no signs of training. My palms have no calluses from holding a knife. Is this really your first time? Cough. What do you mean by first time? Please explain it more clearly. Laozi is a Jiangnan Guan Xi, how could it be the first time? Yuan only dared to express his dissatisfaction in his heart, and said honestly with a sincere look, really? The look on his face seemed to be saying, this is really my first time, I'm not lying to you. Damn it, monster! Shiki's mouth twitched and he cursed under his breath. Laozi was so shocked that he wanted to curse. What kind of evil talent is this? I mastered Chopping Wave and Lion Thousand Slice Valley on my first try, and I was able to use them. Captain Rox isn't that evil. The most abnormal thing about Yuan that struck Golden Lion as abnormal was that he had never practiced swordsmanship or physical skills, but he could instantly grasp the mysteries of swordsmanship. If he said that he was not a swordsmanship genius, even a ghost would not believe it. Captain Shiki, do you think I can pass the test early and not attend the pirate banquet? Yun made his demands. Although he learned how to slash, his strength was still far behind others. What's more, he now noticed several malicious eyes staring at him. Because I am in the limelight, I attract jealousy and hatred. Yun sighed slightly. Shiki frowned and said hesitantly, the pirate banquet is Captain Rox's rule, no one can break it. But if it's you, maybe it's possible. Well, I'll ask Captain Rox for his advice when I see him. Yuan's eyes lit up, when will there be results? Rox. Although he is very powerful, he should also be very scary. But considering his heaven-defying talent, he won't refuse, right? Yuan held on to a glimmer of hope. Captain Rox is not on the island recently. He should be back before the pirate banquet. Shiki's tone was full of uncertainty. It's like it's not certain whether Rox can come back during the pirate party. Yuan. So it was all nonsense? Oh my god. This is how the tragedy of an innocent boy being deceived happened? You're worried about shit. Shiki saw the look in Yuan's eyes and immediately became unhappy, and scolded. You are Laozi's man now. Even if you attend the pirate banquet, who dares to touch you? This is undoubtedly a warning to other pirates not to have any bad intentions towards Yuan. How did I become yours? Laozi is straight. Although Yuan was indignant, he smiled brightly. Thank you, Captain Shiki, for your care. Okay, you look weak, hurry up and find some food to replenish your energy. Come to Laozi if you have any problems. Shiki is very loyal and really treats Yuan as his own. Yes. Yuan agreed and dragged his tired body towards the cafeteria. Shiki's eyes behind him were full of surprise. Well, I picked up a good seedling. Ha 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 ha, you guys keep practicing. Whoever can master the slashing wave in 3 days can still join Laozi's team. Yuan had no idea what happened next. He came to the cafeteria, ordered a large portion of food, and started eating. Beehive Island is the Rock's base camp. So the chefs and canteen arrangements are naturally not bad. The guys with monster physiques also have extremely terrifying appetites. Yuan, who was concentrating on eating, suddenly felt something move. Heaven-Defying can help me master skills quickly. I'm lacking in physical strength right now. I wonder if Heaven-Defying can help me change my physical condition. Thinking of this, Yuan seemed to enter a meditative state. The structure of his body was reflected in his mind, and every muscle and bone was extremely clear. The movement of his internal organs appeared before his eyes. Enlightenment is triggered by Heaven-Defying, and new ideas suddenly open up. You comprehend your own eating, comprehend the method of practicing physical skills, and successfully comprehend the method of strengthening your physique. Source Swallowing Technique. Chapter 4, Swallowing Source Technique, Encounter with Big Mom Kaido. Swallowing Energy Technique, quickly gain energy through eating to strengthen the body. It's done. Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of joy. Now I can become stronger just by eating. Without hesitation, he ate his rice in big mouthfuls and swallowed the jerky on the plate in front of him. The source swallowing technique operates spontaneously. My stomach was a little full at first, but after I comprehended the source swallowing technique, the feeling of fullness disappeared instantly. Yuan could even feel the wriggling of his internal organs, which worked together to quickly consume the food that entered his abdomen, quickly breaking it down into energy and integrating it into his quail-like body. Streams of heat flow from the abdomen along the blood to the limbs and bones, nourishing every muscle. Qi and blood are nourished, meridians and muscles are nourished with energy and rapidly transformed, and the body becomes quietly stronger. Yuan finished a whole table of meat in one breath. His loose muscles firmed up a little and he seemed to have some strength. When he went to ask for food again, he was rejected by the chef. Get out of the way. You're just a young boy eating so much food. Do you really think you're the captain? Yuan cursed as he was driven out of the cafeteria. FK it. Not even any food. Yuan smacked his lips with satisfaction, feeling his current body, his expression slightly changed. Now, I should be able to deliver a decent slash. Well, finally I have some fighting power, but what about food? I just got the method to become stronger by eating, but now people won't let me eat. How can I bear this? In the cafeteria, after Yuan left, a short figure popped up, took a deep look at Yuan, then turned his head to look at the table piled with plates, and vaguely heard a sighing voice. He's obviously an ordinary person, but why does he have the same appetite as Linlin back then? I was so scared that I almost thought another monster had appeared. It's no wonder that the cafeteria kicked Yuan out. The main reason was that he ate more food than the captain. If everyone had the same appetite as him, the Rock's pirates would have been eaten up and disbanded long ago. A day passes in a flash. The sun sets in the west and the moonlight gradually shines. On the beach near the coast, a bonfire was slowly rising, roasting fresh fish, releasing a faint aroma that drifted towards the woods behind. The night at sea is so quiet. Yuan sighed as he took big bites of the fish. His eyes were fixed on the endless deep sea. In the distance, a ship was sailing around the Honeycomb Island. It's a patrol vessel, responsible for guarding the surrounding sea areas. At the same time, it also cut off Yuan's idea of escaping. Since Yuan had found a way to strengthen his body after leaving the cafeteria during the day, he naturally would not give up, so he went to find food by himself. Since there is sea all around, fish is the most abundant thing. He began to study fishing. With the blessing of Heaven-Defying, you can easily comprehend the unique fishing technique. He also used his own fish in the canteen to exchange for some seasonings. With Heaven-Defying enlightenment, grilling skills have reached the pinnacle. So Yuan enjoyed the delicious food while becoming stronger. It's strange. It's a sea fish, but it doesn't taste fishy or salty, but rather very delicious. You took the bait again. Crash, crash. Oh, this fish is not small. Yuan pulled the fishing rod and pulled a green sea fish to the shore. He cleaned it very skillfully, sprinkled seasoning on it, and grilled it over the fire. After awakening to Heaven-Defying enlightenment, Yuan was not in a hurry to escape. If you stay, you may have better opportunities. He also wanted to get gold coins from the Golden Lion. Yuan took the freshly grilled fish and was about to eat it when he heard heavy footsteps behind him. What a nice smell! I can smell it, it's coming from the front. Kaido, let's go. Linlin, you are the captain after all. Why did you keep Laozi awake in the middle of the night just because of a scent that came from nowhere? Kaido. Auntie. Hearing the conversation, Yuan turned around suddenly, just in time to see two huge shadows looming over him. The man was extremely tall and sturdy, with loose black hair, and looked menacing. It was the young Kaido, who had not yet eaten the fish fruit. His physical characteristics had not changed, except that he was extremely burly. The woman next to him is, of course, Charlotte Linlin. The terrifying thing is that she is even more than 1 meter taller than Kaido, wears a pirate hat, and has an exceptionally beautiful appearance. If it weren't for her huge physique, her beauty would definitely rank among the top in the world of pirates. Yuan had to admit that the young ant was indeed very beautiful. Hey? Is this the food you baked? Linlin looked down at Yuan and couldn't wait to reach out for the fish on the grill. Etc. Yuan quickly spoke up to stop him. Charlotte Linlin's demeanor suddenly changed after being interrupted. Her eyes instantly turned cold as she looked at the ant-like human, her tone unclear. Are you stopping me? The murderous intent is fierce. Kaido already had a murderous aura, and Charlotte Linlin suddenly released her aura at this moment, causing Yuan's back to feel cold, with a chill rushing from his heels to his crown. He snapped back to his senses. Finally I realized that the 4 emperors in front of me were the future. If you anger them both, you will die, and the Golden Lion may not say anything. No, I mean that one is freshly baked and not yet cooked. If you want to eat it, you can eat this one first. I haven't touched it yet, so it's clean. Yuan hurriedly delivered his piece of fish, with cold sweat breaking out on his back. The strong prey on the weak. Even if Charlotte Linlin steals his food, he dare not resist. I see. Charlotte Linlin grabbed the fragrant fish meat with one hand and stuffed it into her mouth. It smells so good. This is the first time I've eaten such delicious food. You're even better at making bread. At least one should remember the well-digger when drinking the water. Charlotte Linlin expressed her appreciation for Yuan's craftsmanship. Hey, Linlin, you ate it all by yourself, what about Laozi? Kaido stood aside, smelling the mouth-watering aroma, and couldn't help but feel greedy. There's still some left. You can eat it later. Haha, a piece of fish the size of your palm is not even enough to fill your teeth. Will you give it to me? Kaido snorted coldly. As a temporary friend, he knew Charlotte Linland's character too well. When the fish is ready, you may not even be able to eat the fish bones. Yuen watched the two people fighting for his grilled fish and excluding him, and he became furious. However, his strength increased in less than a day, and he probably couldn't withstand a slap from Kaido. Yuen's eyes lit up, and he suddenly came up with a plan to kill two birds with one stone. Actually, you don't have to fight over it. I can still grill it. It's just that it's very troublesome to fish one by one, and the fish I catch seem very small for both of you. Yuen expressed his meaning very tactfully. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Linland's eyes suddenly sparkled with greed. Pa! A slap on Kaido's head. What are you waiting for? Go catch some big fish. Chapter 5, Immediately Mastering Armament Haki. Kaido snorted twice in dissatisfaction, then dived into the sea to catch fish. Yuen wanted to laugh. He didn't expect that the young lady had such a big sister temperament that even Kaido obeyed her. What's your name? Who do you work for? Charlotte Linland sat down and asked with her head down. She planned to recruit Yuen to her team and feed him barbecue every day. Damn it! This woman looks pretty, but she has a very vicious heart. She actually wants Laozi to be her chef? Yuen knew Big Mom's greedy personality and immediately understood her intention, but he still couldn't say, I'm a newcomer and will be attending the pirate banquet in a few days. You? Attending a pirate party? Charlotte Linland did not hide her emotions, curled her lips and said truthfully, with your strength, you will be dead after attending the pirate banquet. It's a pity that such delicious grilled fish cannot be eaten every day. Ahem. Yuen choked hard. Although it's true, what this woman said is so infuriating. If I wasn't so weak, I would have put her in 18 different positions to kill her. One of the unsolved mysteries in the pirate world, how does an old lady give birth to a child with men of different sizes? Yuen only dared to vent in his heart, and on the surface he remained calm and did not refute. Since I am valued by the Golden Lion, maybe I will have a chance not to attend the pirate banquet. Besides, there are still a few days left. If there is enough food, I can become much stronger. Unable to escape, Yuen could only find a way to face it. Soon, Kaido returned with several large-sized fish, which made Yuen and Charlotte Linland's eyes sparkle. Charlotte Linland and Kaido built the extra-large grill themselves, which was a bit difficult for Yuen's small physique. The three of them started barbecuing in perfect harmony. During this period, Kaido also understood Yun's identity and didn't say much. No, are you really an ordinary human? Not a special race? Kaido stared at Yuen with a puzzled look on his face, feeling extremely puzzled. This kid seems to eat more than me. I even ate almost as much as Linland. Is this really something that a person less than 2 meters tall can eat? I have a naturally voracious appetite and I never feel full. Yuen smacked his lips, looking as if he was still unsatisfied. The warmth in his abdomen became stronger and stronger, flowing through his body like a torrent. This feeling of becoming stronger made Yuen feel very refreshed. Logically speaking, being able to eat is a talent. You shouldn't be so weak. Charlotte Linland frowned slightly and spoke in a clear voice. She thought Yuen couldn't eat much, so she asked him to eat with her, but he ended up eating 1/3 of the food by himself. Now it was Charlotte Linland's turn to be dumbfounded. I didn't have such conditions before, and no one taught me, otherwise I wouldn't have become a pirate. Isn't it just to have a full meal? Yuen explained with a natural look on his face, but other thoughts were coming to his mind. What a pity. If you had been discovered earlier, maybe. Kaido's eyes flashed with regret. He looks like a rough guy, but he is actually very shrewd. A talent like Yuen's will not weaken if he is properly trained. This still does not know the judgment that Yuen made after instantly understanding chopping wave. Alas! There's nothing I can do. Can I ask you for a favor? Yuen asked tentatively. What's the matter? Don't even mention helping you pass the pirate banquet. We can't do that. Charlotte Linlin blocked one road first. Cut. Look how scared he is, even less than cheeky. Yuen couldn't help but complain in his heart. It's unrealistic to help me pass the pirate banquet directly. I want to learn haki, can you teach me? Learning haki? Kaido looked surprised. He didn't expect that Yuen would actually bring up the idea of learning haki. Yuen noticed the hesitation in Kaido's tone and quickly said, I have learned haki, which gives me another method. As long as I pass the pirate banquet, I will grill fish for you every day. I am also good at grilling meat and desserts. When it comes to showing his worth, Yuen is not stingy. Although I don't know how to make desserts yet, it won't be a big problem once I get the hang of it. Charlotte Linlin hesitated for a moment. Her heart was moved by the dessert that Yuen mentioned. If that's the case, then teaching Yuen to be domineering seems like it's not impossible. Kaido turned his head and looked at Charlotte Linlin, who nodded imperceptibly. He said in a low voice, I can teach you how to be domineering, but whether you can learn it is your own problem. Yes, I understand. Yuen nodded hurriedly. Then let's not waste words. Kaido adjusted his expression and said, haki is divided into conqueror's haki, armament haki, and observation haki. In layman's terms, armament haki can improve defense and attack power, and it can also trigger. One of the methods to encounter a Logia Devil Fruit user is to use observation haki. Although Yuen was well aware of the basics of haki, and what Kaido said was nonsense to him, he had no way of refutation and could only listen quietly. Look carefully, this is armament haki. Kaido stretched out his huge palm, and in the blink of an eye it was covered with a layer of substance emitting a dark black glow. The deepness revealed a sharpness, giving people a feeling of being invulnerable to swords and guns. Armament haki is divided into several stages: hardening, entanglement, and release. Yuen was slightly stunned. Kaido's voice weakened in his ears, and his mind was immersed in his own world. You watched Kaido display his armament haki, and gained insights from it, and deduced the method of training armament haki. Countless images flashed in his mind like a kaleidoscope, and the armed color domineering gradually untied his clothes, and all the mysteries were revealed in front of Yuen. You have successfully mastered the method of practicing armament haki. You awaken armament haki. Yuen's body trembled, and he gradually came back to his senses, just in time to hear Kaido's words. Don't think it's easy for me to release armament haki. It's very difficult for you to understand it with your strength. It's impossible to master armament haki in a few days. No, it's not. Kaido was halfway through his speech when his tone suddenly changed. His eyes widened suddenly and he stared at Yuen as if he had seen a ghost. To be more precise, he was looking at his palm, which was glowing with black light. Yuen was stretching out his palm, which was wrapped in a layer of black shiny substance, which was extremely clear and eye-catching under the moonlight. Armament haki, hardened. You use armament haki. And you have a clearer understanding of the operation of haki. You seem to have a different understanding, but you need more time to verify it. Not only Yun's palms were hard at the same time, but also Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. They were completely frozen when they saw this scene. Charlotte Linlin looked down at Yuen's palm, which was glowing with black light. Her pupils trembled violently, and her voice became full of astonishment. Armament haki? You actually mastered it. Kaido learned it before he finished teaching? Ian, you were always so domineering. Kaido screamed, looking incredulous. No, I just learned it. As Yuen spoke, his brows suddenly furrowed, the black light in his palm quickly receded, and a flash of enlightenment passed through his mind. My current physical condition is not strong enough to support the display of domineering power. The technique is very simple for me. What is most lacking is physical strength accumulation. As long as your physical strength improves, everything will fall into place. At this moment, Yuen's confidence was stronger than ever before. Chapter 6 Kaido and Big Mom's Shock. I just learned. Kaido opened his mouth, but the sound seemed to be stuck in his throat and couldn't come out. Genius? Monster? Evildoer? Who on earth is he? Charlotte Linlin was also a little dazed. She saw the armament haki on Yuan's palm fade away, and she knew clearly that it was a sign of insufficient physical strength. In other words, this guy is physically weak, but he learned armament haki right after Kaido demonstrated it once? Is this really possible? Charlotte Linlin fell into confusion, even suspecting that she was still dreaming. She slapped Kaido with her backhand, causing Kaido's body to lean forward uncontrollably, and even a roar was heard, showing how powerful the explosion was. Linlin! Why are you hitting Laozi? The confused Kaido became even more confused. I'm sure I'm not dreaming. Charlotte Linlin said confidently. Yuan. Are these two funny guys really the future 4 emperors? Funny, isn't it? This also allowed him to see the ordinary side of the future 4 emperors. Ian, you seem like a genius. Charlotte Linlin expressed her approval once again after praising Yuan's grilling skills. Even Charlotte Linlin found what was happening before her eyes unbelievable and shocking. How can someone master domineering power without meeting the conditions to activate it? It's simply the opposite of Tian Gang. No, how did you display your domineering power? Kaido's eyes widened as round as copper bells and he questioned in a muffled voice. Yuan waved his hands, seeming to still be experiencing the armament haki just now, and looked up to explain, I just watched you perform it and then I found a way. Such an explanation is tantamount to showing off. It's easier said than drinking water. Kaido. Why do I suddenly have the urge to slap this guy to death? How old are you? Charlotte Linlin asked the key question. 17. That's right, Yoon is about the same age as Luffy was when he first set out to sea. Linlin took a deep breath and said with emotion, if you had practiced since childhood, you would not be weaker than us now. Hearing these words from the ant's mouth was enough to show her affirmation of Yuan. Linlin, who had always been called a monster, felt like she had seen a real monster. At this moment, both Charlotte Linlin and Kaido noticed that Yoon was unusual. To put it more clearly, Yun's behavior of learning armament haki just now was heaven-defying beyond common sense. Even the well-informed Charlotte Linlin and Kaido found it incredible. What about observation haki? Yuan asked impatiently. When the 3 colors of domineering aura are cultivated to the extreme, they will change. What's more, he has the ability of heaven-defying, and just now he seemed to have found a new way to use armament haki, so he became more and more eager for observation haki. Charlotte Linlin restrained her expression and said seriously, observation haki is more difficult than armament haki. It is a mental state and it is difficult to manifest it physically. If you practice it to a certain level, you can even predict the future. As she spoke, she had already released her observation haki. However, it is difficult for the naked eye to capture the trajectory of the visible and hearing colors. However, this was not a problem for Yuan. You watched Charlotte Linlin perform observation haki, comprehended the heaven-defying trigger, and analyzed the core mystery of observation haki. You successfully comprehended the method of practicing observation haki. You awaken your observation haki. A series of prompts flashed through my mind quickly. Yuan had countless insights, and in an instant he successfully mastered the observation haki. The auntie at the side was still explaining the observation haki and teaching how to control it. Suddenly, she saw Yuan in a trance and subconsciously thought of a possibility. She stopped teaching and stared at Yuan. Ian. Ah? What's wrong? Yuan was confused. I suspect you have already mastered the observation haki. Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up, full of sexual interest. You know all this? Yuan looked incredulous, but there was a smile on his face. Armament haki and observation haki are obtained. Originally, I wanted to get the gold coins from the Golden Lion, but in the end, it was Kaido and Big Mom who got exploded. Have you really mastered the observation haki? Kaido looked as if he had seen a ghost. At this moment, he finally understood the meaning of the word monster. It's easy to understand. Yoon spoke eloquently, describing the mysteries of observation haki exactly, shocking Charlotte Linlin and Kaido with their jaws dropped to the ground. With terrifying talent and powerful comprehension, if he is not a monster, then who is? Strangeness. How could there be such a perverted guy? Oh, lol, lol, Yuan, you are amazing. With your talent, you will be qualified to drink with Laozi in the future. Kaido laughed heartily after coming back to his senses, and he was quite impressed with Yuan. The strange laughter finally made Yuan realize that Oda was not lying to him. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Charlotte Linlin did the same, looking at the petite Yun with admiration, her expression becoming more and more satisfied. They did not feel jealous at all because of the monster's talent, but were very open-minded. On the contrary, they all tried to recruit people. Hearing Kaido's words, Yuan felt slightly delighted. It was really beyond his expectation that the relationship would develop so quickly. In this way, maybe I can learn more from them. Stop. Linlin, what the hell is that way you look at a stud? So sexual interest is that kind of sexual interest? Yuan felt a chill on his back and his smile froze. Given the difference in strength between the two, it was obvious who would be put in all kinds of positions. I don't want to be played with. Charlotte Linlin showed great sexual interest in Yuan, and the desire to have a child became inexplicably strong. Ahem, where is the conqueror's domineering? Yuan quickly changed the subject. Hearing this, Charlotte Linlin couldn't help laughing. She just had the idea, and she hadn't yet reached the point of forcing someone to do something. Mama, conqueror's domineering cannot be taught. It is innate. It is the qualification of a king. And you alone cannot withstand our conqueror's domineering. Yoon pouted. Well, to put it bluntly, I just don't want to teach anymore. As she spoke, Charlotte Linlin stood up, patted Yuan's shoulder with her big hand, and encouraged him, come on, when you pass the pirate banquet, I will consider having a child with you. Yuan. I am not blessed enough to enjoy it. Damn it. This woman really treats Laozi as a stud. Looking at the size difference between the two, Yuan felt a little weak before he was even drained of energy. Oh my! Linlin, you are so crazy. Even Kaido couldn't help laughing and complaining. Yuan gritted his teeth and accepted it for the sake of gold coins. Then he asked about physical training. Under the instruction of Big Mom and Kaido, his combat ability improved rapidly. The energy he had previously absorbed was absorbed into his body more quickly during his practice, and his body became stronger and stronger. If you take off your clothes, you can find that Yuan's body has revealed clear muscle lines, his skin is tighter than before, and his burst of power finally has a certain lethality. Chapter 7, Armament Haki, Divine Armor, Observation Haki, Divine Sense. The belly of the oriental fish is white. The morning light slowly tears through the night, driving out the moonlight. A brand new day is dawning. Beehive Island. The huge skull-shaped rock stands like an invisible flag in the center of the island, announcing the power of the ruler to every pirate who sets foot on the island. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido walk side by side, discussing in low voices. You say, what kind of talent does Yoon have? He is obviously weak, but he can master Haki. Kaido's majestic figure made a low voice with a hint of doubt. Charlotte Linlin said thoughtfully, it may be a special physique. After all, he can eat so much. I suspect he eats more than me. The fact that he can master domineering power so quickly proves his talent for cultivation. This is the real conversation between the two, expressing their views on Yuan. So, do you also think he can awaken conquerors? Kaido said. It's very likely. We'll see later. Charlotte Linlin said ambiguously. Should we tell Captain Rox about this? Kaido deliberately lowered his voice. Charlotte Linlin looked thoughtful, and after a moment she said slowly, who knows where the captain is? We'll see what happens. Let's go and give him some guidance these few days, and try to help him pass the pirate banquet, and then quietly recruit him under my command. Once his talent is revealed, he will inevitably have to compete with those guys. Kaido nodded. I understand, but this pirate banquet is not simple. Yesterday, John just recruited an animal-type devil fruit user, and the bounty is not low. If Yoon encounters him, he will be in trouble. Pirate party, suddenly it seems interesting. Charlotte Linlin chuckled as she thought of something. Everyone in the Rocks Pirates has his own plans, and Charlotte Linlin and Kaido are considered allies. Kaido is not the captain of the team, and he is even under Linlin's command. Yuen is still practicing on the beach. You practice physical training and gain insights into the methods of practice. After deduction, you create a physical training method, 100 Bone Body Tempering Technique. 100 Bone Body Strengthening Technique, strengthen the body through special muscle and bone movements. The 100 Bone Body Strengthening Technique is, after all, about controlling the body. It strengthens the physique and greatly improves combat abilities. Yuen thought silently, but his body kept moving. The muscles all over his body were absorbing the warm current flowing from his abdomen, stabilizing and strengthening his body. I took in a lot of energy last night, enough to sustain a day of practice. While his body was spontaneously performing physical training techniques, his mind was comprehending the haki of armament and haki of observation. Under the effect of your Heaven-Defying, your armament haki has become more and more perfect, and you have successfully created armament haki divine armor. Under the effect of Heaven-Defying, you perceived the evolved form of observation haki and successfully comprehended observation haki divine consciousness. His new forms of armament haki and observation haki. Yuen took a deep breath. He really didn't expect that Heaven-Defying would really be Heaven-Defying. Even his armament haki and observation haki had evolved into new forms. He couldn't wait to test the power of the divine armor and divine consciousness. The essence of armament haki, divine armor, is still armament haki. There is no difference in appearance, but its strength has increased by 3 to 5 times. This means that the strength of my armament haki will always be more than 3 times that of a strong person of the same level. If Yuen had stronger strength, then the power of the divine armor would be truly revealed, and he might even be able to challenge opponents of higher levels. The seeing and hearing color and the divine consciousness have become more ethereal and magical. When it reaches a certain strength, it can still predict and foresee the future, but its core ability is detection. Even detection at the cellular level. How is this, similar to spiritual soul power? Yuen was slightly stunned, and always felt that observation and hearing color spiritual sense would be extremely important to him. The mind moved slightly. The spiritual consciousness is released and covers the body. He felt the subtle changes in his muscles, bones, and internal organs, and even deeper, all the cells in his body were cheering and absorbing the warm current of energy. A new idea suddenly occurred to Yuen. You use the seeing and hearing color and spiritual consciousness to check for subtle changes in your body, and based on the source swallowing technique, you create a cell source swallowing technique that perfectly matches your own foundation. Cellular engulfment technique, perfectly refine and absorb external energy to improve the body at the cellular level. He slightly activated the cell engulfment technique, and the remaining warmth in his abdomen quickly dissipated and silently merged into all the cells in his body, causing Yuen's skin to feel a little hot. The energy that originally took a day to digest and absorb can now be absorbed in just a few minutes. It's like a piece of scrap iron that sublimates after being forged in a furnace. If someone were to touch him nearby, they might be able to feel Yuen's hot skin. Cell phagocytosis. It is 100 times more powerful than the source swallowing technique. Yuen's eyes revealed deep shock. The physical changes at this time were completely beyond expectations. Evolution and improvement at the cellular level is the beginning of transformation. With the cell-devouring technique, my physical strength will grow extremely fast in a short period of time, and my domineering aura will also grow. There was a strong sense of confidence in his eyes, and he was suddenly not so afraid of the pirate banquet, but instead full of fighting spirit. Clang! Yuan gripped the samurai sword tightly, sword energy flowed, the slashing attack condensed, and he slashed out suddenly. Call out! Boom! The sword, which was at least 10 feet long, landed on the sea surface, causing a violent impact that made the sea water in a small area boil. Yuan was overjoyed. Yesterday's slash was only the size of a palm, but now it's not only 10 feet, but the sword energy is even stronger and more powerful. Everyone would be excited about growth that is visible to the naked eye. Bang! Under the dull sound, a layer of shining black substance covered the blade, like a black knife. Entangled in armed colors. He had mastered the armor of the godly armor, so entanglement and externalization were a piece of cake for him. Especially with the help of the awakening of spiritual consciousness, it is easier for him to comprehend other things. Finally, I have some real strength. Yuan stared at the changes in the blade, with a smile on his face. Then he started eating like crazy. Under the action of cellular phagocytosis, the energy taken in is quickly absorbed and integrated into the whole body. The body transforms quietly and the blood increases as the warm energy flows over and over again. That night, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido came to the beach to find Yuan again. The three of them ate heartily at the same time. Yuan once again burst out with ability from Charlotte Linlin. You use your spiritual sense to quietly explore Charlotte Linlin's skin structure, triggering your heaven-defying comprehension, and deeply analyzing the mystery of the iron balloon. You successfully created the iron balloon practice method. Special physique iron balloon, entry stage, advanced stage, perfect stage. 3 stages. That's right, the iron balloon is a special talent, it's impossible to master it directly, it needs to be mastered step by step. Yuan was thoughtful, his eyes flickering. What I lack most right now is physical strength. Even if I can achieve the entry level of steel balloon, it will be of great benefit to me. So, next goal. Focus on improving your strength. Try to master the basics of steel balloon as soon as possible. Chapter 8: The First Battle in the Pirate World. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The undercurrent on Honeycomb Island is surging, and the situation on the sea is changing rapidly. The battle between pirates and marines becomes more intense. Garp and Sengoku have become famous and have taken on the responsibility of marine. The Roger pirates gradually became the largest pirate force under the rocks. But these situations have nothing to do with Yuan for the time being. That day, Yuan woke up from his practice. The food he ate in the past few days was more than an average person would eat in their entire life, and it even caused a significant decrease in the fish in the coastal waters, which could no longer meet his cultivation needs. But the harvest is huge. It's a complete change compared to when I first crossed over. The handsome face loses its childishness and gains a bit of determination. The body is more upright, and the well-defined muscles give people a sense of strength. Even the height seems to have increased by several centimeters, ushering in a second growth. But compared with Kaido and Linlin, she is still petite. I'm afraid there is still a long way to go before Linlin can be put in 18 different poses. The practice of iron balloon has not been neglected, and there is a tendency to get started under the energy tempering chain. Who? Yuan suddenly turned around and shouted, his eyes flashing with vigilance. Oh, you are alert enough. With a sneer, a young man appeared in Yuan's sight, holding a samurai sword engraved with blue flame patterns. What's your name? Victor. Yuan frowned and thought, a familiar name popped up in his mind. Victor, your uncle. My name is Victordan. Victoron jumped up and down and yelled, breaking down his defense on the spot. Without saying a word, he pointed his knife at Yuan, his purpose was self-evident. Rubbish name. Yuan sneered, his eyes gradually became sharp, and his hand quietly clenched the samurai sword beside him. The reason why I have an impression of this person is entirely because of his weapon, Blue Flame, one of the 21 large swords. The blade was engraved with flame-like patterns, and under the sunlight it seemed to be moving, like a blazing blue flame. Logically speaking, Victoron's strength is not enough to own such a famous sword. But what can we do if we are lucky? The subtle changes in his seeing and hearing, color and spiritual consciousness have significantly improved Yuan's perception. Just now, when Victoron was hiding behind, he released murderous emotions, which were easily detected by him. Killing intent. You have already received your death. Yuan brushed the blade lightly with his palm and raised his eyebrows. This is not a child's play. What? Whittleton was startled. Since you have drawn your sword, you must be prepared to die. Yuan grinned, his eyes full of joy. The handsome young man who looked harmless actually had a bit of cold and fierce aura at this moment. He was just worrying about how he had no way to test his own strength, but just as he was dozing off, the pillow was handed to him. Especially Blue Flame looks very cool. Perhaps because of the swordsmanship he learned at the beginning of his time travel, it influenced Yuan's mentality and made him classify himself as a swordsman. So how can a good swordsman not have a good sword in his hand? What's more, Yuan has already mastered the secret of cutting steel and can be called a swordsman. Ha ha ha, you're such a shameless kid. How dare you, a guy like you who hasn't even fully grown all his hair, say such things? Victoron sneered grimly, not taking the young man in front of him seriously at all. No hair growing out? Is this how the pirate world likes to describe people? You were spying on me while I was in the bathroom. Yuan sneered. What did you say? Victoron was confused. Who the hell has that kind of fetish? Then how do you know I haven't fully grown? Don't talk about things you haven't seen. Laozi is not some little devil. When he shows me his mighty dragon bird, it will make you feel inferior to death. Yuan took a step forward, ready to swing his knife. Laozi Jiangnan Guangzai, big stuff and good life. Never accept any slander. What a weird guy. Victoron's face darkened. Although he didn't know what Longke meant, he clearly felt that it was not a good thing. When he saw Yuan's actions, his disdain grew stronger, and he snorted coldly. I have the 21st grade Blue Flame, a big sharp sword in my hand. You think you can fight me with the scrap metal in your hand? If you kneel down and crawl through my crotch, I can still spare your life. His main purpose was to learn the secret of the chopping sword technique from Yuan. So much bullshit. You still want to show off when you look like this. Laozi is not Han Xin. Humiliation under the crotch? Die to Laozi. Yuan cursed and swore, he couldn't stand the other party's hesitation. If you want to fight, just do it directly. Save your trash talk for the King of Hell. He suddenly leaned forward. Brush. The blade shone with a cold and sharp luster, flashing before Victoron's eyes. You really dare to do that? You're looking for death. Victoron's face turned cold. He didn't expect that Yuan was so ignorant of the consequences. He leaned forward suddenly, swinging his arms, and the blue flame slashed across his hands, slashing towards the broken knife that reached in front of him. Ding dong! The scene that Victoron had envisioned of blue flame cutting off the broken sword did not happen. Instead, he was knocked back several steps by the huge recoil force. The numbness in his arm caused his face to change drastically, and he exclaimed in surprise. Impossible! How can you have such a strong power? That is armament hacky. Victoron didn't care about his numb palms, and looked at the black substance shining on the blade with a look of astonishment. Armament hacky. It's actually armed color domineering. Didn't this kid say he had never practiced before? Why do you master armament hacky? Have you been fooled? Wrong. So Captain Shiki was also fooled? Victoron's head itches a little, as if he's about to grow a brain. The most important thing is that I haven't mastered the armament haki yet. However, reality does not allow for hesitation. A flash of light passed by. The slash took shape in Yuan's hand and fell at a rapid speed. As he swung out the slashing blow, he turned around and took out a broken sword from somewhere, and unleashed multiple slashing blows. More than a dozen slashing blows brought up strong winds and fell as densely as raindrops. Drink! Victoron wielded the blue flame, and blue fiery slashes broke out in an instant, slashing out continuously. This scene made Yuan's eyes light up and he muttered to himself. As expected of the 21st worker, it comes with special effects. The blue, fiery slash was much cooler than Yun's monotonous white slash. If you don't act cool, you're young. Blue flame is from Laozi. Even Jesus coming won't help. Yuan, excited to see the prey, showed his full aura, rushed forward at high speed with knives in both hands, and moved like a fluttering Kazekage, leaving behind a tiny afterimage. Victoron's eyes narrowed, and he swung his sword with all his strength, slashing in front of him. The sharp blade slightly tore the air apart, and its power was quite terrifying. The seeing, hearing, and spiritual consciousness are displayed silently. As expected, Yuan twisted his body strangely and suddenly burst out with even faster speed to avoid the frontal blade. The next second, his figure appeared beside Victoron. The broken knife flew by like a feather, cutting the fragile throat. Chapter 9. Take a deep breath, dizziness is normal. Yuan stabbed Whittleton in the throat from the side. The artery ruptured and blood plasma gushed out. There was fear in Victoron's eyes, and a grey color of death shrouded them. How come he's so fast? How did he dodge his attack like a prophet? The doubts in my heart gradually turned into fear and sorrow of death. Yuan's face was tense, and he did not show the joy he should have for his victory. After all, it was the first time I killed someone with my own hands, so I couldn't help feeling a little strange. But fortunately, he had strong self-regulation ability and knew that he had to do something at this time, so he said, breathe deeply, it's normal to feel dizzy. Shiki, the golden lion hiding in the dark, couldn't hold back when he saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. After so many years of traveling across the ocean, this is the first time I have seen such a perverted murder scene. Take a deep breath, is it normal to feel dizzy? This guy might be a devil. I haven't seen Yuan for a few days, but he has become so much stronger. When did you learn armament haki? The final prophetic observation haki? Where did this kid learn this domineering attitude? Victoron lost his life amid the devil's whispers and became the first soul killed by Yuan. This proves one thing. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Yuan kicked up the blue flame, reached out to grasp the hilt, and immediately showed a satisfied look. The knife was stuck in Victoron's neck and was obviously discarded. Yuan simply glanced down at Blue Flame, then turned and shouted to the woods behind him, "Hello, Captain Shiki." The Golden Lion's surprised voice immediately came from the woods. "Hey? If it wasn't you, how did you find Laozi?" From the beginning, Golden Lion was in the dark, wanting to see how Yuan would handle the current situation. The result was naturally a big surprise, and I was filled with doubts. He couldn't help but feel stunned by the strength displayed by Yuan. All this was really beyond his expectations. "Can you even discover yourself?" The Golden Lion walked out slowly with a shocked look on his face. Although his burly figure was not as tall as Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, the oppressive feeling was even greater. The three legendary pirates after Rocks, Roger, Whitebeard, and Golden Lion. Golden Lion Shiki was just killed by the plot, not weak. No one else can have such a domineering aura like a lion except Captain Shiki. After all, you are the strongest captain. Yuan's smile was very flattering, and he was secretly excited. Could it be that Golden Lion suddenly came to me because he had found some clues through the pirate banquet? Ha 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 ha, you've got good taste. The Golden Lion laughed loudly. He enjoyed the flattery so much that he ignored for a moment how Yuan sensed him. Have you told Captain Rox about my situation? Yuan asked impatiently. Captain Rox hasn't come back yet. Golden Lion Shiki said carelessly. Yuan. Why are you looking for me if I haven't come back? It's a waste of Laozi's flattery, right? What's that look in your eyes? Laozi hasn't asked you what's wrong yet, but you're asking Laozi first. Shiki, the Golden Lion, looked at Yuan's constipated appearance and got angry. Tell me the truth, armament hacky, what's with the observation hacky? Yuan smiled awkwardly. Well, I met Charlotte Linlin and Kaido by chance, and learned how to use hacky from them. The Golden Lion's eyes widened, just like a lion, and he asked in shock, you are the one who just learned how to be domineering. He thought that Yuan was hiding his incompetence and his domineering nature. But the next second he felt something was wrong. I have checked Yuan's body. He is in extremely weak condition. Not to mention mastering domineering power, he would be exhausted even if he ran 1,000 meters. How did he suddenly master the domineering power and kill Victoron? Before Yuan could open his mouth to explain, the impatient Golden Lion strode forward, searched his body for a while, and when he was done he looked as if he had seen a ghost. What on earth have you been through? You've become so much stronger in just a few days. Something is wrong. Something is wrong. Shiki the Golden Lion frowned as he encountered the most incomprehensible mystery of his life. The young man in front of him was extremely weak a few days ago, but now he is full of energy and his physical strength has increased many times. Is it really the same person? Shiki was really confused. Ever since I learned how to chop that day, I've noticed that my appetite has grown a lot, and the more I eat, the more my body changes. Yuan unleashed the excuse he had prepared long ago. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido said I might have awakened some special talent. This explanation was thought up by Yuan later, which resulted in a slight difference between the Golden Lion version and Charlotte Linlin's version, but it didn't affect anything. Special talent. The first thing that Shiki, the Golden Lion, thought of was of course Charlotte Linlin's steel balloon. Then, looking at Yuan, he accepted his statement. After all, even Charlotte Linlin admitted that it was a special talent, so what else could he say? Besides, if it wasn't a special talent, how could one explain the changes in the boy before him? But even if it's a special talent, this is FG outrageous. Yuan acted as if he knew nothing, and looked at Shiki with a harmless look. Shiki the Golden Lion couldn't think of any other possibilities and could only passively accept Yuan's abnormal talent. However, he immediately thought of another thing and asked with a stern face. So, you've joined Charlotte Linlin. You, the old man, just don't care about anything and don't give me any chance to get gold coins. Do you still have any objection when I ask others to get gold coins? I dare to think so in my heart, but I dare not say it out loud. Yuan immediately forced out a bright smile and explained, I would never do such a thing. I earned my dominance through the fruits of my labor. He immediately told the whole story about the grilled fish. Shiki the Golden Lion was quite satisfied with this explanation, and his face became much better. He taught, Ian, if you really want to join Linlin, think about whether your quail-like body can bear it. It's no secret that Linlin is looking for a stud. Yuan. Laozi is not a quail anymore. Besides, Laozi would never be a stud. This also gave him a headache. Charlotte Linlin obviously wanted to recruit me, and the Golden Lions treated me as one of their own. How to decide then? One is a blonde lion, the other is as fierce as a wolf. He can't bear to offend either of them. What's the meaning of your lost look? Do you really want to have a baby with Linlin? Don't say Laozi didn't remind you that in Linlin's eyes, men are just tools for having children. Golden Lion was amazed and thought that I really have some thoughts about Charlotte Linlin. Hee. How is that possible? I'm innocent, don't worry, I'm very rational. Yuen patted his chest and assured. His eyes were just rolling around quietly, as if he was thinking about how to get gold coins from the Golden Lion. That's good to know. Golden Lion Shiki crossed his arms, looking as if he would never dare to betray Lao Zi, but his eyes glanced at the knife in Yuen's hand. Yuen? Something is wrong. Is this old man trying to steal my knife? Chapter 10 Devil Fruit, Power Soars. Ahem, Captain Shiki, this knife should be considered my trophy, right? Yuen hugged the knife tightly in his arms and laughed dryly. Of course, if Shiki the Golden Lion really wanted it, he could only say that he was powerless to resist. Spoils of war? Do you understand the rules? New pirates are not allowed to kill each other before attending a pirate banquet. You have violated a big taboo now. The Golden Lion Shiki stared at Yuen with a smile, which made Yuen feel creepy. Shiki, the Golden Lion of Blue Flame, who belongs to the Great Sword 21, is naturally interested. It's just that I can't do it directly because of my face. He was the one who caused trouble for me first. Yuen retorted with his neck stiff. But he's dead. Lao Zi has the final say on the truth. Golden Lion Shiki snorted coldly and glanced at Yuen, enjoying the feeling of controlling others. Damn Victor, why did you bother me for no reason? You deserve to die. After cursing, Yuen's face immediately fell, and he said pitifully, Captain Shiki, you are a strong man who is famous in the sea. Marines flee when they hear your reputation. You won't really take my knife, right? Shiki, the Golden Lion, laughed and scolded, you cunning boy, I'm not in the mood to snatch a broken knife, I'm just teasing you. I don't know if it was the flattery or some other reason, but Shiki actually gave up the idea of owning the Blue Flame. To be honest, Victoron is useless. He has nothing but shitty luck. He has a knife that belongs to the 21st class of big sharp swords. He lives on Beehive Island. He can't escape the first day of the month. And also got it from other pirates. Yuen seemed to realize this and felt a little heavy-hearted. I was so focused on showing off that I almost forgot that the innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. If you don't practice quickly, you will be the next victor. Thank you Captain Shiki for the sword. Yuen grinned, but held the knife tighter with both hands. Shiki the Golden Lion was speechless and said unhappily, I'll help you settle this matter, now let's talk about the pirate banquet. When the pirate banquet was mentioned, Yuen pricked up his ears to listen. Although Captain Rox has not returned, he has sent someone back with the prize for the pirate banquet, a devil fruit. Devil fruit? What kind? Yuen's eyes lit up and he was very interested. How would Lao Zi know? Shiki waved his hand and continued nonchalantly, from your fight just now, being able to kill Victoron in seconds proves that you have some strength. Why not go to the pirate banquet to fight for the devil fruit? Yuen finally reacted, Lao Deng. Just say you can't do it. Golden Lion tried to get Yuen to volunteer to attend the pirate banquet in a roundabout way to cover up the boast he had made. Okay, I will definitely attend the pirate banquet. Yuen nodded, and did not expose Golden Lion, but agreed very readily. As their strength grows, the pirate banquet is no longer as scary as it was at the beginning. What's more, there is a devil fruit as a prize. The devil fruit that Rox took out is very likely a mythical beast. Yuen had some expectations in his heart, and even imagined what kind of devil fruit it would be and how much it would increase his strength. You kid, you won't regard the devil fruit as your own, right? Shiki the Golden Lion couldn't help but complain, even if you kill Victoron in seconds, your strength can barely rank in the top 10. Do you really treat the Rox Pirates Pirate Party as a game? When you were teaching swordsmanship, wasn't Victor an outstanding figure? Yuen asked subconsciously. Victoron's name was changed after his death, and he must have died with regrets. You are just fools without support. The real pirates with some strength have already joined the captains and practiced in silence. When Laozi talked about this, he was furious. When Laozi was not around, they took away all the people and left a bunch of people behind. Crooked melons and inferior dates. The Golden Lion Shiki was quite angry and complained harshly. Yun was speechless. So I am one of the ugly ones you mentioned. So asking rocks to open a back door was a trick from the beginning? No wonder Charlotte Linlin refused so straightforwardly. I didn't expect you to give Laozi a surprise. Realizing that he had let the cat out of the bag, Shiki quickly tried to make amends. Your strength was indeed not good enough before, but your improvement speed is very abnormal. If you are lucky, you may be able to fight for the devil fruit, so Laozi is going to personally guide you. You only think of me because you have no one. Old Deng. There really isn't a single good pirate among them. Yuan cried silently in his heart. It turned out that he was just a part of your play. The squad leaders are not convinced of each other's opinions. The existence of rocks makes it difficult for them to do things on their own. So they can show off if they have powerful subordinates. The reason is simple. Although he had no hope for pirates at first, after the actual experience, Yuan realized more deeply how insidious pirates were. It's not dissatisfaction, it's just the basic rule of survival. Yuan didn't care about these fancy calculations, but was very interested in the personal teaching of the Golden Lion Shiki, and immediately said honestly. Thank you very much, Captain Shiki. Lao Deng, please explode the gold coins quickly. Of course, Shiki, the Golden Lion, doesn't know what Yun is really thinking. If he knew, he would definitely be slapped in the face and his head would fly off. After that, Yuan learned swordsmanship from Shiki. With the blue flame, one of the 21 skills of the Great Sword, and with the personal instruction of the Golden Lion and his heaven-defying comprehension, Yuan's mastery of swordsmanship has made rapid progress. The combat power skyrocketed. At the same time, physical fitness improvement was also not left behind. With the help of the Golden Lion, Yuan can eat the highest quality food every day, and his physical strength has been greatly enhanced. The cytophagy technique was running every moment, and Yuan was like steel in a furnace, becoming purer with constant forging. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. I believe what I saw with my own eyes. You are a bottomless pit. Golden Lion held a cigar in one hand and a wine bowl in the other and took a sip of wine. Yuan, sitting opposite him, put down the last plate and wiped his mouth, looking like he was not full yet. Whole? Laozi is a big dragon bird, okay. Hehe, if I had more of this food, I might be full. Yuan laughed. The table in front of him was filled with empty plates. It was no exaggeration to say that he was almost overwhelmed. Get lost. Shiki cursed with a smile, then said seriously, I didn't expect your strength to grow so abnormally. With your current strength, you can probably rank in the top 5 among these pirates. This is only the top 5. Yuan said in surprise. Even though his strength has increased several times, he is still so weak? John recruited a pirate with a bounty of 30 million, who is also a devil fruit user. Silver Axe has a sniper with a bounty of more than 20 million. How much bounty do you think you are worth? Golden Lion took a puff of his cigar. Yun was silent. In this era, bounties are real. A pirate with a bounty of over 100 million is already very powerful. Tens of millions of bounties were nothing to be underestimated by Yuan, and he was not even his opponent. Chapter 11 The Essence of a Scumbag, 2 Timing. Why don't you say anything? You were hit. Golden Lion Shiki chuckled and looked at Yun with interest. He looked calm on the outside, but his heart had already been paralyzed by Yuanzhen. He saw Yun's physical growth in his eyes. The Golden Lion had never seen such a terrifying talent in his life, and he relied on eating to strengthen his body. And perverted understanding. No matter what swordsmanship the Golden Lion teaches, Yun can instantly understand it. What is this if it's not a perversion? Until now, the Golden Lion is numb in his heart and pays more and more attention to Yun. If you have such a fierce general beside you, why worry about not being able to dominate the sea? Golden Lions are extremely ambitious. In other words, the guys in the Rocks Pirates all have great ambitions, but they are only gathered together because of the strength of Rocks. Once Rocks is gone, these tigers will each rush into the sea and write their own legends. 3 of the future 4 emperors were once members of the Rocks Pirates, and their gold content is self-evident. But even so, the Golden Lion was still extremely shocked by Yun's talent. How could that be? I just wish I had more time. Yun sighed slightly, shaking his head and sighing. After getting along with each other for a few days, Yun gained new views on Golden Lion. Although he is a bit sinister and likes to show off, he is very generous, carefree, and has a heroic temperament. Yun flatters him from time to time, which makes the boundary between superior and subordinate between the two people much weaker, and they feel somewhat comfortable getting along with each other. Golden Lion Shiki not only did not refute, but also nodded and affirmed, "Well, if I give you another 10 days, none of these new pirates will be your opponent." Obviously, it only took a week to reach the strength of tens of millions of bounties, and the speed of improvement was abnormal. But the overall strength is still not enough. He couldn't believe what Yun would have achieved if he had more time. Beyond yourself? Or surpass Captain Rocks? Yun himself didn't know that Golden Lion had such great expectations for him. Yun looked disappointed, stood up and said, "I'm going to practice." "You are such a diligent kid." Shiki grinned and encouraged, "Okay, you can take care of the rest of the time. The pirate banquet starts tomorrow night, so you try to perform well. I'll show off and let you show off, right?" Yun nodded, then left the Golden Lion and came to the familiar beach to start practicing. In fact, Golden Lion Shiki's judgment of Ian is not accurate. The strength Yun showed was just normal. If you use the weapon color Divine Armor and the sight color Divine Consciousness, the combat power can be increased 3 to 4 times. Plus the entry-level steel balloon. Most pirates can't even break through Yun's defense. You continue to comprehend Conqueror's Haki, comprehend deeper mysteries, and you successfully awaken the new form of Conqueror's Haki, Conqueror's Haki Kamui. You create Conqueror's Domineering Training Method. It's done. Yun smiled with satisfaction. Conqueror's Haki develops a stronger form. Conqueror's domineering energy burst out from the Golden Lion, but it never showed up. It wasn't until I was alone that I began to understand. Successfully develop new forms and create practices. Conqueror's Haki is a natural awakening. It cannot be cultivated and can only be passively enhanced. But Yun created the Heaven-Defying Conqueror's Training Method. Once exposed, the entire sea will go crazy. I got all 3 colors of Domineering, Divine Armor, Divine Consciousness, Kamui. I have made some progress in my physique and swordsmanship. It's getting more and more exciting. As Yun looked out at the endless sea, the word freedom suddenly popped up in his mind. Sailing across the sea with unfettered freedom. Instead of sticking to the honeycomb island, they have to stay tense all the time in order to survive and find it difficult to relax. Only by becoming stronger can you control your own destiny. One day. Yun's voice trailed off. A familiar voice came from behind me that I hadn't heard for several days. "Ian, I heard that you have been very close to Shiki the Golden Lion these days. Are you going to betray me?" Charlotte Linlin said dissatisfiedly. The next second, Yun was surrounded by 2 huge monsters. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Laozi has nothing to do with you, why did he betray you?" But Yun still subconsciously took a step back. After spending so much time with the Golden Lion, he suddenly felt uncomfortable with the size of these 2 monsters. He smiled and explained, "No, I just learned some swordsmanship from him. It's just a deal. It has to be said that at this time, the true nature of Jiangnan Edison was exposed and he was playing two games at the same time. While he seeks refuge with the Golden Lion Shiki, he also wants to make friends with Charlotte Linlin. Pooh! Scumbag! Hey? Your strength is increasing so fast. Kaido was very surprised when he sensed Yun's aura. Charlotte Linlin's pretty eyes sparkled with a gleam of brilliance, and she threatened, "You said you would come to be my chef at the pirate banquet. If you don't keep your word, don't blame me for being rude." After seeing Yun's talent, she also wanted to recruit him into her team. Yun nodded hurriedly, feeling like crying but unable to cry. Oh my god! This woman only knows how to let Laozi cook for her, and she doesn't know how to use any tricks or beauty traps. I think I can tolerate it a little. Complaints are complaints, but it is certain that there will be confusion. Golden Lion Shiki and Charlotte Linlin, what should they do? But soon, Yun stopped worrying about this issue. He thought that if something came, he would fight it with his own strength. The pirate banquet had not started yet, so there was no point in worrying about what would happen next. As soon as I thought of this, my whole body suddenly became clear. Then he asked Kaido for advice again. It's not the level of exploding gold coins, but at least it's a good deal. The more you can get, the better. If you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. Another night of intensive practice. After dawn, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido left after enjoying their meal. Looking at the two people's mountain-like backs, Yun touched his chin and thought secretly. When Linlin used the power of the soul fruit, I used my spiritual sense to quietly feel it. It seemed that I felt something different, but I couldn't fully grasp it. It's a pity. If I had a better understanding of the devil fruit, maybe I could really participate. Understand the secret of the devil fruit. Heaven-Defying, as Yun comes into contact with more and more things, his abnormalities become more and more obvious. No matter what, the pirate banquet will start tonight. We will finally meet those legendary monsters. Yun stroked the blade of the blue flame blade, feeling a little bit of anticipation. Blue flame, the blade seemed to be glowing, as if it was also excited for the upcoming battle. The supreme sword. If I can master the art of swordsmithing, I may be able to forge my own supreme sword. Chapter 12. The pirate banquet begins. The day passed quickly. Evening comes and night gradually falls. In the huge square under the skull in the center of Beehive Island, many pirates gathered, with bright bonfires in a warm atmosphere. There were several depressing figures sitting on the high platform. They are the captains of each division of the Rocks Pirates. An even more domineering figure sat at the top, looking down. The spiky hair-like head and the blood-red cape all highlight his identity. Rocks. The real pirate overlord. In this warm atmosphere, the newly joined pirates entered the wide square. Not surprisingly, this is their battlefield. Yun was among the crowd, looking at the high platform from a distance. That's Rocks. The figure that makes one's heart palpitate is not tall, but the sense of oppression is unprecedentedly strong, even more terrifying than the Golden Lion Shiki. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Linlin, Akoku, John, Silver Axe. There were also several figures that Yun didn't recognize. A man who looks like a fishman, a man from the Four-Handed Clan. They are all pirates that have never been mentioned in later generations. Kaido, Stussy, Shuki, Fireflower, Kurozumi, Baguette. These are all in a sub-level position, and their status is obviously not as high as that of the white-bearded Golden Lion. Although Kaido is powerful enough, he has not been officially appointed as captain. Yun just looked at it and he knew a lot. Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, Kurozumi, and Longbread obviously knew each other from this time. Later, Kaido and Kurozumi cooperated to occupy the country of Wano, and Longbread followed Charlotte Linlin to establish the nations. As for Stussy and Flame Flower, they are both very beautiful and very gorgeous. Round, plump, and thick. Looking at them now, who would have thought that they would be short and stooped when they grow old? It's like the pirate empress turned into an old lady, there is really a big contrast. Shuki also has outstanding capabilities as an intelligence agent, and with his powerful intelligence capabilities, he also occupies a place on the stage. Everyone has to admire the power of the Rocks Pirates. After all, only the Rocks Pirates can make the sky full of stars. If nothing happens to Rocks, he might have a chance to rule all pirates. Stussy's beauty, maybe she really has an affair with Whitebeard. A ridiculous idea suddenly came into Yoon's mind, and he almost made himself laugh. But at this moment, thunderous laughter came, making Yun suddenly come back to his senses. Ha 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 ha, if you want to join Laozi, just show your strength. On the high seat in the first place, Rocks put down his wine bowl and finally spoke. This also announced the official start of the pirate banquet. Yo-ho! Another wonderful banquet. Last time, only a dozen people survived, right? It's so exciting. I think Laozi was killed in the same way. Ha 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 ha, I can't wait to see them peeing in fear. The surrounding pirates who were already official members shouted loudly, seemingly more excited than the pirates attending the pirate banquet. It's not a big deal to just watch the excitement. The pirate banquet, to put it bluntly, is to entertain them with fighting and blood. There is no humanity at all. But you have become a pirate, so how can you be humane? Yun frowned slightly, the arrogance around him made him very disgusted. After all, he came from time travel, and the education he received was not this barbaric way of treating people like hair and drinking blood. But he can't change anything, and he is still one of them. Oh shit! He cursed in a low voice, his heart burning with anger. The palm-holding blue flame was harder. We must not indulge in such absurdity. This is the bottom line Yun has set for himself. There is always something special and persistent in the hearts of young people. But killing still has to happen. In today's situation, if you want to survive, you have to be cold-blooded. The complex and contradictory emotions made Yun more and more angry, as if he would explode at any time. At Rock's instruction, Stussy walked forward holding a treasure chest. Hee hee, little cuties, this is your prize. Stussy covered her mouth and chuckled, but her eyes were very cold. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw the treasure chest in her hand out. The fullness of her chest was trembling slightly with this action, and it seemed as if it was about to burst out, causing many pirates in the audience to have nosebleeds. The pirates in the square were in no mood to appreciate the thrilling scene. All of them were staring at the treasure chest that was thrown over their heads like a shot put, their eyes burning with excitement. Devil fruit! This is the biggest reward of this pirate banquet. There was no need for anyone to give orders, all the pirates acted in unison. Kill! The devil fruit belongs to Laozi. Get out of here! I'll kill you all when Laozi eats the devil fruit. The shouts and cries were deafening, and a melee ensued. In this era, devil fruits are considered a symbol of power, and many people want to use the power of devil fruits to become stronger, even if it means becoming landlubbers. So the already fanatical pirates became even crazier. Clang! Yoon chopped the pirate who attacked him from the side with his sword, and his feet suddenly exploded, decisively pulling to the edge of the battlefield. If you stand in the middle of the melee mode, you won't even know how you died. You are attacked from all directions. You want to kill others, and there are also people who want to kill you. In a moment, the pungent smell of blood filled the air, and a pile of corpses lay on the ground. The most ferocious on the battlefield was a figure covered with pitch-black hair. Wherever his sharp claws reached, blood flowed like a river. Yun looked at the figure from afar and his pupils shrank. Diacart, bounty 31 million, dog fruit, wolf form. He is definitely the most ruthless guy among these pirates. Just as he was observing Diacart's fighting style, his heart suddenly tightened and a great crisis was approaching. Before any reaction. Bite! A sniper bullet hit Yuan right in the back, but it was strangely embedded in his skin. Ding clang. The muscles contracted, forcing the bullet out of the body. It fell to the ground with a crisp sound, and the person who had made the move was stunned. A murderous look flashed across Yuan's eyes, his brows furrowed, and he slowly turned around. Fortunately, I have mastered the introductory stage of the iron balloon, and my skin's defense has been greatly enhanced. The sniper bullet only penetrates a layer of flesh and skin, which is not serious. Otherwise, I would have been killed by a sneak attack right from the start. Turn around and take a closer look at the person who attacked you. He was wearing a windbreaker, with 2 revolvers on his waist, a cowboy hat, and holding a sniper rifle, with the black muzzle of the gun pointed at Yuan. Seeing that Yuan was fine, he stood there in shock. How is that possible? What kind of defense is this? Physical defense to block your own sniper bullets? Is this still a human being? Baron couldn't believe it. His bounty was 25 million. Even Diacart couldn't have survived his sniper bullet without getting hurt. But this guy only had a bloody wound? Sniper, the threat is really big. Yoon sneered. If it weren't for the steel balloon, I would have been dead. Baron's move successfully angered Yuan. The blue blade light flashed, and it slashed out sharply. No nonsense, just get started. Want to kill me? You have already got a way to die. Agoo, stop him. Baron retreated quickly, shouting at the person beside him. Haha, here it comes. A loud shout responded to Baron. Yoon turned his head. He saw a burly figure who was at least 3 meters tall rushing towards him, wielding a huge black axe. Chapter 13. Anyone who stands in my way will die. On the high platform, Rox led the corps members to drink and eat meat while watching the fighting below. Hey! Silver Axe, who was covered in silver armor, suddenly asked in confusion, who is that guy? How come I have never heard of him? Sniper Baron was a member recruited by Silver Axe, and he knew his strength very well. How is it possible that someone can withstand the penetration of a sniper bullet? He had a very clear grasp of the information about this group of pirates, but had never heard of this kind of person. He, no matter who he is, the final winner must be Laozi's man. John laughed softly, with a cunning look in his eyes. Diacart is the member he recruited. He is undoubtedly the strongest among this group of pirates, and his bounty is as high as 31 million. Although it cannot be compared with those captains, it is still good as an after-dinner program. He was too lazy to pay attention to the rest. Snort. Under the armor, Silver Axe curled his lips, but his eyes were fixed on the fight between Baron and Yuan, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Golden Lion Shiki took a puff of his cigar and his face flushed. The fact that Yuan could withstand the sniper bullet made him feel at ease and confident. The other side. Kaido was behind Charlotte Linlin. Seeing this, he frowned and said, Linlin, when did Yun's defense become so terrifying? Why does he look like a steel balloon? As an insider who is familiar with Yun's strength, Kaido felt that the scene just now was totally out of place. Iron balloon? Impossible, that's my natural talent. Charlotte Linlin shook her head, uncertain. Maybe it's a change caused by Ian's own talent, the iron balloon is not that weak. That's right, it seems that Yuan is still hiding his strength, which really gives us a surprise. Kaido sighed, and then discarded his guess. That guy looks so familiar. He's the boy who ate so much food in the cafeteria. Wait, is that the Yuan you guys are talking about? His cooking skills are better than mine. Behind Charlotte Linlin, she whispered in surprise. I didn't take Yuan seriously at all that day. Even when I heard Linlin and Kaido talking about the guy named Yoon, I didn't connect the two together. Now it seems that I was wrong. Longbread rubbed his head, looking confused. It should be him. I didn't expect you also knew Yuan. Charlotte Linlin smiled and didn't say much, but her eyes involuntarily glanced in Yuan's direction. Rox, who was in the first position, kept his head down from beginning to end, his eyes always on the food and wine in front of him, but no one doubted his control over the battlefield. He is absolutely watching every move of everyone on the battlefield. The huge axe swept across, causing a howling wind. Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, and was very angry. He did not dodge or evade. He held the knife in his right hand and stretched out his left hand like a dragon claw. Armament color divine armor wrapped around. Bang! A violent collision occurred. Baron and Agu can be said to be collaborators, one charges into battle while the other snipers from behind, and they cooperate very well. Agu's bounty is close to 20 million and he is very powerful. This sweep of the axe was extremely powerful. Even Yuan could hardly resist the pure explosion. His body was driven into a semicircle by the impact before he could keep his footing. Shit! Catching the lousy broad axe with bare hands. Agu yelled and cursed loudly, with an expression of disbelief on his face. And just then, gunshots rang out. Bite! A crisp sound was heard. Yuan held the axe blade in his left hand and held the blue flame tightly in his right hand, slowly moving it away from his chest. The shot just now was blocked by the horizontal sword. This is impossible. How do you know where I'm going to attack? Baron stared with his eyes wide open, shouting in disbelief. It wasn't enough to break his defense, but it was just outrageous. Where did such a strong guy come from? He may not be able to understand the mystery of seeing, hearing, color, and consciousness. Yuan looked sullen and said nothing. He swung the knife suddenly with his backhand, and blue flames danced wildly, as if countless blue flames were burning on the blade, brilliant and violent. He held on to the axe blade tightly so that Agu could not get away. He moved forward slightly and chopped down with the blue flame. It looked like he was swinging a stick. The move was simple but it made Agu's hair stand on end. Damn, who the hell is this? Agu cursed and held the axe handle tightly with his right hand, naturally refusing to let anyone take his weapon away. His left arm was wrapped in armed color domineering and defended in front of his body, trying to block the blue flame from cutting down. Armament color divine armor, wrap around Laozi. There was a fierce light in Yuan's eyes, and the strength in his hands suddenly increased a bit. Buzz! The blue light is shrouded in an unusual dark sheen. The power of the divine armor burst out silently. The blade swept past. Yuan only felt that he encountered obstacles at the beginning, but the next second he swung his sword down without any hindrance. Puff! A severed arm fell with blood splattering. Ah! Agu let out a painful wail from his throat, completely ignoring the broad axe that he was reluctant to give up just now, and let go and retreated madly. He staggered and sat down on the ground, looking extremely painful with beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. Not only was his arm cut off, but there was also a bone-exposing wound on his chest with blood flowing, which was a shocking sight. Agu! Baron was stunned for a moment, then immediately yelled. It was destroyed after just one encounter? Who is that young man? At this moment, Baron finally realized that he had hit a wall. Without hesitation, he fired several shots and forced Yuan to retreat. Yuan didn't dodge or evade, didn't even blink, and let the sniper bullet fall on him. Ding 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 ding! A series of noises foreshadowed the failure of the sniper attack. The iron balloon can defend against sniper bullet attacks at the introductory stage. What's more, Yuan is also entangled in the armament color divine armor. The divine armor is already stronger than normal armament haki. When wrapped in the divine armor, Yuan's attack and defense are greatly increased. What's more amazing is that even his inner physique is strengthened to a certain extent. This is the secret of divine armor. It is also Yuan's confidence. Damn! What a monster! Baron finally broke down and started cursing. Armor color coverage? My sniper bullets were also wrapped in armament haki. So why couldn't they break his defense? Just now, Egu also used the armament haki but still had his arm cut off. How strong is this boy's armament haki? Baron glanced at the pale-faced Egu, turned around and rushed towards the crowd. Without Egu to defend himself head-on, it would be very dangerous if he were approached. In order to avoid Ian, Baron would rather rush into the chaotic crowd, which shows how much pressure Ian brought to him. As for Egu, what a crappy partner. Nowadays, anyone can die as long as he doesn't die. Baron, you. Egu's expression suddenly changed, and he was filled with hatred towards Baron. But before he could finish his words, he saw his body, and strangely enough, it was missing its head. Yuan cut off Egu's head and chased after Baron without stopping. Want to kill Laozi? Leave your life behind. The conflicted Yuan was completely awakened by the gunshot, and his ferocity was completely awakened. He rushed into the crowd like a tiger. What wonderful expectations! It's all bullshit. This is the pirate base. If you don't kill others, others will kill you. Only strength can protect yourself. Whoever stands in my way will die. The tiger's roar echoed throughout the battlefield. Then there was a burst of blue blade light that shocked the surrounding pirates. Chapter 14. Everyone is shocked. The scene where Yuan started chasing after Baron shocked everyone on the platform. Damn it! That loser Baron can't even deal with a brat. Silver Axe's exasperated voice came from under the armor. What's going on? John paused in his drinking, and had a bad feeling in his heart. This guy seems to be more powerful than Diacart. Puff. The Golden Lion spit out a mouthful of wine, not caring at all that it wet his cloak. He stared at Yuan, who was in the middle of the explosion with his eyes flickering. Well done, Yuan. It turns out that you and Laozi have a trick up your sleeve. He never expected Yuan to be so fierce. He killed Egu and chased after Baron, moving freely in the crowd. Is this really the Yuan he knew? But soon, Shiki the Golden Lion realized something even more terrifying. Yuan had such strength, and he achieved it in just 7 days. 7 days. Most people can't even master domineering power. But Yuan has grown to the point where he can kill a multi-million bounty pirate in 1 second. Who can compare with him? Hey, Linlin, isn't he a little too strong? Kaido said in a muffled voice, confusion revealed on his face. Even he didn't realize that Yuan could be so fierce. He was completely different from yesterday. Is this guy hiding his strength? Charlotte Linlin was also shocked. Yuan is a bit too perverted. Who of you recruited him? Akoko looked around at everyone and asked curiously. He just thought that Yuan was a good candidate, and he didn't know how terrifying he really was. Ha 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 ha. This is the genius that Laozi personally cultivated. Golden Lion Shiki finally waited for this moment, and smiled extremely arrogantly. That's it? Genius. John sneered subconsciously. Silver Axe echoed, Shiki, can this level be called a genius? What do you know? Shiki the Golden Lion waited for the opportunity to speak and said mysteriously, he is only 17 years old. Do you know how long it took him to reach his current level? 17 years old? You already mastered domineering power at the age of 17. John almost jumped up, obviously frightened by the answer. What a joke. Shiki, don't treat us as fools. The four-handed man couldn't help but interrupt. How is it possible for a 17-year-old to be so domineering? Looking at his young appearance, it's possible that he is not yet an adult. Stussy guessed with interest, it's remarkable that he can reach this level in 3 to 5 years. It won't be 2 or 3 years, right? Akoko shortened the time when he saw the mysterious smile on the face of the Golden Lion Shiki. Don't keep us in suspense. Tell me now. The man who looked like a mere man urged. His name is Bodhi, one of the cotters. The Golden Lion Shiki successfully drew all eyes to himself. Even Whitebeard, who hadn't said a word, couldn't help but look at Shiki, wanting to see what he was up to. Ha 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 ha, Laozi tells you, it only took him 7 days to reach this level of strength. 7 days ago, he was powerless. The golden lion laughed arrogantly, looking extremely proud. "Oh, I'd be a fool to believe you, lousy." The four-handed man named Chris couldn't help but sneer. What Golden Lion said was so absurd that even a 3-year-old child would not believe it. "Ha ha ha ha, Shiki, are you out of your mind? Are you making this joke just to have fun?" John said sarcastically. I thought he was a genius. As a result, Shiki's lies were really hilarious. 7 days? If he reaches this level of strength in 7 days, I will chop off Garp's head and bring it back tomorrow, ha ha ha. Silver Axe laughed even louder and mocked Shiki. "Hey, Shiki, what are you doing?" Whitebeard was very unhappy. After much effort, they got some interest, but it turned out that Shiki was just teasing everyone. Whitebeard simply didn't believe that someone could achieve such strength in 7 days. "You are a bunch of frogs in a well. Do you know what true genius is?" Golden Lion almost jumped on the table and pointed at everyone and cursed. "Monster! Monster! He is the real monster. Even Whitebeard, you are weak compared to him. Shiki feels very good. Just shitting on top of everyone's heads." "What did you say?" Whitebeard grabbed Kong Yunki beside him, a strong sense of oppression erupted from his body, and he stared at Shiki with a pair of tiger eyes, looking unkind. This is the atmosphere of Rock's pirates. Fighting is commonplace at the slightest mistake. "Whitebeard, do you think Laozi is really afraid of you?" Shiki put his hands on the handle of the knife at his waist, showing no signs of weakness and preparing for a big fight. "What's the fuss about?" A deep voice sounded. Those 3 words made everyone calm down. Because it was Rox who spoke. Whitebeard silently let go of Kong Yunki. Golden Lion Shiki also became honest. The other cotters around looked disappointed, and they all wanted to see Whitebeard and Golden Lion fight. But when Rox opened his mouth, none of the cotters dared to continue making mistakes. Rox looked at Yun from afar, then turned his attention to Shiki. "Shiki, what on earth is going on?" The voice was slightly rough, but it revealed an indescribable arrogance and domineering power. Golden Lion Shiki was not as arrogant as before. "Captain, what I said is true. Yun definitely mastered his current power in 7 days. Linlin and Kaido can both testify to this. Armed Haki and Wisdom Haki were taught by them." Seeing Rox speak, Shiki decisively pulled Linlin and Kaido into the water. 7 days? Rox frowned slightly, expressing extreme doubt. Turning his eyes towards Linlin and Kaido, the meaning of the question was self-evident. Charlotte Linlin was scolding Shiki in her heart. "UBD, can't you wait until I get Yun's hand before you expose Yun's talent?" But Rox was looking at him for an answer, so he could only say truthfully. "I don't know the specific time. Anyway, I met Yun 6 nights ago. At that time, he was still very weak. He should be the weakest among the people at the pirate banquet. Then it took him a few days to reach where he is now. The strength. By the way, he was very weak when he learned Haki and Kaido, and I just demonstrated it once and he understood the armament color and the knowledge color." Charlotte Linlin simply showed her cards and confessed everything. The whole place was dead silent. It's like hearing a fantasy. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes widened, slightly confused. "You said Yun instantly understood the color of weapons and the color of knowledge? Why didn't he tell Laozi?" Compared with Shiki, other cotters are even more gaff-like. It's really 7 days. Don't join forces to play Laozi. Silver Axe was about to collapse. "I just boasted that if Yun could master this kind of strength in 7 days, he would cut off Garp's head. Now Yun has taken the plunge. What should I do? Are you really going to kill Garp alone? That's just giving someone away." Chapter 15 Conqueror's Kamui, Shock Kill. Not only did he comprehend the domineering aura instantly, but he also lacked the stamina to do so. How is this possible? Stussy covered his mouth with his hands, his eyes filled with suspicion. That's right. You guys are in collusion. John shouted in retort, refusing to accept this statement at all. Where's the evidence? If you have the guts, show it to me. Anyone can tell the truth. Chris slammed the table, obviously not believing it. Although these cotters were clamoring loudly, they were actually starting to have doubts in their hearts. Even the way he looked at Yuen changed. Whitebeard turned his head and stared at Yuen, lost in thought. He didn't think Shiki would pull such a joke with Charlotte Linlin. Could it be that he really has such strength in just 7 days? Whitebeard was in doubt. My own cognition does not allow me to accept this kind of thing. Believe it or not. Kaido shouted. Although he was not the squad leader, he was still an officer and was not afraid of John and the others at all. Rox remained silent, deep in thought. He didn't think Shiki and Linlin would dare to lie to him. This means it is most likely true. But mastering this kind of power in just 7 days, is it really possible? Even the pirate overlord Rox thought this was too outrageous. Captain, how could I lie to you? Ian has indeed grown to his current level in just 1 week. Golden Lion Shiki said hurriedly, fearing that Rox would not believe him. Laozi knows. Rox took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. Of course he knew Shiki wouldn't dare lie to him. So. Ian is truly a monster. Unprecedented. A genius monster that subverts cognition. 7 days. How is that possible? John was stunned when he heard Rox's affirmation. This wave was really taken advantage of by Shiki. Gulala, this is hard to understand. Whitebeard shook his head repeatedly. Things that are too outrageous can no longer be treated with conventional thinking. If you say it is true, then it is true. Huoyanhua and Shuki looked at each other and could see each other's shock. Chris from the Four-Handed Tribe and Bodhi from the Fishman Tribe both fell silent. Silver Axe, I hope to see Garp's kill tomorrow. The Golden Lion Shiki directly attacked the opponent's face. Silver Axe was completely at his wits' end. Laozi is bragging too much. Who would have thought that someone could have such strength after only 7 days of practice? Other cotters have begun to speculate what talent Yuen has awakened, and are even considering how to win Yuen over. Akoku, John, and the others will not sit idly by and watch Shiki the Golden Lion get Yun. Stuth suddenly said, "Look, he got the devil fruit." As soon as these words came out, all the cotters' eyes turned to Yuen. Even Rock's eyes were filled with deep consideration and exploration. At this moment, Yuen became the focus of the whole audience. But he himself was unaware of the changes on the platform, and his entire attention was focused on the battlefield. Yun chased Baron through the crowd. The treasure chest that the pirates were fighting for was swept into the air by the impact, and the devil fruit happened to fall out of the treasure chest. It just hit Yun. It's like a coincidence in fate. Yun just stretched out his hand and got the devil fruit. This devil fruit is all black and slightly dull, with fluorescent green spiral patterns all over it, and green leaves wrapped around the outside like a shell. Yuen was stunned. He didn't recognize the devil fruit in his hand. "Do you want to eat?" He began to hesitate. But the pirates around him didn't give him time to hesitate. "He has the devil fruit. That belongs to Laozi. Go to hell." Yun, who possesses the devil fruit, immediately becomes the target of public criticism. Baron took the opportunity to hide in the crowd and secretly looked for an opportunity to shoot and kill Yuen. The strongest Diacard had a fierce look on his face, his hair stained with blood, and strode towards Yuen. Although he is a devil fruit user. But he also needs to grab the devil fruit to prove his strength. Many pirates directly surrounded Yuen. Among them, there were several powerful auras staring at Yuen hungrily. If he was beaten up, I'm afraid that Yuen would not be able to bear it. Yuen had a headache, then he raised the devil fruit and shouted, "I got the devil fruit, is the pirate party not over yet?" The scene was quiet for 2 or 3 seconds. But he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Did I hear it right? What did that kid say? You think the pirate party is over? Naive kid. Eat the devil fruit quickly, why are you hesitating? Yet, maybe it will be the end after eating the devil fruit, ha 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 ha. The pirates of the rocks pirates laughed. Suddenly, mocking voices were heard from all directions. Laugh at Yoon's naivety. Laugh at Yoon's naivety. Little did they know. They are provoking a real tiger. The discordant sound made Yuen's face darken, and he subconsciously looked up at the platform. Those guys. He saw that all the officers were looking at him, but no one announced the end of the pirate banquet. That means continuing. Hey Ian. Give it a try. Kill them. Kaido suddenly stood up and shouted, as if to cheer Yun up. He really acknowledged Yuen, and he was not just saying it casually when he said Yuen could drink with him. Even though Charlotte Linlin threatened Yuen to join her, Kaido did not do so. Perhaps he is looking forward to fighting Yuen in the future. Anyway, at this moment, he is the only one who stands up. Rocks didn't say anything, and no one dared to stop the pirate party. But it didn't stop Kaido from cheering Yuen on. Yuen took a deep breath, with mixed emotions in his heart, and raised his arms to wave at Kaido in response. Then he looked around at the pirates who were eyeing him covetously, and a smile of ambiguous meaning appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Laozi will not show mercy. But unfortunately, his words had no effect. Go. Grab the devil fruit. Everyone is watching. This is your chance to show off yourself. Kill him. It was as if the fuse was ignited, and the surrounding pirates rushed forward, looking like they could overwhelm Yuen. Yuen's smile became more intense, but also colder. You. Why are you so anxious to die? Yun's words fell. An invisible aura quietly permeated his body. Pupils suddenly contracted. Conqueror's domineering release. Kamui, shock and kill. Boom. The shocking momentum like a torrent of waves swept past. Like a sickle cutting wheat, all the pirates around fell to the ground. Any pirate who falls to the ground is not just unconscious. Bleeding from every orifice. Some never wake up. Some people will become idiots even if they wake up. The spiritual will was completely crushed by Kamui. That's the power of Conqueror's Kamui. Deterrence? No. It's a shock kill. Yuen no longer hides and fully demonstrates his strength. It's a real instant kill with one strike. The spirit flows between heaven and earth, and the situation changes constantly. The entire Beehive Island fell into silence again. The pirates who had just laughed at Yuen were shocked as if they had seen the devil. On the high platform. Conquerors. Rocks sat up straight, his eyes gleaming. Chapter 16 The Only Winner. Conquerors domineering. John exclaimed. What a joke, Laozi hasn't even awakened Conquerors domineering, but this kid actually has Conquerors domineering. The qualifications of a king who is 1 in a million. Shucky and Flame Flower both covered their mouths, extremely shocked. In the entire Rocks Pirates, only a few people can awaken Conqueror's haki. Rocks, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Kaido. Silver Axe, John, Akoku, they have not awakened Conqueror's domineering. It is obvious that Yun's performance has brought shock to all the cotters. When did he awaken Conquerors? Shiki, the Golden Lion, was full of questions. He suddenly doubted whether the person he was in contact with was Ian. Why did he find it so incredible now? He turned to look at Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, and found that they were also shocked. It turns out you didn't know either. Golden Lion Shiki suddenly felt much better. It was just a casual remark at the time, but he has really awakened. Kaido opened his mouth, his voice filled with incredible shock. Yuen is simply refreshing his own cognition over and over again. Whitebeard's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said solemnly, "It's not just conquerors, he can already control Conqueror's haki. The impact range of his Conqueror's haki is only in the square. Everything can be controlled." Silver Axe jumped in shock. "Monster? It's simply not a human being." When Yoon displayed Conqueror's domineering and precise control, all the cotters were dumbfounded. 17-year-old precise control Conqueror's shock. What a monster this is. Depend on. Akoko was jealous to death. Who doesn't want to awaken Conqueror's dominance? But that thing is completely innate and cannot be changed at all. Otherwise, how could Whitebeard and Golden Lion be so arrogant? Rox is in a good mood. It won't be long before another strong man is born, who will be very helpful to his plan. Charlotte Linland's desire to have a child with Yuen became stronger again. Kaido seems to foresee that Yoon will become an opponent worthy of his battle in the future. The appearance of conquerors made all the cotters think more actively. However, a cotter who had been sitting at the end and holding a long knife had a strange light in his eyes, with a hint of fear. His name is Will. Is a fallen marine. Ahem, is this conqueror's domineering aura? Diakate suffered from a concussion in his brain, and his voice was filled with a hint of pain. Impossible. How could you awaken Conqueror's haki? Baron shouted with horror on his face. They were the only two pirates still standing. But at this time, they all had splitting headaches and were in unbearable pain. Only by truly enduring the impact of Ian's Conqueror's Kamui can one experience its terrifying power that shocks the mind and spirit. Yoon was very exhausted at this time, but he still had the strength to fight. Without saying a word, he swung the knife back. Slash and pass by. Baron's head flew off. And rolled to the ground again. Like a ball being kicked back and forth. His eyes were still wide open, and he couldn't accept that this was his ending. The last one. Yoon pointed the knife at Diakate, exuding an unparalleled aura of dominance. Don't think you can kill Laozi by awakening Conqueror's domineering. Diakate gritted his teeth and roared in his throat. When the shock reaches a certain level, one's fear will turn into anger and explode. The wolf attacks. The sharp claws extended out, and the figure sprinted at high speed. He rushed towards Yuen regardless of everything. As long as we kill him, Laozi will be the only winner. Diakate launched a crazy full-strength attack. Yuen's eyes flickered, and his whole body revealed a fierce and violent aura. Holding the devil fruit in his left hand and wielding the knife in his right hand, he rushed forward. He did not dodge or evade the incoming claws. Instead, the blue flame glowed faintly. Blue Lion. A low roar sounded. Blue flame. The flame pattern on the blade is like a complete burn, condensing into the shape of a mighty lion in the light. That was not real fire, but the effect of sword energy flowing. Yuen has already figured out the form of the slash. Stop! John suddenly shouted. He sensed the power of Yuen's attack and tried to stop Yuen. Diakate was a member he recruited, so he would still be useful if he was kept alive. How could he let Yuen kill him? But just when he wanted to stop it, 3 powerful auras burst out around him at the same time. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Napoleon. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Linlan, and Kaido attacked at the same time. Boom. The air was filled with a roar as if it was overwhelmed. You. John's face turned pale, and he held 2 rapiers to resist, but he was still blown away by the 3 men and crashed down a stone wall. At the same time, Diakate's sharp claws scratched Yun's skin, but were completely blocked by the steel balloon and divine armor. Yun heard John's voice but ignored it. You said stop, so you stop? What were you doing just now? Now Laozi disagrees. The lion roars. Slash and blast down. Even with the resistance of armament haki, the devastating blow still penetrated Diakate's body. Like a tornado destroying a parking lot. The violent sword energy completely took Diakate's life. Yun's body was also thrown out by the impact of the opponent's attack and fell to the ground. But he got up immediately, obviously nothing serious. The self-phagocytic technique not only strengthens Yun's physique, but also enhances his body's recovery ability. In terms of protracted battles, he will be much stronger than ordinary people. Diacart went to see the King of Hell quickly. The other side. What do you mean? John rushed out from the ruins, furious. Shiki the Golden Lion said coldly, "You are the first to try to break the rules, so I will naturally stop you." As he spoke, he looked as if he was going to kill John. He didn't expect that Charlotte Linlin and Kaido would also take action. Such is the situation. As long as Rox doesn't stop them, wouldn't it be easy for the three of them to kill John? Coincidentally, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido also had the same idea. You are really going too far. John was immediately furious, his lips trembling with anger. But unfortunately his strength is not as strong as his temper. Besides, Diacart had already been beheaded, so it was even less likely that John would come forward. Okay, the pirate party is over. Rox spoke without leaving any trace, and it was impossible to tell the change in his emotions. With just one word, "That's enough," the dispute between Golden Lion and his friends came to an end. It also brought the pirate banquet to an end. Rox still needs to accumulate strength. How can he allow others to kill each other? But this pirate banquet seemed particularly different. There can only be one winner. The figure seemed to have walked out of a sea of blood and corpses, with a frightening murderous aura lingering around it. Led by a pirate, they were walking towards the platform step by step. Even though he was the winner, Yun couldn't smile. Every experience will refresh your perception of the pirate world and make you deviate from your initial assumptions. If you want to change all this, the only way is to improve your strength. Otherwise everything is just empty talk. When your fate is in the hands of others, what is the point of dreaming about freedom? Strength. Yun became more and more convinced of this idea. Rox stood up with a domineering figure, lowered his head slightly and looked at the winner who was walking up step by step from below. Holding a devil fruit in one hand. The other holds a knife. Although he has a thin body, one can seem to feel a sense of arrogance and tyranny in his bones. The boldness is exactly what Laozi likes. Rox thought silently. For some reason, he actually saw some of his past self in the young man in front of him. Chapter 17 Internal Conflict over Yun. Ha 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 ha. Yun. Good job. Shiki the Golden Lion couldn't help but laugh. I didn't have much hope for Yun at first, but I didn't expect it to be such a shock to me. Laozi can finally be proud of himself. Shiki felt very happy. I'm really pleased with Yun's performance. When did your conqueror's domineering aura awaken? Kaido asked with great interest. Being able to awaken Conqueror's haki shows that Ian's potential and qualifications are 1 in a million, and he is qualified to be his friend, or opponent. Mama, you're doing great. Charlotte Linlin laughed and admired Yun more and more. She had already started planning to have a baby. Both of them have special talents and awaken Conqueror's domineering at the same time. She couldn't even imagine how great her child would be. Yun was silent for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, he was suddenly interrupted. Your name is Yun, right? I am Silver Axe. Are you interested in joining my team? Silver Axe invited him eagerly, and assured him, as long as you join me, I will definitely teach you personally. Silver Axe? What do you mean? Shiki the Golden Lion was immediately furious. Muku and Yingshi were about to pull out. You are trying to snatch someone in front of me. I think you don't want to live anymore. Bah! You talk as if no one is afraid of you. Silver Axe expressed his dissatisfaction. At this time, not only Silver Axe, but also other captains began to recruit Yun. Ian, my name is Chris. Join my team and I can teach you the secrets of the Four-Handed Clan. Chris from the Four-Handed Clan spoke first. Come on, how can I learn the things of your four-handed tribe with only 2 hands? Join my team, I will take you to the mermaid world under the sea. You haven't seen mermaids yet, right? Mermaids are very beautiful. Bodhi said meaningfully. It is natural to use special means to win over a young man who is full of vigor and vitality. The legendary mermaid can't take you down? A four-handed tribe and a fishman tribe, you dare to ask? Akoko seemed to be standing on the moral high ground at this time, and shouted, Ian, follow Laozi, Laozi will teach you all his tricks, and you will be better than the four-handed tribe and the fishman tribe. Much stronger. What did you say? Believe it or not, I will let you see the power of the four-handed clan right now. Old man. The fishmen are not to be trifled with. Yuan, Laozi is the famous Captain John. I have much more treasure than them. How about considering joining the Laozi team? Even John made an invitation. He was like a fish with amnesia, completely forgetting what had just happened. Diakate is dead, and John needs to recover urgently. John, do you have any shame? Silver Axe yelled in a mocking tone. It's fine if we just robbed him, but how dare you come out and join in the fun? John retorted cheekily, why can't Laozi rob people? Maybe he just likes treasures. Several cotters were cursing at each other and the atmosphere was very tense. Yuan stood aside, speechless. But I also learned the names of those unfamiliar faces from their quarrel. Bodhi from the Fishman tribe, Chris from the Four-Hand tribe, the man with 2 claws is called Ross, and the guy holding the big knife is called Will. Ordinary cotters such as Huoyanhua and Stussy did not say anything. They also knew that they couldn't beat those guys. Shiki the Golden Lion gnashed his teeth and glared at everyone. You guys want to snatch someone away? Ask Yingju and Muku if they agree. Gulala. Shiki, you don't have the final say at a time like this. Yuan kid, join the Laozi squad. Even Whitebeard took the initiative to invite Yun. But this was an invitation that Yun absolutely refused. The way Whitebeard spoke made it hard for him not to think of that sentence. Be my son. Va. 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 Laozi is not here to recognize his father. Yuan had 1.8 million rejections in his mind. Hey! You guys are going too far. Charlotte Linlin stood up, unable to bear it any longer. The huge body is full of oppression. Yun has been mine since the beginning. His haki was taught by Kaido and me. Charlotte Linlin came off the field to grab the ball. Shiki the Golden Lion was immediately displeased. What do you mean your people? Yuan was discovered by Laozi. You taught him the power of dominance because he exchanged it for grilled fish. Bullshit. You and Yuan are the ones making the deal. Charlotte Linlin refused to give in. Golden Lion Shiki was stunned. Is Laozi and Yuan a deal? What are 2 grown men trading? Pie transaction? Laozi, it seems that you are the one who really wants to have a baby with Yuan. Oh no. It's exposed. Just as Yuan was about to speak, he suddenly saw Golden Lion Shiki and Charlotte Linlin quarreling. He immediately looked up at the sky, as if it was none of his business. In fact, I was already panicking. The confessions of both parties collapsed at this moment. Have the best of both worlds. Now the 2 ships collided. Go ahead. Which ship to board? Ian, tell me yourself. What did you promise Laozi? Golden Lion Shiki asked Ian for an answer. Mama Ian, you promised to be my chef if you could attend the pirate banquet. Are you lying to me? Charlotte Linlin also looked at Ian. She had already realized that she had definitely been deceived by Yuan before. This guy and Golden Lion were clearly unclear about the matter, but he insisted on saying there was some kind of deal. Facing the pressure from the 2, Yuan's smile became more bitter. How can Laozi say this? Yuan's mentality collapsed. He stammered and was unable to speak. There is not even a trace of the devilish demeanor he had just now. Is this how you bully newcomers? I don't care what happened to you before. As long as Yuan joins my team, I will definitely not let him be bullied. Akoko saw the opportunity and immediately started to intercept. Just you? Laozi will chop you first. The golden lion Shiki drew out his two swords, full of murderous intent. I was extremely annoyed at Yuan's two-timing behavior and had no place to vent my anger. Gulala la la. Yuan, Laozi can definitely protect you. Whitebeard suddenly spoke, and almost patted his chest to make a promise. Yuan's expression changed slightly. Although I don't like Whitebeard's act of recognizing his son, this guy is absolutely impeccable in terms of strength and loyalty. Whitebeard. Don't go too far. Charlotte Linlin instantly burst out with momentum and confronted Whitebeard head-on. Linlin, you are just a young girl in front of Laozi. Whitebeard burst out with aura. There is a faint sense of conqueror's domineering collision lingering around. Mama. Then you come and try it. Charlotte Linlin's laughter gradually became crazy, and Napoleon appeared in her hand. Gulala. You and Kaido come together. Whitebeard laughed loudly towards the sky, his whole body filled with unruly and domineering aura. Whitebeard. Laozi can handle you by himself. Kaido stood up with a bang, with lightning swirling around him. A war is about to break out. Yuan blinked and took 2 steps back quietly. No, no one told me that the more exciting part is after the pirate banquet. Chapter 18 promoted to a cotter. Directly under rocks. Honeycomb Island is in turmoil again. Several powerful auras confronted each other. This is all because of Yun. He instantly comprehended Haki, and after 7 days of training, he instantly killed a pirate with a bounty of 30 million, and at the same time, he also awakened Conqueror's Haki. Who doesn't want to fight? It's not John's fault for being shameless. It's just that Yun is too perverted. Ha 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 ha. Then let's all have a fight. Whoever wins will follow Yun. The golden lion Shiki is bursting with aura, with his golden mane fluttering in the wind, looking more like a majestic lion, very domineering. Come on. Whoever is a coward is a son of ABCH. Akoko yelled. I've been displeased with you for a long time. John is ready to take action at any time. Chris, Will, Ross, and Bodhi were all ready for battle. In an instant, the scene was about to turn into a big fight. The pirates below were completely dumbfounded. The captains who were high and mighty in the past, the famous pirates, actually fought for a new pirate? What on earth is wrong with this world? Yun himself was also numb. So exciting! It would be a hell of a fight if this started. The Rocks pirates will not disband early because of me, right? Just when Yun was feeling nervous, an arrogant and domineering voice suddenly sounded. Do you think Laozi doesn't exist? Rocks finally spoke. If he doesn't stand up, the war will break out completely. As expected. As soon as Rocks opened his mouth, the tense atmosphere immediately dissipated. Captain, Yun has already agreed to join my team. Golden Lion Shiki said quickly. You two are just making a deal. Yun wants to be my chef. If you don't believe me, ask him. Charlotte Linlin spoke up shortly after. After all, the choice is up to Ian. So what if he joins my team? Akoko took the opportunity to speak. It looked like it was about to turn into another war of words. Shut up, Laozi! Rocks suddenly shouted. A violent aura suddenly unfolded. A cold, powerful aura enveloped everyone. Golden Lion Shiki and Charlotte Linlin just shut up. Everyone could sense the anger in Rock's words. No one dares to bring bad luck. Yun's heart trembled. This is Rocks. Pirate Overlord. Gives people an unparalleled kingly aura. That is a unique dominant posture. A courage no one has ever had. How could such a powerful guy fall into the Valley of Gods? Doubts arose in Yun's mind. Ian, how long have you been practicing? Rox's deep voice rang out, shocking everyone. Yuan did not hesitate and said straightforwardly, about 7 days. From the fight between these guys, Yuan guessed that Golden Lion had revealed his talent. Then there is nothing to hide. Is the matter about armament hacky and observation hacky also true? Rox asked again. In fact, he has the answer in his heart. I just wanted to see what Yun's attitude was. Yet, I don't know how it happened. I just saw them demonstrate it and it just came naturally to me. Yuan looked like he didn't even know how he figured it out. This also avoids being asked about the details of what happened. How did your conqueror's haki awaken? How did you learn to control it? There was a gleam in Rox's eyes. This is what he cares most about. Conquerors domineering? They refused to teach me, and I awakened by thinking about it after I went back. Yuan spread his hands and said as if it was a matter of course, after awakening, it is natural to control it. Can't you control your conqueror's domineering aura? It's obvious that he doesn't understand anything. But it was as if it had thrown out countless knives and stabbed everyone's heart. Rox's face froze. We are in control. But you can't control it as soon as you wake up. It was obvious that this answer shocked him. Even the pirate overlord found it incredible. John, Akoku, Silver Axe, and the others all collapsed. What does it mean to wake up while thinking? That's conqueror's domineering, not cabbage. What do you mean your conqueror's domineering can't be controlled? Lao Zi didn't even awaken conqueror's domineering power. Control Kun Mao. The conqueror's domineering officers and squad leaders who haven't awakened yet are bleeding in their hearts. It hurts. It hurts so much. Invisible attacks are the most deadly. Whitebeard's eyes widened in disbelief. Born to control conquerors domineering? What on earth is this kid? Shiki the Golden Lion wanted to jump up and down and curse, Yuan. You are so perverted that even Lao Zi is jealous. Charlotte Linlin's eyes lit up even more. Conquerors? Very good. I must have a baby with you. Have more children. Yuan had no idea that his task of protecting his kidneys had suddenly become difficult. Kaido opened his mouth. Suddenly I wanted to dissect Yuan to see what he was made of. Ahem, Ian, you are such an amazing monster. Rox was trying to sort out his feelings, and for a moment he didn't know how to describe Ian. This is the real monster. The guy who was previously called a monster is nothing in front of Yuan. Captain, who is Yun with? Silver Axe asked unwillingly. Rox suddenly burst into laughter. Listen carefully, Lao Zi. From now on, Ian is the new leader of the Rox pirates. All the cotters were stunned. No one expected Rox to arrange it this way. Although Yuan has terrifying talent, his strength does not meet the standards to become a cotter. However, this further reflects Rox's importance and expectations for Yuan. The new leader of the Rox pirates. The pirates below are even more lively. Cotter. A newcomer actually became a cotter directly. How terrifying is Yun? No rookie has ever been able to become a cotter directly. Even Kaido started out as a rookie. What the hell? He's a big shot we can't afford to offend from now on. Whether out of offer Rox or offer the title of cotter, the pirates' attitude towards Ian began to change. At the same time, I became more curious about Yuan. I became a cotter directly. Yuan was obviously stunned and very surprised. This is too sudden. Lao Zi is still considering which boat to board. That's good now. I shouldn't have to offend anyone. What? You don't want to? Rox said with a smile. His eyes were extremely deep, as if there was darkness flowing in his eyes. Yuan quickly said, "Thank you, Captain, for your training. Never mind, let's just get through this difficult time first." Yuan didn't have time to care what Rox was planning, he just had to agree to whatever it was. "Captain, even if Yuan is an officer, he should belong to a squad," right? John stepped forward and said. Rox glanced over his shoulder at him. Just one look made John feel a chill down his spine and his heart skip a beat. Ian follows Lao Zi's orders directly. None of you are qualified to command him. Rox's powerful words once again established Yuan's position. He says he is a coder. In fact, he can already be on par with other squad leaders. Chapter 19: The Ultimate Hidden Form of the Shadow Fruit. Yuan's career has been meteoric. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. But that's okay. Don't hesitate between Golden Lion Shiki and Charlotte Linlin. On the contrary, Yuan was happy to accept it. Golden Lion Shiki and Charlotte Linlin looked unhappy, but they couldn't refute Rox's decision. Yuan, who could only talk, flew away. At this time, Rox suddenly noticed the devil fruit in Yun's hand and reminded him. This devil fruit is the Paramecia shadow fruit. After eating it, you will gain the power to control shadows. It is yours now. It is up to you to eat it or not. During this time, just focus on improving your strength. Someone will notify you when there is a suitable mission. If you have any problems with your cultivation, you can come to Lao Zi. Rox is planning to teach Ian personally. Understood, Captain. Yuan nodded in response, not showing any signs of being overly impetuous because of his enormous wealth. So far, the pirate banquet came to an end. The winner, or the only survivor. Kasa Yun. He is also a new member of the Rox Pirates. From obscurity to the center of attention. All the pirates on Beehive Island knew that a real monster had appeared. No one can predict how far it will go in the future. After waiting for Rox to arrange everything for him, Yuan asked to leave to recuperate. If he stayed any longer, Golden Lion Shiki and Charlotte Linlin would kill him with their eyes. Hey! The bed is so comfortable. Yuan lay on the soft bed, and his tense body gradually relaxed. This was the first time he lay in bed since his time travel. The campsites are all hardwood planks. Or just sleep on the beach. Promoted to coder, gaining rights, and enjoying own residence. I originally wanted to fish in troubled waters, but in the end I got into trouble. But the result is not bad. At least no one dares to touch me for the time being. I can also use my coder status to obtain more resources and improve my strength. After actually coming into contact with those monsters, Yuan became more aware of his own shortcomings. Everyone gives him a strong sense of oppression. Especially Rox. Standing in front of him, I didn't even have the courage to take action. The feeling that a single look could kill him put Yuan under tremendous pressure. But how can I face Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin in the future? Just as Yuan was reflecting on himself. Some pirates had already delivered a large cart of food as per his instructions. These are the essence parts. Not only are the meat delicious, but they also contain higher energy. Yuan ate with relish. The world is big and filling the stomach is the biggest. Let's eat first. The cell phagocytosis technique operates spontaneously, and streams of warm current flow into the whole body, nourishing the body. While eating, Yuan suddenly stopped. I seem to have forgotten something. Yuan touched his waist and took out his trophy, the shadow fruit, from the cloth bag. I almost forgot about the devil fruit. Looking at the shadow fruit in front of him, Yuan fell into deep thought. The later owner of the shadow fruit was Gecko Mariah, one of the Shishibukai. Judging from Gecko Mariah's performance, the shadow fruit is very ordinary. Of course, some of the reasons are due to the host. But Yuan obviously didn't like ordinary paramecia. Do you want to eat? Yuan was very hesitant, with a conflicted look on his face. He set a requirement for himself that even if he ate a devil fruit, it had to be of the mythical beast grade. Paramecia is just a mere pill. It's better not to take it. Wait. See if the divine sense can find anything. He suddenly remembered his reaction when he sensed the power of the soul fruit, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The seeing and hearing colors and the spiritual consciousness are explored. The invisible force seeps into the shadow fruit. You used your divine sense to investigate the shadow fruit, and detected a hint of the shadow fruit's power. It really works. Yuan was delighted, and all his attention was focused on the shadow fruit. You seem to have touched upon the core mystery of the shadow fruit. With continued understanding, Yuan gradually mastered the power of the shadow fruit. You have successfully evolved the secret ability of the shadow fruit. Even without taking the shadow fruit, you can still master the ability of the shadow fruit. You have successfully acquired the ability of the shadow fruit. Depend on. It actually worked. Yuan was completely excited, and the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. Under the observation of his divine consciousness, and after some intuition and Heaven-Defying, he actually succeeded in comprehending the power of the shadow fruit. The most perverted thing is, you can use your abilities without taking a devil fruit. Unprecedented on the sea. Yuan is the first of its kind. But he soon calmed down. No, this matter must not be known to others. Find an opportunity to hide the shadow fruit and make sure that no one will find it. Only then can I use the ability of the shadow fruit. Yuan didn't let it get to his head. If the shadow fruit is intact, but one has the ability of the shadow fruit, anyone would notice that something is wrong. Even if the shadow fruit is destroyed directly, it will be reborn in the sea, and there is still a risk of being discovered. So it's safest to hide it. The shadow fruit ability. If I really don't need to eat a devil fruit to gain abilities, is it possible for me to master the abilities of other devil fruits? Yuan suddenly felt like he had discovered a new world. But whether it can be achieved can only be verified through actual practice. At least there is no way at the moment. However, this also brings Yuan new ideas for becoming stronger. Then let's develop the ability of the shadow fruit next. Yuan quickly consumed a large amount of food that far exceeded the amount that humans could consume, and then began to study the abilities of the shadow fruit. With his current strength, if he uses the power of the devil fruit, his combat effectiveness can be greatly improved. Improving his strength is what he cares about most. To control other people's shadows, you need to cut them off before you can use them for yourself. No wonder Mariah is holding a pair of large scissors. This is really a disadvantage. Without enough shadows, the shadow fruit's ability will be wasted by more than half. Able to summon one's own shadow, creating a form that is immune to harm. Creating zombies is not very useful. Well, Moria eats shadows to gain strength. I won't do such a disgusting thing, and my stomach can't hold a few shadows. So is it possible to fuse shadows into armor or something like that? How can I enhance my power through the form of a... Yun's wild imagination gradually developed the ability of the shadow fruit. The shadow fruit is also a very special ability. The operability and development are very extensive. It mainly depends on how much ability the user can exert. Perhaps it was the armament color divine armor that inspired Yuan, and he was determined to create a shadow armor move. Mariah is able to temporarily increase his strength with the help of his shadow. This is the fundamental thing that Yuan is pursuing. There is no need for anything fancy, the most important thing is to increase your own strength. But as he gradually developed, he seemed to touch upon a more mysterious power by chance. You have completely mastered the power of the shadow fruit and touched the deeper demonic factor beneath the essence. You have developed the ultimate hidden form of the shadow fruit. Shadow fruit mythical beast dark descendant king form. Mythical beast? Yuan froze in place. Chapter 20 The Dark King. Shadow fruit mythical beast dark king form. When Yuan saw the result, he was completely stunned. Although I want the mythical beast species. But no one told me that the shadow fruit can also transform into a mythical beast. Normal paramecia becomes a mythical beast. Anyone will be shocked. It is not called the rubber fruit unless Nika hides his true ability. Otherwise, how can Paramecia become a mythical beast? What is going on? Yuan himself was very surprised, but he couldn't figure it out. The shadow fruit is normally just a normal Paramecia, but now it has awakened to the mythical beast king Darkborn king form. Could it be related to the Heaven-Defying? So, in the final analysis, the shadow fruit is still the shadow fruit. The reason for the change is that I comprehended the power of the shadow fruit, strengthened the power of the fruit through understanding, and developed a new form by combining myself with the power of the fruit. It can also be understood as an evolved version of the shadow fruit's ability. Yun seems to have figured out why the fruit evolved. The fruit is ordinary fruit. The perverted one is Heaven-Defying. It's really a big surprise for me. I thought that the limit was to comprehend the fruit power out of thin air, but I didn't expect that the real limit was to strengthen the fruit power. Yuan shook his head repeatedly, looking very emotional. My mood gradually became relaxed and I became more and more confident. Because he has mastered the abilities of the mythical beasts. Let's see what abilities are available after evolving into a mythical beast species. Yuan murmured to himself. Immerse your mind and feel the changes in the power of the fruit. Countless insights surged in his mind, and he gained a deeper understanding of the abilities of the mythical beast species, the Darkborn King. It was dawn. Yuan opened his eyes in meditation, with an expression of uncontrollable joy on his face. After a night of research, he had already mastered most of the abilities of the mythical beast species, the Darkborn King form. Shadowland, based on your own shadow, build a space that can store shadows. The size of the space increases as your strength increases. Shadow contract technique, make a contract with someone else's shadow and turn it into your own puppet. The shadow will not disappear even if the original host dies. Shadow summoning, summon the shadows of the shadow realm to serve you. Shadow hunter, release your own shadow to capture other people's shadows and use them for your own benefit. Shadow incarnation, summon your own shadow to fight for you, possessing all your own strength and ignoring pure physical attacks. Shadow form, fuse with your own shadow and burst out with extremely strong power far exceeding your own in a short period of time. The King's Coming, the Fruit Awakening form. Become a Dark King, and all your abilities will be multiplied. Dark Domain, Awakening form ability, condense the Shadow Domain, double your own strength in the Shadow Domain, and increase the strength of all shadows by 50%. 10,000 Shadows Battle Armor, the controlled shadows are merged into a shadow armor to enhance one's own strength. The more shadows there are, the greater the increase. The above are just some basic important abilities. This is far from the upper limit of the mythical beast species, the Darken King. Shadowland is a complete core of ability. It can store shadows and is extremely convenient to carry and summon. Shadow contract can permanently control the shadow. Is it so perverted? Yun smacked his lips secretly. As long as there is a contract, even if the person is dead, the shadow can still be used by me. It is really overbearing and unreasonable. Shadow Hunter can be understood as a means of obtaining shadows, which is much better than the stupid way of collecting shadows with scissors. Shadow Incarnation is similar to Shadow Mage and Shadow Warrior. However, this magic shadow form can merge with one's own shadow to burst out with super strong power, which is a good move. Once it bursts out suddenly, it can catch the enemy off guard. King's Arrival. The mythical beast awakens. All abilities are multiplied. This is the power I really want. Unfortunately, my body is too weak now, and I can't bear the power of the awakened form. And the awakened form also has an extra. This kind of domain ability has a strengthening effect on itself and the shadow it controls. It is worthy of being a mythical beast. Just looking at these abilities is already very abnormal. Just based on these means, its ability far exceeds that of other mythical beasts. Moreover, the actual combat ability after mastering the shadow is more unpredictable and the degree of development is extremely high. I have also created the 10,000 Shadows Battle Armor, which can enhance the amplification effect without swallowing shadows like Moria. However, how many shadows I can fuse depends mainly on my strength. 10,000 Shadows Battle Armor is a move that Yuen learned by himself based on the ability of the fruit. The fundamental point is to strengthen the physical body to exert greater strength. This time the harvest is huge. Yuen stood up and stretched, and his body made a crackling sound. After just one night, his strength increased by leaps and bounds again. If he uses the power of the fruit, Yuen is confident that he can kill Diacart in one move without using Conqueror's Shock. The 10,000 Shadow Battle Armor and Demon Shadow form both have extremely powerful self-enhancements. This is also the source of Yun's confidence. In that case, there is no need for you to appear in the sea. Yuen glanced at the shadow fruit beside him, seeming to have some murderous intent. Next second, Yun's shadow unexpectedly broke away automatically, changing from a flat form to a three-dimensional form. It looked like a dark mass, but from the outline one could still make out Yuen's appearance. Go, take it to the ground and bury it. Shadow Yuen grabbed the shadow fruit and slowly sank into the ground, just like sinking into water. This is one of the characteristics of the shadow. Not long after, Shadow Yuen reappears and returns to his original form. But the shadow fruit has disappeared. No one knows where the shadow fruit has gone. After doing all this, Yuen breathed a sigh of relief. Now I can use the name of the shadow fruit to mobilize the abilities of the mythical beasts. Everything was perfect. It's time to eat in the morning. I'm a cotter now, so no one dares to control how much I eat. Yuen thought to himself and pushed the door open and walked out. As soon as I looked up after going out, I saw a domineering figure walking towards me. Captain Rox. Yuen was stunned. He didn't expect Rox to appear here, and he felt very nervous. Didn't he notice what I did just now? I'm in good spirits. How do you feel now? Rox said naturally. Although he did not act like a captain, the inherent sense of oppression still made Yuen feel a little uncomfortable. No one would feel at ease around a ferocious beast without the ability to protect themselves. He probably didn't realize that I had hidden the shadow fruit, right? Yuen was alert, but he could only answer honestly, nothing serious happened. I just consumed too much energy yesterday and I have recovered now. Yeah. Rox nodded, but suddenly changed the subject. Release your conqueror's dominance. Chapter 21 Battle with Rox. Ah. Yuen was visibly stunned. I don't understand what Rox means. Your conqueror's haki is a little strange. All the pirates who were hit by your conqueror's haki yesterday couldn't wake up. Rox said in a puzzled tone. He wasn't concerned about those useless pirates. But I am curious about Yuen's conqueror's dominance. Hey? How could that be? Captain, I don't know either. I was just releasing it normally. Yuen hurriedly explained, but it was mostly performance. I don't know yet, he knows better than anyone else. Even knows when Rox died. Why are you so nervous? Laozi is not blaming you. He is just checking your conqueror's domineering power. Oh. Yuen nodded and obediently released Conqueror's domineering aura. Buzz. Cut through with the courage like the tide. It's as if the picture is still. Hey? Your Conqueror's domineering strength is so high. Rox frowned, shocked. I didn't feel it carefully yesterday and failed to discover the horror of Yuen conquerors. Now I feel it, but I find that his Conqueror's domineering strength is extremely high. No wonder that consequence occurred. So it's the strength of Conqueror's domineering, hey? The current strength is this high, so how high will it grow in the future? From now on, it seems possible to surpass Laozi, let alone Newgate and Shiki. A horrible thought suddenly occurred to Rox. Even I was shocked. Other talents are easy to explain, but Conqueror's is born so strong. What kind of monster is this? Rox naturally regarded Kamui as the strength of Conqueror's haki, or he would never have thought that Conqueror's haki could also form an evolved form. "Is there any problem, Captain?" Yuen asked from the side. "There's a FG problem." Rox suddenly became a little irritable at this moment. "It's all right." Even the mighty pirate overlord Rox was defeated by Ian. Physical fitness is the foundation of everything. Conqueror's domineering aura determines the upper limit. Your upper limit is immeasurable. Work hard. As for the devil fruit, did you eat the shadow fruit? As Rox was speaking, he suddenly sensed something wrong with Yun's aura. "Can't you see that? It shouldn't be a scam, right?" Yuen became inexplicably nervous. "Yeah, I couldn't help it for a moment. It's not a big deal. The devil fruit is just the icing on the cake. Don't rely too much on the power of the devil fruit. You have a strong talent, but you just awakened late. Otherwise, you would have reached the level of Linlin and Kaido by now, but you are still very young. Don't worry." Rox said slowly, his deep eyes fixed on Yuen. He took Yuen Conqueror's strength more seriously after knowing it. He even regarded Yuen as his biggest helper in dominating the world. Otherwise, given Rox's personality, how could he possibly talk so much to a young boy? "I see, Captain." Yuen was very emotional. "How strong is Rox? Apart from my heaven-defying understanding, I seem to have no secrets in front of him." Rox's eyes showed no emotion, and he said in a deep voice, "Attack Laozi with all your strength." He wanted to give Yuen some personal guidance. "By the way, let's test Yun's true strength." Let me take action on him." Yuen is not stupid, he immediately understood what Rox meant. Instead of being afraid, his eyes lit up and were filled with excitement. "This is Rox. In case of a burst of gold coins." Rox raised his eyebrows slightly. Why did this guy get so excited when he heard that he could attack Laozi? It's true that a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. The young man's sharpness was clearly revealed at this moment. "Okay." After Yuen reacted, he rushed forward without hesitation, without using the blue flame at his waist, and punched out directly. The distance of 3 to 5 meters was in front of Rox in the blink of an eye. Brush! But the next second, before Yuen could react to what was happening, he was grabbed by the collar and thrown out. Yuen, who was thrown away, got up from the ground, looking confused. Not only could he not see Rox's movements with his eyes, even his observation haki and divine sense could not detect any trace of Rox. "This speed is terrifying." "That's it." Rox chuckled. Maybe it was because of the action. The kingly aura that looked down on everything slowly emerged from him, and his aura was filled with an invisible sense of oppression that made people's hearts flutter. "Captain, you are too fast. I can't hit you like this." Yuen couldn't help but complain. "How can you fight if you can't even see how the opponent attacks?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Rox laughed as if he heard a joke. This kid really wants to fight. What on earth is going on in his head? You may not be strong enough, but your courage is commendable. Just stand there and do nothing. I haven't come across such an interesting thing in a long time. Rox was more interested in Yuen and wanted to see what this little guy could do. We agreed not to move. Yuen was eager to try. Rox smiled without saying a word, standing like a towering mountain. Demon Shadow. Yuen directly unleashed the strongest power he could at the moment. Anyway, Rox knows that he ate the shadow fruit, so there is nothing to hide. Shadow form is activated. Rox's eyes changed slightly. He watched as Yuen's shadow broke away, formed a three-dimensional shape, and then strangely merged with Yuen's body. At the same time, Yuen's strength suddenly increased rapidly, and his aura was much stronger than before. You gained this ability right after eating the devil fruit. Rox was shocked. Deeply shocked by Yuen's abnormal talent. In a breath. In the shadow form, Yuan sprinted again over a distance of more than 10 meters and came in front of Rox. His arms were wrapped in the armament-color divine armor, and with the blessing of the shadow, the power he unleashed made a hissing sound when rubbing against the air. This kid's armament haki is also very powerful. Rox was surprised. Where on earth did such a monster come from? Although he was surprised, he still took action. A simple and unpretentious punch was thrown out. It seemed as if he deliberately slowed down so that Yuan could see his punch clearly. The seemingly slow and powerless punch shocked Yuan instantly. If this fist lands on me, it will definitely kill me. Countless thoughts flashed through Yuan's mind. This punch was something he couldn't handle at all. But he didn't back down. The fist that was originally heading for Rox's chest suddenly changed direction and hit his arm. At the same time, he tried to grab Rox's wrist with his left hand, using the principle of using a little force to move a large object to dodge the punch. Rox's eyes showed appreciation. "You won't back down?" But the next moment, the expression in his eyes changed slightly. His arm was actually shaken a little. Although it's just a tiny bit. Not even Yun himself knew. But Rox is such a man that his heart is in turmoil at this moment. How could Yun do this? For a while, feelings of surprise and emotion flooded my heart. Chapter 22 Conqueror's Kamui Entanglement. But that's all. Rox's fist suddenly burst out with powerful force, like thunder, and a violent impact force unfolds. Bang! Yun was blown away without any warning. At the same time, a message flashed through my mind. You feel the power of Conqueror's Entanglement, and gain an understanding. You successfully master Conqueror's Kamui Entanglement. Gold coins burst. Successfully comprehended Kamui Entanglement. Yuan got up from the ground. Not only was he not depressed, but he seemed a little happy. Rox didn't take it seriously, and he was fine after taking a punch. You feel it, right? Even if you want to change the direction of Lao Zi's fist, you are too weak. Techniques are useless in the face of absolute strength. But you didn't choose to retreat, which was beyond Lao Zi's expectation. Rox has an arrogant smile and an extremely domineering posture. It gives people an unshakable feeling and the eyes are full of appreciation. But for Rox, appreciation only means being useful. He wants to accomplish his goal. Captain, I just learned a trick. Yuan grinned, his eyes became brighter and brighter, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Invisible spirit flows. Conqueror's Kamui released. But this time it did not rage like a tide, but instead wrapped around the clenched fist arm in a strange way. Sizzle! A dark arc of electricity appeared out of nowhere, lingering around Yuan. Although his Conqueror's Kamui had only been awakened for a few days, it had been growing with his physical strength. Moreover, Yun also mastered the practice method of Conqueror's Kamui, which resulted in Conquerors being barely able to perform entanglement. This is Ba-chan. Rox's pupils dilated slightly, and his expression was dazed for a moment. Tyranny. How is this possible? Lao Zi just showed a little bit of dominance. That's how you realized it. Lao Zi clearly didn't say anything, and it was impossible for him to prepare in advance, so he really understood it instantly. What kind of talent is this? The corners of Rox's mouth twitched slightly. He did want to test Yun. The final result was a huge blow to me. How did you learn Conqueror's Entanglement? Rox looked emotional and his voice was solemn. He couldn't afford to ignore this. Only by seeing the evilness of Yuan with your own eyes can you experience the shock you have never experienced before. Yuan's face was full of excitement but also a little confused. I don't know either. I just saw the way you performed it and I understood it. Oh shit! Monster! Rox felt a little defensive. Even he was a little jealous of Yuan's talent. This is simply a natural-born king. Compared with him, Lao Zi seems mediocre in talent. However, Rox was a bit surprised and then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, good, let Laozi see how much you have understood." The words fell. Lightning roared beside him, and its power seemed even more magnificent than that of Yuan. A dark and powerful aura emerged, dark clouds rolled in the sky, and a dark scene instantly enveloped Honeycomb Island. Yuan's eyes widened, and he was shocked. Such a terrifying aura, just releasing it can affect the surrounding weather changes. He was not afraid and became more and more excited. No one in the entire ocean is qualified to have rocks as a sparring partner. The strange phenomena in heaven and earth attracted the attention of everyone on Beehive Island. That is, the vision caused by Bakon. Golden Lion Shiki looked up at the sky. "It's Captain Rox's scent. Someone is fighting with the captain." Kaido frowned and rushed over there. "Gulala. Who dares to run to Beehive Island and cause trouble? Could it be that guy Garp?" Whitebeard laughed and rushed out. "Maybe it's another marine. Let's go. Let's see who it is." John, Akoku, Silver Axe, Chris, and others all rushed out. But when these squad leaders and cotters arrived at the scene, they were all stunned by the scene before them. The person who fought Rox was neither Garp nor marine. It was Yuan, who was promoted to a cotter yesterday. "Ah? Yuan?" Kaido's jaw almost dropped to the ground. The person who fought Captain Rox was actually Ian. Yuan, is he looking for death? What a joke. Yuan has taken control of the situation. The Golden Lion was bewildered, and the cigar in his mouth fell to the ground with a click. He was so immersed in the shock of the scene before him that he was unaware. How is this possible? Conqueror's entanglement requires the conqueror to reach a certain level of advanced application. It took Laozi a year to gradually master it. Whitebeard was slightly distracted, his face full of disbelief. "Mama! It's unbelievable that Yuan has mastered the art of domination so quickly." Charlotte Linlin's eyes sparkled as if she was looking at a delicious dessert. Conqueror's twine. John was going crazy with jealousy. Laozi doesn't even have conquerors, how did that BD get to master the tyrant? Oh shit! Silver Axe, Akoku, and others were also numb. They all seemed to see themselves being surpassed by Yoon. Is this a sparring match with the captain? Stussy's eyes froze slightly, as if he couldn't believe that Ian actually had the courage to attack Rox, and he couldn't believe that the pirate overlord Rox would actually practice with a newcomer. Rox ignored the figures around him and kept his eyes on Yuan from beginning to end. Do you feel the difference? Are you still ready to give it a try? Laozi won't hold back. The horrible conqueror's fear enveloped Yuan. The devil's whispering voice echoed in his ears, causing Yuan's face to change slightly. There was no sign from the bone-chilling murderous intent that Rox was joking. A flash of hesitation flashed across Yuan's face, and then he immediately became determined. If you don't even have the courage to take action at this moment, then this scene will become my inner demon. Rox will become an eternal nightmare. How can you reach a higher mountain without climbing over this mountain? The next moment, Yoon makes a decision that drives everyone crazy. Then I won't hold back either. The roar was very loud. Yuan's momentum was already at its limit, and he roared just to boost his own momentum. FK. Are you crazy? Kaido couldn't help but curse. You still don't hold back. He simply doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. What a strong spirit. Whitebeard's expression gradually became serious, and he saw the kingly demeanor of Yuan. What a FG lunatic. Silver Axe cursed in a low voice with a dull look in his eyes. He seemed to see a lunatic who was even crazier than Rox. Damn it. If you guys hadn't caused trouble, this kid would have been Laozi's man. Golden Lion Shiki was regretting it so much. When Yuan grows up and joins hands with me, there is no need to worry about not being able to dominate. Mama. Please don't die. Charlotte Linlin laughed. Will, holding a big knife, looked extremely solemn, with a hidden murderous intent in his eyes that no one noticed. No one knew where his murderous intent came from. Chapter 23 Marine is shocked. What kind of monster is Yuen? Ha 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 ha. Rox's unruly laughter echoed throughout the island, and his figure was arrogant and domineering. Drink. Yuen no longer hesitated, he rushed forward and delivered the strongest punch he could in his current state. Dark arcs of electricity buzzed faintly around him. It was still very difficult for him to display the domination technique at this moment. If he delayed any further, he would not be able to maintain the domination technique. So, do it. There was a light in Rock's eyes, but it seemed as if endless darkness was flowing. He suddenly punched the figure that rushed towards him. Boom! It was like thunder exploding in the sky. The air around was squeezed out, and there was a suffocating feeling. Before Yuen's fist could even land, it flew out without any warning. Brush! The shadow form is released. The divine armor and Kamui dissipated. Bang! It flew dozens of meters away and crashed heavily into the ground. It is unknown how deep the damage was. The whistling sound of the wind gradually weakened. Rox put away his arrogance, turned around and left while giving instructions. Go get that kid out. He didn't actually kill. But it also taught Yuen a lesson. Kaido stepped forward, swung his mace, and dug a hole more than 10 meters deep in the ground before he saw Yuen. Ahem, if you dig for a while, you'll really bury me alive. Yuen said weakly, with blood all over his lips and teeth as he spoke. This time I was really hurt. Now it feels difficult to even move. Oh, you should thank the captain for leaving you with an intact body. Kaido looked at Yuen as if he was a madman, reached out and grabbed Yuen and jumped out of the pit. Ouch! Go slower, my bones are going to break. I'm injured, injured. Yuen screamed miserably. I thought to myself, you are overdoing it. You took action against the captain on your first day as a coder, Yuen, you are really impressing me more and more. Golden Lion Shiki stepped forward and joked with glee. The captain wants to test me. Can you help me call the ship's doctor? As soon as Yuen spoke, he grimaced in pain. Let's go, Laozi has the best ship doctor. Golden Lion Shiki's eyes lit up and he said immediately. I won't bother Captain Shiki with such a small matter. Just let Kaido help me, right? Yuen refused decisively and immediately looked at Kaido for help. Brother, it's up to you. You have to be more righteous and don't let me down. He was really afraid that Shiki would take this opportunity to make him suffer even more. Compared to him, Kaido is at least honest. Leave. Kaido didn't say much and took Yuen to find the ship's doctor. Tisk, you timid guy, I'll practice with you when you're better. The Golden Lion Shiki shouted from behind. He hasn't gotten over the fact that Yuen is too timing. I must find an opportunity to teach Yuen a lesson. If it's too late, we may not be able to teach them a lesson. This kid's strength growth is too abnormal. This is what Shiki is worried about. Snort. John snorted coldly and turned away. He was getting increasingly annoyed with Yuen. Because his people were killed by Ian at the pirate banquet, and John was petty and vindictive, and also out of jealousy, he was unhappy with Ian in various ways. Everyone left with their thoughts full of thoughts. At the same time, Marine Headquarters. Fleet Admiral Office. Gang Gukong's burly body like a mountain sat on the Fleet Admiral's seat, wearing a handsome white uniform and looking a little solemn. Then several figures entered the room. Fleet Admiral, what happened? Why did you call us here so urgently? Zhang Guo asked directly. Laozi was just about to teach that guy Qing Jiao a lesson. Garp picked his nose and sat down carelessly. Behind them were Zephyr and Vice Admiral Tsuru. These people can be considered the real top Marines. Take a look at it. Gang Gukong sighed and threw a document to everyone. 4 heads came over at the same time to browse the contents of the file. There's a new leader in the Rocks Pirates. And he's a 17-year-old kid. Garp was shocked. He didn't expect that the information would be such a big news right at the beginning. Kasa-Yoon? I've never heard of this name. Zifa's face was solemn. He thought carefully but still had no impression of this name. No. Just keep watching. Vice Admiral Tsuru suddenly paused, a look of deep shock on his face. Kasa-Yoon is the winner of the pirate banquet. The intelligence said that he, after 7 days of training, I also awakened Conqueror's domineering spirit. What happened on Beehive Island last night appeared on the desk of Marine Fleet Admiral today. It is unimaginable how deep the water is. What a joke! Reaching the strength of 30 million pirates in 7 days? Awakening Conqueror's haki at the age of 17 and being able to control it freely? Laozi absolutely does not believe it. Garp immediately slammed the table and stood up, shouting that he didn't believe it. 17-year-old controls Conqueror's domineering? This is bullshit. The intelligence was extremely detailed, even mentioning the pirates who participated in the pirate banquet. It didn't seem like the kind of intelligence that an average person could bring out. Is there something wrong with this information? How is it possible that someone can kill 30 million pirates after practicing for 7 days? Zifa pondered for a moment and expressed his doubts. Zhang Guo, who had been silent all this time, showed some thought and glanced at Gang Gukong calmly. Gang Gukong had a confident look on his face and had no doubt about the information. Zhang Guo frowned. He did know that Sora Cyborg had planted a spy in the Rocks Pirates, and that spy was of high status, but he never knew who it was. Even though Sengoku had carefully investigated the intelligence of the Rocks Pirates leaders, he could not find any trace of them being undercover agents. He didn't know about the undercover officer. But judging from Kong Gang's performance, it can be judged that this information is absolutely true. I don't know whether the method used by Zhang Guo to train undercover agents was passed down from Cyborg. So, did a monster really appear in the Rocks Pirates? Zhang Guo's breathing quickened slightly. This is too horrible. Hey, Zhang Guo, what are you doing? Speak. Garp patted Zhang Guo's shoulder and reminded him. The intelligence is fine. Gang Gukong suddenly spoke, not knowing what he was thinking of. Zhang Guo nodded and continued, I don't think the information is wrong. The Rocks Pirates will only contact Marine when something major happens. It has been almost 2 years since the last time they passed on information, so you don't have to believe it. But the appearance of the pirate Kasa-Yoon cannot be denied. It is more convincing to state the facts and present evidence. Zhang Guo was well aware of this and first made everyone believe the authenticity of the information. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded, agreeing with what Zhang Guo said. Garp crossed his arms and couldn't help curling his lips, muttering, even if he is a genius, the 7 days thing is just an exaggeration by that BD Rocks to interfere with Marine's judgment. He simply didn't believe that anyone could train for 7 days and kill a pirate with a bounty of 30 million. That's right. Even if Kasa-Yoon is a genius, the winner of the pirate banquet, and the new cadre of the Rocks Pirates, Lao Zi doesn't believe any other news. Zifa then expressed his opinion. Practice for 7 days and control conquerors. No one would believe it unless they saw it with their own eyes. It's simply a fantasy. Chapter 24 Marine offers bounty. Yoon is dumbfounded. Steelbone Kong himself was unwilling to believe it. But the more you don't believe it, the more likely it is to be true. Zhang Guo's shock had gradually subsided, and he spoke to comfort them, don't worry, if Kasa-Yoon is really an unprecedented monster, then I'm afraid it won't be long before we have a chance to fight. But that day better not come. If the information is true, Kasa-Yoon is the next Rocks. We must not give him time to grow up. The sooner we get rid of him, the better. Zhang Guo's expression was solemn and his words were murderous. Steelbone Sora showed appreciation and nodded in agreement, what Sengoku said is right. No matter how talented this Yoon is, he has now become a cadre of the Rocks Pirates and is a great threat to Marine. And at this pirate banquet, he killed all his competitors. it can be seen that his brutality and cruelty are no less than rocks. I summoned you here so that you can remember this person. Once you meet him, kill him at all costs. There must not be another rocks in the sea. If Yuan knew he was being described like this, he would have fought back even if he had all his strength. After hearing Cyborg's order, Garp and Zephyr's expressions became slightly more serious. I understand. As long as I meet this guy, it doesn't matter how long he has been practicing. I have practiced the Iron Fist for decades anyway. Garp said murderously. But I still didn't take it seriously in my heart. In his opinion, he was just a genius with a bounty of only tens of millions, so there was no need to mobilize such a large force. If Lao Zi sees him, he will be brought back. Zifa nodded in response. The no-kill general, Black Arm Zephyr. No one could have imagined that Zifa would become an extreme person who wanted to destroy the world in the future. What on earth is Rox trying to do? He keeps recruiting pirates, and his actions have become more and more frequent recently. Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed helplessly, his delicate face full of worry. None of those monsters are easy to deal with. Zifa snorted, looking unhappy, as if he had suffered a loss. Ha 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 ha, come to think of it, Roger's reputation is growing. Garp thought of something and laughed, slapping his head. Zhang Guo complained angrily, how dare you say that, UBD? If you hadn't messed around last time, the Roger pirates would have been surrounded and might have captured him. Ha ha ha, Zhang Guo, you underestimated that guy. Roger can't be dealt with by outnumbering others. If Lao Zi hadn't taken action in advance, those marine fleets would have suffered heavy casualties. Garp was not angry either, still laughing. A little solemn. The absolute overlord of the Rox pirates and the strongest rising star of the Roger pirates. These two pirate groups gave Marine a lot of headaches. Okay, let's talk about the Rox pirates. Why bring up the Roger pirates? Steelbone Sora said in a deep voice, Ziahe, go and issue a wanted order for Kasa Yun. Hey? Issuing a wanted order now? Won't it expose the undercover agent? Lieutenant General he was surprised and asked immediately. Gang Gu said confidently, don't worry, just issue a wanted order. It's urgent to eliminate this Kasa Yun as soon as possible and prevent him from growing up. How much is the reward? 500 million. Gang Gukong pondered for a moment and blurted out. 500 million? Isn't that too high? Zhang Guo said in disbelief. You know, even Charlotte Linlin, the born destroyer, had to go through several upgrades before reaching a bounty of 500 million. The bounty is already higher now, but at least it wasn't that scary at the beginning. 500 million. Zephyr and Garp were startled, finally realizing that Cyborg Sung was not joking and was really afraid of this young man named Kasa Yun. Steelbone Sora sighed, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido were not allowed to grow up because we did not pay enough attention to them. There have been many such things in recent years. Even if there is only a possibility, we must kill it. I don't want to see the next Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. I don't want to see the next Rox either. Moved by Kong Gang's determination, everyone looked solemn. Yes. Fleet Admiral. Yun immediately became Marine's top kill target. Because the others are too difficult to kill, and he is the only newcomer with very weak strength. But a reward of 500 million, would definitely cause a sensation. That afternoon. Beehive Island. Yuan was wrapped in bandages, but his injuries had almost healed. The cellular phagocytosis technique strengthens the body at the cellular level, and at the same time, the self-healing ability is continuously enhanced. In the future, it may reach a terrifying level, a super healing effect. Originally, he was drinking and eating meat with Kaido, but when he saw the bounty falling from the sky, Yuan could no longer laugh. Oh, ha ha ha. The bounty is the glory of a pirate, why do you look so unhappy? Kaido laughed loudly. Not only did he not show any intention of comforting others, but he seemed to be gloating over their misfortune. He seemed very happy to see Yuan being humiliated. Depend on. Yuan held his own wanted poster in his hand. The bright red words 500 million made him want to curse. What are you laughing at? I attended a pirate party last night, and today the Marine Wanted order has spread across the sea. Don't you think there's something wrong? Although the appearance of Yuan on the wanted poster is a sketch, it is not much different from the real person. Kaido's laughter stopped abruptly, his eyes widened, and he seemed to finally realize the seriousness of the problem. Are there marine spies on the island? Kaido, who realized it belatedly, suddenly woke up. He had never thought of this possibility. But what is happening now speaks volumes. What else? Can Marine predict the future? There's ***ing 500 million bounty on Laozi's head. Why don't they just go and rob him? Yun was furious. I wanted to develop myself, but in the pirate base, my exact information was still known by Marine. What a cumba! Your base is under surveillance by Marine. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. It's normal for so many pirates to have two spies. Kaido hesitated for a moment and spoke slowly. I don't know whether he was comforting Yuan or comforting himself. Yuan curled his lips, but had a different opinion in his mind. Being able to set his bounty at 500 million, it is obvious that Marine knows a lot of things that ordinary pirates simply cannot access. Those who knew the real situation at that time were all the codders on the stage. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that someone got the information from codders. But the possibility is very low. As it concerns his own safety, Yuan's heart is filled with alarm. If there really is an undercover agent among the codders, then wouldn't it be very convenient for them to kill me? Who could it be? Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Linlin, Kaido are absolutely impossible. John, Akoko is unlikely, and Silver Axe doesn't seem likely either. Fireflower, Stutz, Shucky and other officers are all confirmed pirates, only those few unfamiliar faces. Chapter 25 The War Begins. Fishman, Bodhi. Four-handed, Chris. Will. Roz. Yuan immediately had a suspect in his mind and even wanted to catch the undercover immediately. Kaido saw that Yuan was eager to kill the undercover agent, and couldn't help but say, there is no way. Even if we know there is an undercover agent, it is difficult to find him. How can we investigate such a large pirate group? Are you still suspicious of the codders? If it is a codder, it would be even harder to confirm. Those guys have ulterior motives, and it's impossible to get them. Kaido seemed to approve of Yun and couldn't help but say something from his heart. I advise you to stop meddling in other people's business. The captain doesn't care about these things at all. What he needs is everyone's support. Even undercover agents can only follow his orders honestly. Anyone who disobeys will be killed by the captain. So he doesn't care even if some information is leaked. Superior. Kaido lowered his voice and spoke carefully. He seemed to be reminding Yuan something in a subtle way. Aren't you afraid of information leaks? What if Marine knows about any action in advance? Aren't you afraid of the whole team being wiped out? Yuan wondered. Kaido shook his head. I don't know, no one knows what the captain is thinking. Well. Yuan sighed, sat down again, and looked at his own comments on the wanted poster. Brutal and cruel, killing people like crazy. I really can't hold it anymore. Marine, right? I'll remember you. When I see you again, I'll make sure you know what true brutality and cruelty are, and how to kill people without hesitation. Yuan threw away his wanted warrant, deciding to out of sight, out of mind. Yun silently kept Kaido's reminder or kindness in mind. Kaido was just short of directly expressing that he didn't trust rocks. Of course, Yuan couldn't say this clearly. We are all smart people, so it's enough for us to know it clearly. Kaido, here's a bowl for you. Please take good care of me in the future. If anything happens in the future, I will definitely stand by you. After a moment's hesitation, Yuen immediately picked up the wine bowl. Kaido's eyes lit up, and he immediately understood what Yuen meant, and laughed. Okay. Take good care of me. Pop. 2 wine bowls, one large and one small, collided. Witness Yuen making his first nominal friend. Kaido didn't know what was wrong with him, but he felt that Yuen was very unusual, so he wanted to make friends with him. Fortunately, Yuen's performance did not disappoint him. The alliance front has been initially established. Just like him and Charlotte Linlin. It would be much easier to have an ally among this group of people with different thoughts. Yuen ate meat in big mouthfuls, madly absorbing energy to strengthen his body. But he still hadn't forgotten about the undercover work. If he doesn't catch this undercover, he won't be able to sleep or eat. The bounty shows how much Marine values it. If Marine were to go all out and kill me even at the cost of sacrificing the undercover, I would be at a huge loss. Yuen is well aware of what his talent means. How many people will be afraid of me? That's why he accepted Kaido's kindness without hesitation. As to whether it is reliable, we will have to wait and see. But at least I feel more at ease with Kaido Yuen. Although this guy is also very cruel. He disdains to do mean things and does everything openly and aboveboard, which makes people have nothing to say. If I don't like you, I'll FK you. What can you do? Not long after, Charlotte Linlin came over. Mama! How dare you cheat on me behind my back? She joined the eating battle without hesitation, but glanced at Yuen with a half-smile in her eyes. Marine really values you, kid. They directly offered a bounty of 500 million. The bounties Kaido and I offered at the beginning were not even half of yours. It's really impressive. Charlotte Linlin's words pierced Yuen's bleeding heart. Okay, I admit that Golden Lion recruited me, but I had no choice. Should I just reject him? Then how can I still live? Yuen explained helplessly and apologized for what happened before. Then you dare to reject me? Charlotte Linlin questioned. I didn't refuse you. Yuen spread his hands, shrugged his shoulders and said, I had no choice at the time. You are all aware of the situation. If the captain hadn't asked, I think you would have killed 2 of your officers before you could do that. Give up. It seems to make some sense. Charlotte Linlin actually no longer cares about what happened before. She only has one thought now. Mama, when will you give birth to a baby with me? Puff. When faced with Charlotte Linlin's direct question, Yuen burst out laughing. I looked up at the beautiful but huge body in disbelief. My throat was extremely dry, and I hurriedly explained that. Linlin, did you misunderstand something? I didn't say I wanted to have a baby with you, that's not beyond discussion. Seeing Charlotte Linlin's fierce eyes was inexplicably frightening. Yuen quickly changed his words, you see, my injury is not healed yet, let's talk about it after I recover. A delaying tactic. Must slow down. Is that so, Ian? You'd better keep your word. Charlotte Linlin sat down slowly, and the feeling of oppression gradually dissipated. The threat in the words made Yuen feel a chill on his back and Kun went limp. Kaido couldn't help laughing. Linlin, Yuen will spend a lot of time with us in the future, so there's no need to rush to have a baby. It seemed like a joke, but it was a subtle hint about Yuen joining the alliance. When Charlotte Linlin heard this, she was stunned at first, then she looked at Kaido. Sensing the reminder in Kaido's eyes, she showed a look of sudden realization and her smile became more intense. In this way, having 2 or 3 children does not seem to be a problem. Yuen ate meat silently, and a question popped up in his mind. Isn't it true that giving birth is very debilitating? Why didn't anyone take advantage of the opportunity? Time passes quietly. Yuen once approached Rox for advice. Just like Kaido said, Rox doesn't care about the undercover matter at all. This made Yuen feel fed up. It is more urgent to improve strength. I only do 3 things every day. 1. Eat. 2. Practice with Kaido. 3. Avoid Charlotte Linlin. Eating is a crazy way to absorb energy. Practicing with Kaido is a process of madly improving strength and speeding up energy digestion. Of course I avoid Charlotte Linlin because I don't want to have a baby with her. Who wants to be a stud? Such a fulfilling life. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. That day, Yuen had just finished eating a huge amount of food and walked out of the cafeteria when he ran into the Golden Lion Shiki. What a coincidence, let's go, Captain Rox has called the meeting and is ready for action. Shiki showed a look of surprise and then called out. Seeing that Golden Lion had no intention of pursuing the matter, Yuen immediately felt relieved and asked, "Do I want to participate in the operation?" "That's right, the captain specifically asked you to participate. Don't worry, we are just going to destroy a kingdom. You have the strength to protect yourself," the Golden Lion Shiki said carelessly. In his mouth, destroying a kingdom is as easy as finding a place to pee. Destroy a kingdom. Yuen's expression froze. War is coming. Chapter 26 John's Provocation, Marine's Trap. The Kingdom of Nereid. Suddenly, they were attacked by pirates. Enemy attack, enemy attack. It's the Rox Pirates flag. Oh my god. Quickly report to the king. Bullshit, hurry up and inform Marine. That's Charlotte Linlin, Kaido, John, Silver Axe. They're all done for. They're all killer pirates. As soon as the Rox Pirates ship appeared, the Kingdom of Nereid fell into panic. The tiny figure next to Kaido was not noticed by the kingdom's soldiers. It was Yuen. This operation is to rob. As for pirates, how can they be called thieves if they don't burn, kill, and plunder? Yuen could do nothing about it, especially since he was partly responsible for it. Because he eats so much, he eats more food in one day than all the cotters combined. After absorbing a huge amount of energy from a large amount of food and sublimating his body, his strength has become extremely terrifying. At least now Yuen can carry a bounty of 500 million. As Yuen's strength increased, he mastered the new 2.0 version of self-age technique, which added a super healing ability that could quickly heal physical injuries. At the same time, food is devoured and energy is absorbed more rapidly. Iron Balloon mastered to the 2nd stage, great success. Swords and bullets are useless to Yuen now. And the power is surprisingly great. The Darken King, a mythical beast, is becoming more and more proficient in using his abilities. However, Yuen's Devil Fruit ability has never been revealed. When you go out, you always have to hide your tricks. Mama. Yuen, have you been avoiding me all this time? Charlotte Linlin lowered her head and stared at Yuen, her beautiful eyes filled with murderous intent. Charlotte Linlin was very angry because her request to have a child had not been met. I have been busy practicing during this period, and I will return after completing the mission. Yuen explained with a smile. The delaying tactic is beginning to show results. Yuen felt that with the speed at which his strength was increasing, it wouldn't be long before he wouldn't be afraid of Charlotte Linlin anymore. We are all steel balloons, who is afraid of who? You can firmly refuse unreasonable requests for having children. Really? You can't escape when you go back this time. Charlotte Linlin gritted her teeth. She realized that Yuen seemed to be lying to her again. But it's not a good idea to do this now as we are on a mission. Kaido, who was standing by, took a sip from the wine gourd and looked at Yuen with a look of incomprehensible suspicion. He didn't understand how Yuen practiced. I fight with Yuen every day, and the amazing thing is that his strength improves a lot every day. Kaido no longer dares to be careless in the fight now. This left him puzzled. He, let me tell you, the shells are coming, and you still have the mind to complain. John laughed strangely, then ignored others, drew out the rapier from his waist and rushed out first. If he hadn't been thinking about the treasure, John, such a cunning man, wouldn't have rushed to the front. Charlotte Linlin stared at John's back and snorted coldly, then rushed out with Kaido. Silver Axe saw them all rushing out, turned his head to look at Yuen, and asked, "What do you say? Stay and command or go ashore and fight?" Yuen twisted his neck and said, "Forget about the command. Just do it yourself." After saying that, he rushed out, and his speed was not inferior to Kaido and the others. Yuen started to get excited. "Finally I have the chance to harvest shadows. I will never miss such a good opportunity. Only by storing enough shadows can the power of the mythical beast, the Dark King, be brought into full play. This kid seems to have gotten much stronger. How did he train?" Silver Axe muttered quietly, looking puzzled. Yuen was no longer in the mood to care about other people's opinions. The moment he stepped onto the battlefield, he was surrounded by the sound of fighting. Artillery fire continued to fall from the city walls, resounding and chaotic. His shadow quietly separated from his body at some point, and wandered around in the darkness like a lion majesty. Wherever Shadow Yuen passed, he cut the shadows of the soldiers of the Kingdom of Nerid into their original bodies, and with the use of the shadow contract technique, they all became shadows that he could use. As for the soldiers who lost their shadows, there was nothing unusual and they did not die when exposed to the light. The biggest difference between the mythical beast species, Dark King, and the shadow fruit is that this shadow is separated from the main body and will be completely separated from the main body without causing any impact. Because even if the host dies, the shadow is still available. It can be said that there are both advantages and disadvantages, and a two-way impact. The wandering shadows gradually gathered in Yun's Shadow Kingdom. Yun quietly accumulated strength like this without making any sound. Kaido rushed to the front and broke open the city gate with his huge body. The Kingdom of Nerid has almost lost its ability to resist. Hundreds of pirates behind him broke through the defense line. It was a completely unbalanced battle. Yuen didn't make much move and just focused on collecting shadows. With enough shadows, his strength can be raised to a higher level. Boom! Yuen kicked open the door of the kingdom's treasury, revealing a large amount of jewels. He quickly scanned with his spiritual sense, but didn't find anything precious, such as devil fruits, so he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But then John rushed in with a group of pirates. When John saw the treasures, his eyes lit up. He was particularly fond of treasure, and even Buggy later kept thinking about his treasure map, which shows how much wealth he had collected. But when John saw Yuen, he was obviously stunned. But he immediately turned around and ordered, "Boys, take all these treasures away." As he spoke, it was as if Yuen didn't exist. Yuen frowned and a faint voice sounded. "John, I discovered this place first. Each of them can keep half of the treasure they obtain for their own squad, and the rest can be given to the pirate group as public funds. This is what Rox stipulates. We are all pirates, so we have to fight for what we need. Anyway, Rox doesn't care about treasure. If it's gone, he'll just go out and rob. He never cares who takes more or less. So, if John took all the treasure away, he would get half of it. But it stands to reason. Whatever was discovered by Yuen first should belong to him. But he had no men under his command and could not take away the treasure. Yuen knew it himself and didn't want to fight for it, but John's attitude made him extremely unhappy. John raised his eyebrows and said nonchalantly, "What's wrong with you finding it first? If you have the guts, why don't you take them all away?" At this time, all the people in the treasury belonged to John, so he simply stopped pretending and didn't give Yuen any face at all. Yuen narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of danger, and said softly, "It seems you have a lot of opinions about me." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere around them suddenly became somewhat solemn. John grinned nonchalantly, "Ha ha ha, you said that yourself." But his hand slowly clenched the rapier. "I advise you not to be ungrateful, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." John threatened, his smile becoming more sinister. He loves money like his life, how could he give these treasures to Yuan? You try it. Yuan suddenly became domineering, and a blue light flashed across. John has been famous for a long time, but how could Yuan tolerate such provocation? Get ready to take action right now. Even if he cannot defeat John, as long as he can hold out until Kaido and Linlin arrive, John might really have to stay here forever. In the darkness, Shadow Yuan hides quietly, ready to strike at any time. Nearly 100 shadows in Shadowlands also began to stir. Oh? I want to see what confidence you have to challenge me. John drew out his rapier, looking at him with disdain. Even Rox acknowledged that Yuan was a genius, but he had only been practicing for a short time, so John did not take him seriously. It seemed that a war was about to break out. There was sudden chaos outside. It's the Marines. The Marines are surrounding this place. That's Daibutsu's Sengoku and Black Arm Zephyr. Oh no, Garp is here too. Oh no, we've been tricked. The Marine is ambushing us. Let's go. Chapter 27 Marine Target. Big Buddha Shockwave. The chaotic shouting made Yuan and John stop what they were doing involuntarily. John's face suddenly became gloomy. He glanced at Yuan and turned to walk out. Send as much as you can onto the boat. Laozi, go out and take a look. Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr all showed up, and anyone could feel that things were not that simple. Yuan's mind raced, and he became more alert. He was the one who felt the worst. It was clearly a normal operation, and it was announced suddenly. How could Marine gather Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr to appear at the same time? Even dogs won't believe you if you say there's no problem. Shit! Isn't it coming for me? When this thought came to his mind, Yuan felt more and more uncertain. But he had no choice but to go out and face it. When Yuan rushed outside, a large number of marine fleets were approaching in the distance. Fighting has broken out on the coast. Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr took the lead. All Marines, listen up. Surround all the pirates and don't let any of them escape. Zephyr raised his arms and shouted, issuing combat orders. Oh lol lol lol. Black Arm Zephyr. Thunderous 8 trigrams. As a battle maniac, Kaido was not afraid of such a situation at all. Instead, he rushed out without hesitation to face Zephyr, who was in the front. Kaido. You can't escape this time. Zephyr's face darkened, and the armed color domineering aura suddenly surrounded his whole body, with an extremely deep luster. A punch was thrown, facing the thunderous 8 trigrams. The two figures were entangled together, and the surrounding marines and pirates could only keep retreating and were unable to get involved in the battle. On the coast, Silver Axe was entangled by Lieutenant General Marine and had difficulty escaping. Charlotte Linlin, nice to see you again. Garp twisted his wrist and walked towards Charlotte Linlin step by step. Although there is a huge height difference, Garp seems to have the upper hand over Charlotte Linlin in terms of aura. Garp is now at his peak, and his strength is extremely terrifying. Even Charlotte Linlin is not as imposing as the carefree-looking Garp. Mama! Garp, you Marine came so quickly. Charlotte Linlin smiled meaningfully. Being ambushed like this, Charlotte Linlin certainly knew that something was wrong. Ha 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 ha. Laozi will personally send you to underwater prison today. Garp laughed, and suddenly rushed out, so fast that it was difficult to catch with the naked eye. Boom! The violent fluctuations spread instantly. All the marines and pirates around were blown away by the shockwave. Charlotte Linlin took a few steps back, her eyes filled with murderous intent. Go to hell! Napoleon slashed down. Garp battles with Charlotte Linlin. It was obvious that Charlotte Linlin was at a disadvantage, and the strength of Garp at his peak was really hard to underestimate. Zhang Guo was slow to move, looking around the battlefield as if he was looking for something. Zhang Guo. John looked at Zhang Guo from a distance. Just when he thought that Zhangguo would attack him, Zhangguo's attention shifted. What is he looking for? John wondered. Yuan quietly shuttled through the battlefield, but suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Seeing and hearing color divine consciousness warning. He looked up suddenly. His eyes were suddenly filled with golden light. A huge Buddha shining with golden light fell from the sky and blocked his way. Kasa Yun. Surrender. The golden Buddha was furious and majestic, and the shocking sound of the Buddha's voice resounded like the sound of Buddha's voice. Yuan paused and subconsciously drew out blue flame, looking extremely alert, as if facing a formidable enemy. FK it. It's really coming for Laozi. Ian yelled. The moment Marine showed up, Yun felt something was wrong. Now that Zhangguo has abandoned the entire battlefield situation and come to him, everything is self-evident. The undercover agent of the Rocks Pirates informed Marine of this operation, which is why Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr were all dispatched. The goal is yourself. The Warring States period incarnated into the form of a giant Buddha, his body aglow with golden light, his face solemn, and his murderous intent extremely fierce. Shockwave. The golden Buddha raised his hand, and a dazzling white light shone from his palm. The dazzling light made Yuan subconsciously want to close his eyes, but the next moment he was enveloped by a wave of destruction. A destructive shock wave like a pure white beam of light blasted out. The air vibrated, and a deep groove was squeezed out of the ground, extending all the way to Yuan. Yuan's face changed drastically. Armament color divine armor. 10,000 shadow battle armor. The low roar seemed somewhat weak amid the roar of the shock wave. Without warning, dancing shadows appeared around Yuan, interweaving and merging with the armament color divine armor, and finally transformed into an extremely deep black shadow armor that enveloped Yuan. Wearing the armor, Yun's strength suddenly increased dramatically. He held the blue flame in his hand to block in front of him, and the sword energy burst out, burning like a blue flame, resisting the destructive impact of the shock wave. Boom! The force of the shock wave caused something beside Yuan to explode. The roar echoed throughout the battlefield. Countless smoke and dust filled the air, making it difficult to see the scene. Ian. Kaido was horrified. How could Yun withstand Sengoku's devastating blow? Damn it! Laozi is going to kill you today. Kaido's anger completely burst out, and his attacks became more and more crazy. Success. While Zifa was fending off Kaido's attack, he was also keeping an eye on the battlefield of the Warring States period. Seeing Yuan being hit by the shock wave, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. How can a mere little ghost resist the shock wave of the Buddha? Even if he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. Zifa thought so in his heart. Bang! Charlotte Linlin, who had retreated several steps under Garp's iron fist attack, suddenly raised her head, with a strange pink glow in her eyes, and there seemed to be a special power flowing around her. You killed Yun! Charlotte Linlin roared and screamed, and the sound that shook her soul made all the marines and pirates around her cover their ears in pain. Buzz! Charlotte Linlin is full of energy. Conqueror's domineering. Open! All of you go to hell! The entanglement is formed, and the slashing attack is launched. Before she had a child, Yuan died. Charlotte Linlin was very angry. It was all these damn marines who ruined her life. This crazy BCH. Garp muttered with a serious expression. Using the power of the soul fruit and tyrant at the same time, plus the iron balloon, Charlotte Linlin is ready to go on a killing spree. Charlotte Linlin actually cares so much about Kasa Yun. The big Buddha Zhangguo frowned as he looked at Charlotte Linlin, who was bursting out with all her strength, muttered in confusion, then retracted his gaze to the smoke and dust in front of him, and walked forward step by step. He wanted to confirm whether Yun was really dead. Even if he only had one breath left, he had to launch another shock wave. Buzz! Suddenly, a deep blue slash suddenly came out from the dense smoke and dust and landed on the golden body of the Buddha. Bang! There was a dull sound when they collided. The Buddha Zhangguo took a step back out of habit, his face suddenly darkened, and he said in a low voice. Sure enough, he's not dead. Chapter 28 The Terrifying Demonic Form. Not only did he not die, the power of the slash was quite strong. Call. A figure suddenly rushed out from the smoke and dust. It was Yun in the shadow armor. At this moment, only his face was exposed, and his eyes were cold and sharp, as if reflecting a raging rage. But the shadow armor on his body was severely damaged. Resisting the power of the shock wave just now consumed more than half of the shadow. Yun didn't feel sorry for the shadows, but he wondered if he would really die under the shock wave if there were no shadows. Burning with anger. Whoever you are, kill him first. Lao Zi will never die. Yun was the first to strike with his sword, venting his anger. The big Buddha Zhangguo raised his arm to block the knife, his body remained unmoved, and a hint of surprise appeared on his solemn face. How could he withstand the shock wave without any injury? Zhangguo's eyes were suddenly filled with murderous intent. Marine's goal is to kill Yun. How could he let Yun live? The big Buddha on the side threw a punch with a strong sense of oppression, knocking Yun away with one punch. Yun rolled twice quickly, steadied himself and stood up again. It seems that it is not impossible to fight. Not only did he not think about escaping, he also thought about fighting with Zhangguo. John! What are you still standing there for? Go stop Zhangguo! Kaido yelled at John from a distance. Among the cotters taking action at this time, only John can help Ian. I do want to, but these marines are blocking me. I have to kill them all, right? John pretended to kill 2 marine soldiers, appearing to be helpless. You! Kaido's eyes were spitting fire. John obviously doesn't want to help Ian and is stalling for time on purpose. Those trash marines can't hurt John even if he stands still. Bang! Kaido was distracted and was hit hard in the chest by Zifa, forcing him to retreat several steps. Then he was punched in the cheek and knocked to the ground. Yun glanced at John coldly, and then immediately shouted at Kaido, Kaido! Deal with your own enemies. Don't worry about me, Lao Zi still has a way. Linlin, Kaido, can you lend me your shadows? The words fell. Shadow Yun disappeared silently beside Yun. Hey? He's actually a user with special abilities. Zhangguo's eyes narrowed and he finally reacted. He originally thought that Yun was showing the armament haki, but now it seems that it is not that simple. Shadow? What does he want with Kaido and Linlin's shadow? A trace of doubt emerged in Zhangguo's mind. Charlotte Linlin acted madly, but when she saw that Yun was not dead, she regained a lot of rationality. When she heard that Yun wanted to borrow her shadow, she readily agreed. The same is true for Kaido. Neither of them refused. Next second, shadows flicker. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido's shadow were taken away by Shadow Yun and returned to Yun. Yun took a deep breath, and the light in his eyes became deeper. This is a new move he developed by developing his abilities. In order to perform this skill, the shadow host must not resist. Because he wants to use the power of host through the shadow. Shadow Yun returns to Yun's side. Next to him, 2 huge shadows gradually took shape. They were the shadows of Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Next second, the 2 huge shadows actually merged into Yun's shadow like water. The shadow of Yun became visibly more muscular, and his figure gradually grew larger. Wait until the fusion is complete. Shadow Yun is much bigger than Yun himself. Yun took a deep breath, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. Although it will cause great damage to the body, I can't care so much. Shadow form. Accompanied by his low drink. Shadow Yun merges with himself again. It's just that Shadow Yun is much larger than himself, which will cause some changes. Ah! Yun clenched his fists and suddenly screamed. Not only the muscles, but even the bones seemed to be deformed, as if a new body was being rebuilt. The pain involved can be imagined. Normal shadow form isn't that painful. But it wouldn't be as powerful as it is now. It's a pity that Yun is unable to display his awakening form now. His body cannot withstand the awakening power. Otherwise, he would not have to endure such great pain. In the blink of an eye, Yun has completed the fusion with the shadow. But his appearance became strange, his muscles bulged high, and there were cracks on the exposed skin like broken ceramics, as if he was bursting from the inside. Yun's move of fusing other people's shadows with his own was even crazier than Moria eating his shadow. But there is only one benefit. He can gain great power. Counter the power of the warring states. The big Buddha Zhangguo looked at the strange scene that happened in front of him in an instant, and the shock in his heart was indescribable. What kind of move is this? He actually merged Charlotte Linlin and Kaido's shadow. Just at this moment, Yun raised his head slightly, and his murderous gaze shocked Zhangguo's heart. Bang! Next second, there was an explosion beneath Yun's feet. And his figure has disappeared from the spot. The sky was filled with azure blue lights. The blue flame wrapped in the armament color divine armor chopped down at the Buddha's head, and the violent impact force even made Zhangguo unable to open his eyes. This power has become so much stronger. As his mind raced, Zhangguo raised his arm again to block the knife. Boom! The ground beneath the big Buddha Zhangguo's feet suddenly collapsed after being hit, burying half of his body. What a powerful force! Zhangguo's pupils contracted and his expression was extremely shocked. Just now, it couldn't shake me at all, but after fusing with the shadow, it was able to repel me? What kind of method is this? Zhangguo was really shocked. What's this move, Yun? Kaido was also confused. I've been training with him for so many days, but I didn't know that Yun had such a ruthless move hidden in his mind. Zifa was stunned and exclaimed, "What kind of monster is this kid? The half-human, half-ghost look is actually quite scary." He actually shook the great Buddha warring states. John stared with disbelief. He was unwilling to save Yun, and even hoped that Yun would die. However, he felt something was wrong with the strange behavior that Yun suddenly displayed. These guys can't really compete with the great Buddha warring states, right? This weird boy. Garp was stunned and was also shocked by Ian's change. Mama! What a surprise for me! Charlotte Linlin laughed and rushed towards Garp again. Since Ian is not powerless to fight back, all I have to do is hold Garp back. Silver Axe, who was on the pirate ship in the distance, looked at this scene from afar. And screamed as if he had seen a ghost. What the hell? Yun can actually fight with Zhangguo. Oh my god! Am I still dreaming? Only half a month had passed since the pirate banquet. How did Yun practice? Chapter 29 The Big Buddha Dominates. Chapter 29 The Great Buddha is dominating. Yun's strange appearance at this time and the strength he displayed made everyone feel terrified. Zhangguo himself was even more confused. Drink! With a roar, he stomped down suddenly. The huge Buddha's body leaped out from the pit that buried half of his body. However, as soon as Zhangguo reached mid-air, he was attacked by Yun. At this time, Yun's eyes were red, sweat kept dripping from his face, and he was in great pain. If it weren't for the cellular devouring technique that strengthened his body at the cellular level, and his super healing ability that repaired the damage, he would not be able to withstand the power of the fusion of Linlin and Kaido's shadow. One can imagine how much pain he was in. If he wasn't forced to do so, Yun wouldn't want to use such a self-depleting move. The situation was urgent, Kaido and Linlin were blocked, Silver Axe was out of reach, and John stayed out of it. Yun can only rely on himself. The blue flame in his hand made a sharp sound of breaking wind and smashed down fiercely. It feels like what's in your hand is not a knife, but a stick or a hammer, and you swing it to attack. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Jean Guo raised his arms and blocked several attacks in succession, but for a moment he was unable to force Yuan to retreat even a step. This, actually has the power to fight. Jean Guo was extremely surprised. I find Yun's methods incredible. The intelligence half a month ago said that he was worth tens of millions of dollars in bounty. It's only been half a month, how can he master such power? Although Yuan used the power of the devil fruit, Jean Guo knew that the devil fruit power was also part of his own strength. This shows that Yuan's strength growth during this period has far exceeded everyone's expectations. He even kept his devil fruit abilities hidden. This person must not be allowed to stay. Thinking of this, Jean Guo's murderous intent became even stronger. Shockwave. Jean Guo suddenly clasped his palms together, and a white light with a destructive aura burst out from his palms. The power bursting out from the Buddha's two palms gathered together, like a Kamehameha move, and attacked with a destructive impact, ruthlessly squeezing the surrounding air. Yuan breathed heavily and shook his head hard to keep himself awake. The shock wave coming from the front was more terrifying than the last time. There was a moment like that. Yuan even wanted to use tyranny. But once tyranny is used, the shadow power of Kaido and the other two will be fully activated, and Yun's body will probably be shattered before the attack is formed. There is an upper limit to physical strength. The power that Yun can borrow is far from beyond its limit. Otherwise, you will die and your soul will be destroyed. Blue Demon, Falling God. Yuan's figure floated in the air, and he suddenly raised his arms and shouted. Boom! Blue flame. The blade suddenly flickered, and the flame patterns seemed to come alive and began to move. Countless flames instantly swirled behind Yuan, turning into a scorching sea of fire. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether it was sword energy or flame. Blue flames flying and condensing. The flames in the sky finally turned into a blue edge attached to the blade. The patterns on the blade of the blue flame suddenly looked hideous and terrifying against the backdrop of the gleaming black armor of the armament color, divine armor, like the head of a roaring demon king, which was terrifying. Yuan held the knife in both hands and rushed out in the direction of the shock wave. Blue flame opens the way ahead. Boom! The shock wave penetrated and fell. Yuan's figure was completely submerged in it, and a violent roar continued to ring out, as if destroying something indestructible. Ian! Damn it! That guy is so messy. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin's expressions suddenly changed, thinking that this was not good. The destructive power of the shock wave from the Warring States period was unprecedentedly strong. Even if they were to bear it, they would have to resist it with all their might, let alone Yuan. They are still not aware of the power that Yun holds, and still believe that there is a huge gap between Yun and them. But the next second, a tragic roar rang out across the battlefield. Get out of here, Lao Zi! Blue Devil! In the shock wave shrouded in white light, Yuan's roar was particularly heroic, yet also terrifying. The blue slash instantly pierced through the shock wave from top to bottom, and fell towards the shock wave. Like an axe chopping wood. Simple and crude. The big Buddha Jean Guo's pupils trembled violently as he stared at the young man with a hideous face who was coming against the shock wave. Just like the devil in hell, overbearing and crazy. Extremely scary. Buddha's palm, impact. Jean Guo's murderous intent became even stronger, his pupils suddenly contracted, and a strange and more powerful energy instantly swirled around his palms. Lightning flashed around the giant Buddha, making the Buddha's body look even more majestic and sacred. It's a tyrant. Yuan, get out of the way! Kaido warned loudly. Charlotte Linlin wanted to rush over but was stopped by Garp and couldn't get close at all. Silver Axe finally managed to escape, wearing silver armor, holding a battle axe, and charging like a knight, but the distance was too far and he was still too late. John stared at Jean Guo's domineering posture in amazement, and secretly swallowed his saliva, Ian can actually force Zhangguo to use Conqueror's entanglement. You're going to die now. The more John saw how terrifying Yuan was, the more he wanted Yuan to die. Anyway, we have already torn our faces apart and have become enemies, so there is no point in pretending. John knew very well that Rox was cold-blooded and ruthless. As long as Yuan died, Rox would never do anything for the dead. So at this time, even Silver Axe rushed over to help, but John chose to stand by and watch. However, Silver Axe's rescue was too late. The Buddha's palm gently extended out. The terrifying destructive force erupted in an instant. Bang! Yuan paused, and the light on the blade suddenly dimmed. Although it had not yet touched the golden Buddha's palm, the blade could not advance even an inch. He knew very well that this was the power and characteristic of tyranny. But there is nothing we can do. If he used the tyranny technique at this moment, it would be tantamount to suicide. At this time, Charlotte Linlin and Kaido's shadow are one with him. The fusion alone is too much for his body to bear. If the tyranny explodes, his body will be torn into pieces first. Yuan watched helplessly as the power of the Buddha's palm was completely destroyed. Next second, he only felt the whistling of the wind in his ears, and flew out in a dizzying manner. Two huge shadows broke out of the body uncontrollably and returned to the feet of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. Hey! Marine bastards! You actually hit a child. Laozi will never let you off. Suddenly there was a loud shout from the sky. A huge rock of more than 10 meters appeared out of nowhere and suddenly fell down. The lion-like blonde figure on the boulder swooped down and grabbed Yuan, who was blown away by Zhangguo. You! Damn! How did you make it so tragic? Golden Lion Shiki's expression suddenly changed when he saw Yuan's appearance. Yuan's body was in tatters, his breath was weak, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. I'll take you to find the ship's doctor right now. Just hold on. The Golden Lion Shiki roared, turned around and was about to take Yuan away first. Ahem, rather than looking for a ship's doctor, I hope you can kill Zhangguo. Yun struggled to raise his head. His breath was weak, but the murderous intent on his face remained unabated. Chapter 30 Fistbone Impact vs Darken Fist. Golden Lion Shiki was startled when he saw this scene and was deeply shocked by Yuan. Can you still speak? Isn't this a last gasp? When Yuan heard what the Golden Lion said, he almost choked his breath and gritted his teeth and said, FK Kunba. I can't die. He breathed deeply. A warm current flows through the body, like spring rain moistening the dry earth and bringing life back to all things. Super healing ability shows powerful effect. Cytophagy version 2.0. Damn monster. You can't even die. The Golden Lion Shiki was still shocked, and fell downwards cursing. Bang! The big Buddha Zhangguo smashed the huge rock falling from the sky with one palm, and then the Golden Lion Shiki was seen falling from the sky holding Yuan. The moment Yuan landed, he released his own shadow and started to collect other people's shadows. With the help of the power of shadow amplification, you can recover from injuries faster. Golden Lion Shiki? You're here so fast. Zhangguo was shocked and subconsciously looked at Yuan, wanting to confirm whether he was dead or not. Zhangguo, UBD, what's the point of bullying newcomers? Laozi is here to play with you. The Golden Lion Shiki put down Yuan, Yingxi and Muku showed their cold light and rushed towards Zhangguo to kill him. Warring States? When he saw Yuan standing on his feet, his mind almost went blank. He couldn't imagine how Yuan could remain undead under the destructive impact of the Great Buddha. It can even stand on its own. What kind of monster is this kid? The people of the Warring States period were numb. But the Golden Lion Shiki will make him even more numb. As soon as the two of them started fighting, the marine side sounded the retreat horn. Emergency retreat. Sengoku knew that the retreat signal meant that the Rocks pirates had come to support him, and he probably had no chance to kill Yuan. A trace of regret appeared on his serious face. Garp turned his head and found that Yuan was still standing with a wonderful expression on his face. Thinking of the goal of this operation assigned by Cyborg, Garp narrowed his eyes and his iron fist became heavier. Next second, Garp suddenly turned around, abandoned Charlotte Linlin, and ran straight towards Yuan. Like an unstoppable humanoid beast, no one can stop Garp's might. Fistbone Galaxy Impact. Garp suddenly arched his body, arcs of electricity flashed wildly around him, and he threw a heavy punch at Ian, which was also a fatal punch. Yuan's eyes widened as he looked at Garp, who was determined to punch him even if he had to endure the attack from Charlotte Linlin from behind. An unknown fire burned in his heart, and his face became more and more ferocious. Everyone wants to kill Lao Zi. Do you really think Lao Zi is easy to bully? Who the hell doesn't know how to be a tyrant? Brush. Shadow Ian returns, bringing with him more than 100 shadows. Including the remaining shadows from before, I now have at least 200 shadows. More than 200 shadows instantly enveloped Yuan, wrapping him up layer by layer to form a shadow armor. The increased power brought about by this made Yuan feel much better and he was able to use his strength again. The shadow of the external fusion shadow armor will be damaged. This is also the reason why Yuan did not borrow Charlotte Linlin and Kaido's shadow to merge externally. When the shadow is fused with the magic shadow form, the shadow will not be damaged, at most it will exit the fusion state. Darkborn Fist. Yun's eyes narrowed, Conqueror's domineering Kamui was released. Dark lightning patterns flowed on the fist that was wrapped around and covered with dark shadows. Yun knew he couldn't stand up to Garp. But if I do nothing, am I just waiting to die in vain? Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido's voice suddenly came from the side, and he rushed in front of Yun with a mace to face Garp's solemn and terrifying punch. Silver Axe rushed over to help Kaido stop Zephyr, which freed Kaido's hands. Boom! The iron fist collided with the 8 fasts, and the explosive power suddenly spread out. The impact came and Yuan couldn't hold on for a moment. Countless smoke and dust filled the air. So damn righteous! As Yuan flew backwards, he cursed under his breath. Kaido literally saved his life. Bang! Bang! 2 figures slammed into the ground. One big and one small. It was Kaido and Yun. Even Kaido was blown away by that extremely fierce punch. Fortunately, he blocked most of the impact, allowing Yuan to withstand the impact. Kaido got up from the ground, shook his head, and reached out to take out Yun. His expression was a little anxious, but his movements were cautious. Hey, I can't die yet. Yuan raised his head slightly, stared at the direction where Marine left, and said through gritted teeth. You can't even die? Are you a human being? Kaido was shocked. I was ready to observe a moment of silence, but you were the first to speak? I can't die. Lao Zi will never die again. Yuan murmured incoherently, his eyes gleaming with an extremely strong light. This is the first time that Yuan faces an absolute life and death crisis. Not only did it not scare him. Instead, it awakened him. The inner frustration made Yuan set a goal for himself that no one could believe. The Darken King's awakened form will be unlocked within 1 month. As long as he activates his awakening form, Yuan will have world-class power. By then, no one can kill Lao Zi. The other side. Garp, Sengoku, Zephyr and others led the marine to retreat quickly, and actually abandoned the kingdom of Nereid. Far away, Whitebeard, Akoku, and others are coming. Are you okay, kid? The golden lion Shiki descended from the sky, mastering the power of the float fruit. Yuan lay on the ground and let his body repair itself, too lazy to move a finger. Hearing this, he said seriously, "Thank you for this time." At this moment, he suddenly felt that some pirates were quite reliable. Ha 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 ha, if we hadn't been stopped by Roger's pirate group on the way, we would have arrived long ago. Shiki the Golden Lion said with regret, maybe the BD Marine wouldn't be able to escape. Roger pirates. Yuen narrowed his eyes, muttered softly, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. Why do I suddenly feel like a nesting doll? I am the bait. Marine is coming towards me. The rest of the Rocks pirates are preparing to surround and kill Marine. But they were stopped by Roger's pirate group. This is FG confusing. Yuen's face darkened slightly, and he felt extremely tired. This situation is a bit too complicated. The relationships involved here may be difficult to understand in the short term. Everyone has spies under the other party. I must find a way to eliminate the undercover agent of the Rocks pirates. The biggest crisis that Yuen felt came from the undercover agent around him. Certainly. I don't have a good impression of Rocks either. It is obvious that Rocks knew about Marine's actions and deliberately sent Yuen to carry out the mission in order to lure Marine into action, and then take advantage of the situation while Marine was waiting. However, they didn't expect that the plan would be accidentally destroyed by Roger's pirate group. From beginning to end, Yuen was completely unprepared. He himself did not expect that Rocks, who obviously valued him very much, would sell him out so thoroughly and did not care about his life or death at all. This made Yuen completely disappointed with the Rocks pirates. I have even begun to look forward to the Battle of God Valley. It would be better if Rocks died sooner. Chapter 31. Time is running out. Awakening form. There was also John, who was watching coldly. Yuen had no good feelings towards this man and even wanted to find an opportunity to kill him. Such a sinister guy may stab you in the back at any time. Just as Yuen was thinking about it, Whitebeard and the others arrived one after another. How could Yuen be injured so badly? Whitebeard looked surprised. Shucky suddenly said from behind Whitebeard, Marine sent out 3 top fighters, Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr. Didn't you guys actually fail to stop them? Yuen sneered in his heart. As expected, he knew the information, and it was all arranged. Yuen has completely given up on the Rocks pirates. Not only does he not feel a sense of belonging, he even feels disgusted with this group of pirates. But there are exceptions. Kaido saved his own life. Charlotte Linlin and Golden Lion Shiki also helped me. Yuen kept all these in mind. But as for the other pirates, Yuen had only one thought: let them all die. It's that BD John. He just stood there and watched. Kaido became furious when he thought of John's previous actions. He stood up with his mace in hand and looked for John. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard frowned imperceptibly. Shucky and Flame Flower looked at each other and remained silent. Bullshit. Laozi is also killing Marine. John smiled coldly and started to argue. He won't admit anything no matter what. Just those few Marine scum are keeping you trapped? Then why are we keeping a useless thing like you? Go to hell. Kaido took a step forward, swung up the 8 priestess and smashed it down. If I don't like it, I'll FK you. How dare you insult Laozi? John saw Kaido's attack and immediately became furious. He thrust out 2 western swords, their sharp edges flashing. And just at this moment, a hedgehog-headed figure with a crimson cloak suddenly appeared in the middle. Both fists punched out at the same time. It looks ordinary and there is nothing mysterious about it. But the space around the fist seemed to collapse slightly. Bang! Bang! Kaido and John flew out at the same time. This was arranged by Laozi. Who has any objection now? Rock's domineering figure looked around the whole audience. His overbearing eyes made people dare not look him in the face. No one dared to object. Even Yuen remained silent. There's no point in wasting your breath. Rocks is a man of his own accord, and no one can influence his thinking. Clean up the battlefield. Rocks gave the order in a deep voice, and then left. All that was left was people looking at each other in bewilderment. Humph! John snorted coldly and left with an unhappy look on his face. Damn it! Kaido clenched his fists. If it weren't for Rox's power, he would definitely teach John a lesson. Okay, let's go back. Yoon spoke out in comfort. Kaido nodded and whispered, I will definitely find a chance to teach him a lesson. Yuen couldn't help but sigh, I think so too. The two looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Hey! You still have the heart to laugh, Yuen, go back and have a baby with me. Who knows, you might die someday. Charlotte Linlin came behind Yuen and said excitedly. Yuen shuddered and said quickly, I can't move now. I'll wait until my injuries recover. Charlotte Linlin. You said the same thing last time. Looking at Yuen's body that was shattered like a balloon, Charlotte Linlin did not choose to force herself on him. Ha 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 ha, you are so lucky that you weren't killed by the Marine. Shiki the Golden Lion came over with a big laugh and said admiringly, it would have been great if you had joined Lao Zi's army. Lao Zi would have protected you. You, where do all these dangers come from? How about joining Lao Zi's team now? Forget it, I just want to practice well in the future. Yuen said weakly, but I still want to thank you this time. Ha 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 ha. The thanked Golden Lion Shiki smiled even more arrogantly. It's good that you know. Lao Zi will take you back first. Shiki used the power of the float fruit to create a huge rock out of the ground beneath his feet, carrying himself and Yuen back to Beehive Island. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido took the opportunity to take a flight. Whitebeard looked at the figures going away in silence. Why do I feel like they've become closer since Yuen joined? The group returned to Beehive Island. Of course, Yuen was looking for something to eat. Now he urgently needs to replenish his energy. Repairing body damage is a top priority. But improving your strength is more important. Today's battle made Yuen realize the gap, and his sense of crisis increased again. So he only gave himself 1 month. The Fruit Awakening form must be activated. But there's one thing Yuen can't let go of. Get rid of the undercover. Leaking my information caused me to be wanted by Marine. Passing information to Marine almost killed me. The first thing was fine. But what happened today angered Yuen. Tell me about Bodhi, Chris, Will, and Ross. While eating, Yuen spoke. The 4 of them. Kaido was slightly stunned, then he immediately reacted and whispered, you don't suspect that there is an undercover agent among them, do you? Undercover? Golden Lion Shiki's eyes lit up when he heard this topic. I'm not going to be shy with you guys. I'll just say whatever I want to say. My initial suspicion is against these 4 people, but I'm not sure who they are, or even if there are any undercover agents among them. Of opening said in a clear and concise manner. After saying that, he took a big bite of meat. Why don't you suspect that BD John? You can kill him directly if you find a little evidence. Golden Lion Shiki suddenly said insidiously. He didn't care who the undercover was, he just thought it was interesting. I think so, but that guy is really not that guy. Unless he finds a way to frame him. Yuen was powerless. Forget about the frame up, if the captain finds out, we can't afford the consequences. Golden Lion Shiki became obedient. So can you tell me about those 4 people? Yuen urged. There's nothing special about the 4 of them. Kaido scratched his head, looking somewhat helpless. Don't look at Lao Zi doesn't have the time to pay attention to them. Golden Lion Shiki crossed his arms and said casually. It has nothing to do with me. Charlotte Linlin is confident. Yuen. What a bunch of trash. There is no progress in finding the undercover agent. All Yuen can do is concentrate on improving his strength. In 2 days, the injury was completely recovered. But eating a large amount of food every day makes Yuen very tired, and he feels that his masseter muscles are more developed than those from chewing betel nuts. You are not satisfied with taking energy from food, and you feel a new way. You successfully created Self-Age 3.0. Self-Phagocytosis 3.0, able to absorb the energy between heaven and earth to temper the body. Chapter 32 What a vicious poison! It finally worked. Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils were extremely bright and sparkling. Now I can directly draw energy from heaven and earth to strengthen my body. This way, my body will be strengthened even faster. He was very excited. At this moment, all the cells in my body seem to be moving in rhythm with my breathing. I even seem to hear the cells cheering. With his heaven-defying intuition, Yuan has completely created a cultivation path that subverts cognition. My physique can be quickly strengthened, but I have no idea how to master other devil fruit abilities. When Yuan came into contact with a devil fruit user, his spiritual sense could indeed sense a hint of different power, but he was still a long way from mastering the power of the devil fruit, especially as he was not sure whether he could master it. There was nothing Yuan could do about it. After all, Yuan is still eager to master more abilities to enhance his strength. Strength is the key. It's time to practice Conqueror's Kamui. Yuan suppressed his emotions and gradually entered a calm state of cultivation. Conqueror's Kamui is inherently more powerful than regular Conquerors. Moreover, since Yuan started practicing, he has been strengthening himself. Coupled with Yuan's independent practice, Conqueror's Kamui is getting stronger and stronger, and is even catching up with Kaido. On the other side, Rox stood on the skull, gazing at the sea waves with deep eyes, his crimson cloak fluttering in the sea breeze. "Captain." Stussy walked slowly behind Rox and said respectfully. Yuan refused to give blood. Hearing this, Rox retracted his deep gaze, as if thinking about something, and after a moment he spoke calmly. Laozi will ask him for it personally. Rox is in charge of a cloning technology research, and Stussy is the person in charge. However, judging from later generations, their research seemed to have failed. After all, there is only Weevil, a monster who inherited Whitebeard's extraordinary power, and his body is full of stitches, making it difficult for people to guess that he is a human. What secret does he have? When I asked him for blood, he was very resistant. Stussy speculated and whispered. Laozi is also very curious. I originally thought that Yuan was just a kid who could obediently follow Laozi's orders, but now it seems that he has the same ambitions as those guys. And his training speed is so terrifying that he was able to defeat Zhang Guo in less than a month. Speaking of which, the development of the shadow fruit in his hands seems to be particularly powerful. Rox said in a low voice. Yuan gave him a big surprise this time. It was originally planned that it would take 3 to 5 years for Yuan to fully grow up, but now it seems that it will not take at all, and 1 year is too much. The more curious Rox became, the more he wanted to find out Ian's secret. That's why Stussy was asked to ask for Yuan's blood to study the bloodline factor. A hint of murderous intent suddenly flashed across Rox's eyes. If you can't be used by Laozi, then die. At this moment, Rox was extremely crazy. He only has his own goals. Anyone who stands in the way is the enemy. Stussy felt the chilling murderous intent, his body trembled slightly, and he lowered his head submissively. At the same time, Marine Headquarters. When it was confirmed that Yuan was alive, there were sighs and sighs from the Fleet Admiral's office. I sent all of you to act, but you didn't even kill a little devil. Cyborg slammed the table, making a loud bang-bang sound, looking very disappointed. Yeah, Sengoku, what happened to you? Why didn't you kill Yuan? Garp laughed. Kill your A. Zhang Guo couldn't hold it in any longer. That guy has fused Charlotte Linlin and Kaido's shadow, and his strength has greatly increased. He even withstood Laozi's Buddha palm. It's incredible. Besides, Garp, the last punch didn't kill Yuan. Laozi was blocked by Kaido. Garp said unconvinced. Victory was certain, but both of them let Yuan survive. Is it my own waste? No. It's that guy Yuan that is too perverted. Besides, the power of Yuan's last domineering move was quite strong. Garp touched his chin and said quietly, his expression suddenly becoming more serious. Indeed, his conqueror's aura is very strong. And after this operation fails, it may be difficult to find another opportunity. With Yun's growth rate, if he is given another year, he may be able to fight us completely. Sengoku sighed worriedly. That BD Rocks actually planted a spy in Marine. Cyborg said angrily, if it wasn't for Roger, Marine would have really fallen into the trap this time. Everyone knows about the spy. Vice Admiral, he said slowly, what does the world government say? Aren't they going to take action? Cyborg crossed his arms and said, there's news from the Five Elders. They're sending agents to assassinate Kasa Yun and have Marine go undercover to help with the operation. Are you crazy? Running to the Rocks base to assassinate Cotters? Zifa was speechless. It's better to go into battle head-on. I hope this operation goes smoothly. Lieutenant General, he prayed quietly. The talent displayed by Yun shocked everyone present. The sooner you solve it, the sooner you will feel at ease. 3 more days passed in the blink of an eye. Yun practiced peacefully in his residence. Suddenly I realized something. A shadow that is imperceptible to the naked eye is moving quietly in the dark. Due to the power of the devil fruit, Yun is very sensitive to shadows, so he noticed it immediately. But he still acted like he knew nothing. The shadow in the dark was completely lurking, motionless. Yun also remained motionless, wanting to see what the other party was going to do. The stalemate lasted for 3 hours. Yun doesn't care. The cell phagocytosis technique is running in practice as usual. But the atmosphere in the dark seemed to be getting anxious. Call out. The flying finger gun was aimed at Yun's forehead. Bite. Yun did not dodge or evade, and easily blocked the attack of the flying finger gun with his body. He opened his eyes and watched quietly as the person slowly stood up in the shadows. He was a middle-aged man with a yellow face and wearing a black windbreaker. He looked at Yun in surprise and shock, as if he couldn't understand why the flying finger gun didn't even hurt the other person's skin. Yun looked at the man in front of him, and suddenly an organization popped up in his mind. World government people. The way he's dressed and the way he attacks make him look exactly like an agent trained by the world government. Kasa Yun. I advise you not to make it public. You have been poisoned. This poison is prepared according to the power of the poison fruit. Only the world government has the antidote. As long as you cooperate with me, I might be able to give you the antidote. The middle-aged man dressed as a secret agent warned in a low voice. Yun's eyes widened slightly. I just felt inexplicably uncomfortable in my stomach, but I felt much better after I farted twice. What a nasty poison, it actually made Lao Zi fart twice. Chapter 33 Undercover Exposed. The middle-aged man saw Yun's expression and thought he was frightened, so he took the opportunity to say, as long as you cooperate with me, I will give you the antidote. If you don't cooperate, you will die. He originally thought that Yun would be a monster with 3 heads and 9 arms. But after seeing him, I found out that he was just a young boy. Even stayed there for 3 hours. This kind of guy is considered a serious dangerous person. Especially now. He had been stunned by the poison. The middle-aged man was very proud and felt that he had accomplished a great task. How can I cooperate? Yun didn't do anything, but instead started a conversation. Well, hand over the secrets of your cultivation. You can cultivate so fast, don't tell me you haven't mastered anything. The middle-aged man asked harshly. The reason why the world government was dispatched was to obtain secrets related to Yun. Yun's heart sank slightly. As expected, the cultivation matter has aroused suspicion. Not only the world government, but even Rox became suspicious, otherwise he wouldn't have sent Stussy to ask for my blood. Several thoughts flashed through my mind instantly. I didn't expect the other party to state his purpose so directly. Of course I can cooperate with you, but you have to tell me something first. Yuan put away his thoughts and said with a smile, without any sign of nervousness. "What's the matter?" the middle-aged man asked curiously. He was ordered to assassinate Yuan, and also to find a way to get Yuan's secret. It would be great if Yuan could confess on his own initiative. "You were able to sneak in here, so the undercover agent must have helped you, right? If you tell me who the undercover agent is." Before Yuan could finish his words, the man in the middle suddenly attacked. He instantly realized that Yuan was trying to trick him. So he decided to capture Yuan first. As soon as the middle-aged man took a step, his body froze in place, unable to move except his head. He looked down in horror and finally found the shadow wrapped around his body. "What did you do? Aren't you afraid of dying from the poison?" Yuan ignored him, walked up and punched him. All of the middle-aged man's teeth were knocked out to prevent him from biting his tongue to commit suicide. "Now tell me, who sent you? World Government Fleet Admiral? 5 Elders?" Yuan stared at the middle-aged man quietly. The seeing and hearing sense and the spiritual consciousness monitor the changes in his heartbeat and breathing. "You didn't take drugs?" The middle-aged man did not answer the question, but was unwilling to ask it. He had difficulty speaking due to his lack of teeth. He thought Yuan was young and just an ignorant boy. Even though he was strong, he didn't really take it seriously. He never expected that Yuan would react so quickly and control himself silently. Even if he fought with all his strength, he was no match for Ian. "Answer my question." Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding a terrifying aura and murderous intent. "Hat." The middle-aged man sneered, with blood foam spurting out of his mouth. "Who is the undercover?" Yuan asked, staring at him closely. But the next second, the middle-aged man's face suddenly turned red and his breathing became rapid. In just a few seconds he was out of breath. "How is this done?" Yuan frowned. Puzzled. He was clearly staring at the other person without making any move, but he still committed suicide. As expected of a death warrior. "I don't understand why the world government sent such a loser." Yuan shook his head helplessly, his tone full of disgust. Because the world government could not have imagined that in just 5 days, Yun's strength would double again. This agent was good at assassination and there was a high possibility that he could kill Yuan in a surprise attack. But not only did Yuan's strength grow, he also realized the third stage of the iron balloon, the level of perfection. Ian's defense is now as terrifying as Charlotte Linland's. These are the changes and improvements brought about by Self-Age 3.0. The effect of 5 days is stronger than the effect of half a month before. Both the world government and the Marines thought that Yuan was seriously injured and would need to rest for at least a few months. Because Yuan usually hides himself very well, even the undercover agent didn't know this news. "It doesn't matter who sent us here, what matters is who the undercover agent is." This assassination attempt failed. Marine might really decide to burn his boats and use an undercover agent to kill me. Damn it! They didn't target those guys, but chose to bully a newcomer like me. It's really ridiculous. Yuan stared at the corpse, wondering how to find the undercover. "A long time." He exhaled slowly and said softly, "Kurozumi." He gradually came up with an idea. After dawn, Yuan and the yellow-faced middle-aged man walked around the camp together, attracting the attention of most people. Silver Axe was even curious about the man's identity, but Yuan just evaded the question. After that, Yuan and the yellow-faced middle-aged man left and went to the coast. The yellow-faced middle-aged man suddenly chopped Yuan unconscious with a knife. But no one noticed that his hands in his trouser pockets were trembling slightly. Why is this kid's skin so tough? Kurozumi endured the pain and cursed in her heart. This yellow-faced middle-aged man is Kurozumi. After a while, there is no movement yet. Kurozumi turned around and shouted to the back, "Come out, I have something else to tell you." He also didn't know whether there was anyone in the forest. "Since Yuan asked me to speak, then just speak. Sure enough, when the words fell, there was a noise. You are courting death. Why didn't you leave after arresting Yun? Why did you show up at the camp? If you are found to be abnormal, you will surely die. A voice came with suppressed anger. Then a tall figure walked out, holding a big knife. Will. Kurozumi was shocked. I didn't expect it would be so easy to lure out the undercover. The 5 elders asked me to give you one last task. Kurozumi remained calm and spoke slowly. This is also the final test and confirmation. It was Fleet Admiral Cyborg who contacted me all along. How come the 5 elders gave me orders personally? What did Fleet Admiral Cyborg say? Will frowned and looked around, afraid that someone would get close and discover his secret. Laozi has been lurking for several years, and was exposed because of this kid. Rox is on guard against everyone, and some things may not be possible. Will has not yet doubted the identity of the yellow-faced middle-aged man. Why aren't you talking? What's the mission? Will frowned even deeper when he saw Kurozumi didn't say anything, and felt something was wrong. The mission is to let you die. Yun suddenly got up from the ground, as if nothing had happened, and looked at Will with a sneer. Even he didn't expect that Marine's undercover agent would be Will. This guy is a corrupt Marine, doing all kinds of evil. But who would have thought that he was actually a spy trained by Steelbone and an undercover agent who infiltrated the Rox pirates? Ian? Are you okay? Will was startled, and suddenly held his sword in front of him, staring fiercely at the yellow-faced middle-aged man, and said angrily, "The world government actually has a damn traitor like you." Ha 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 ha, traitor? Take a good look at who I am. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Kurozumi laughed and took off his disguise. Will's eyes suddenly froze. Chapter 34 Rox explores Yun's secret. Yun originally just wanted to try to see if he could lure out the undercover agent. The world government agent knows exactly where he is and has definitely come into contact with the undercover agent. He took advantage of this and paraded Kurozumi through the streets to attract attention. Then he went to the coast and pretended to run away. It was that last sentence that tricked Will out. You guys plotted against Laozi. Will thought to himself that this was terrible. My identity was exposed. Damn you, Ian. Why does he seem to know everything? When Will saw the agent and Yun walking together in the camp, he was immediately confused. He couldn't figure out what the agent wanted to do, so he couldn't help but follow him to see what was going on. It wasn't until the other party said that Will felt there was nothing wrong and showed up. But I didn't expect it. It was all Yun's plan from the beginning to the end. The agents are all Kurozumi imitators. What about the real agents? Was he killed by Yun? Will is confused now. The main reason was that his undercover identity was exposed, which made him increasingly panicked. Plotting? You plotted against me several times, I must repay you once. Yun sneered, his eyes were extremely cold. He placed his hands on his waist and drew out blue flame. Humph! It won't be too late to kill you Laozi and leave later. There are no shadows of Kaido and Linlin here for you to use. Seeing this, Will became murderous. Although it is not clear how the agent failed. But as long as he can eliminate the hidden danger of Yun, it will be enough. You really think you are a warring states? Yun shot out like a cannonball. A layer of shadow magic armor covers the whole body. Shadow Yun also merged at this moment. 10,000 shadow armor. Shadow form. All of a sudden, Yun's power surged. He had originally cultivated himself into a steel balloon, possessing powerful defenses while also possessing terrifying strength. Plus the increase in the shadow form, and my own growth during this period. Not inferior to Will at all. Boom! The two sword lights collided with each other. It created a terrifying blast. Will took a few steps back, his eyes wide open, and shouted in disbelief, "When did you become so strong?" It's only been 5 days since Ian was badly injured by Marine. Not to mention a sudden increase in strength, a normal person can't even recover from the injury. But within just 5 days, not only did Yuan recover from his injuries, but his strength also increased several times. How could this be so perverted? The Welsh were dumbfounded. He has witnessed Yuan's growth since the very beginning. In less than a month, even I am no match for him? How is this possible? Oh la 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 la! You can't run away. Mama, I didn't expect it to be you, Will. Marine really paid a lot to train you. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin attacked from behind. Although he was surprised, his murderous intent remained unabated. Don't mention Will. Even if they find out that the undercover agent is Whitebeard today, they will have to find a way to kill him. Hateful. Will felt heavy-hearted and immediately abandoned Yuan and rushed towards the sea. These guys are all powerful people, as long as Lao Zi enters the sea, they will be helpless. Once entangled, death is certain. Ha 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 ha. Will. I personally recommended you to the captain. You really disappoint me. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. The angry voice of the golden lion Shiki came from mid-air, and he directly stopped the escaping Will. Kaido and Charlotte Linlin arrived shortly afterwards. All three of them exploded. Even though Will was one of the cotters, he still couldn't resist the three domineering guys. By the time the people on the island noticed the battle and arrived, Will had his limbs crushed by Yuan and thrown to the ground like a dog. Hey! You actually attacked Will. Are you planning to rebel? John was horrified and shouted angrily at everyone. He didn't know what happened yet. Oh? You're protecting an undercover agent. I think you want to rebel. Shiki, the golden lion, responded with murderous intent, if you dare to point at me again, I'll chop off your dog's paws. Undercover. John didn't care about being scolded by Golden Lion, he was completely shocked by the word undercover. Everyone has always speculated about the existence of undercover agents. Now that the undercover agent has really appeared, everyone is shocked. Will is actually an undercover agent. Whitebeard looked surprised and stunned. The most unlikely Will is actually an undercover agent? Marine is really insidious. Are you sure? This is not a joke. Akoko said in disbelief. Hey! Stop questioning me here. I have made great contributions in this matter. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Shiki, the golden lion, put away Muku and Yangshi, and was about to order his men to take Will away. Stop! You can't leave until everything is explained clearly. John stopped them. I'm going to take him away, what do you think? Yuan stepped forward and faced John, fighting spirit rising in his eyes. Provoked, John sneered, haha, you really think you are a cotter, and you dare to challenge me? Today I will teach you a lesson. Boom! Kaido and Charlotte Linlin exploded at the same time, and a terrifying pressure immediately enveloped John. John, who was smiling just now, suddenly looked gloomy. Whitebeard, Akoko, Silver Axe, and the others had no intention of taking action at all. John stared, feeling an urge to curse. Just when Yuan and his companions were planning to destroy John, Rox appeared. Stop it, everyone! Captain! They killed Will! John immediately stepped forward to complain. Rox glanced at him coldly, his aura was extremely oppressive, and he said indifferently, Will is an undercover agent of Marine, and has been cleared by Ian. If anyone has any objections, Lao Zi doesn't mind treating him as an undercover agent. Just a few words to shut everyone up. John opened his mouth and felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. Take Will down, Yuan, you stay. Rox glanced at Will, his eyes devoid of any emotion. Whitebeard, Golden Lion and the others left one after another. Only Rox and Yuan were left. Captain, this incident happened very suddenly and we didn't have time to report it. Yuan was the first to explain. Rox nodded, not seeming to care about it. You have become much stronger. To be honest, even Laozi can't figure out how you practiced to become stronger so quickly. There has never been such a strong man on the sea. As he spoke, Rox's gaze fell on Yuan, making it impossible to decipher the meaning behind it. I don't know either. My body becomes stronger naturally when I eat. Yuan spread his hands and said helplessly. I was already feeling nervous. Today's Rox seems a little different from before. His words and actions are full of indifference. In that case, take some blood and see if Stussie's research can reveal anything. Rox spoke up. The tone was full of unquestionable command. Chapter 35 King of the World. Yuan inexplicably felt a biting chill, and his mind suddenly tensed up. Good. He agreed immediately. If I refuse or hesitate, Rox will definitely take my blood himself. Rox nodded slightly, turned around and took Yuan to an extremely secret laboratory. Captain. When Stussie saw who was coming, he was slightly stunned and immediately became respectful. Take blood from Yuan. Rox said calmly, without any emotion in his tone. Yuan finally felt the feeling of being controlled again, and he was very unhappy. But at this moment, I was helpless. Stussie quickly found measuring cups, needles and other tools. No need to bother. Yuan took the measuring cup, put away the steel balloon, picked up the blue flame and cut his palm, and blood immediately gushed out. He seemed not to notice the pain in his palm at all, and just watched the blood flow quietly. Okay. Stussie spoke up. Yuan withdrew his hand and rubbed the blood on his clothes. The cells immediately enter a state of self-repair. Stussie took the measuring cup and walked deeper into the laboratory. After doing all this, Yuan seemed to be relieved, and his tense body relaxed. He inadvertently glanced at the research plan of the devil fruit placed next to him, and a new idea suddenly emerged in his mind. You were scared just now. Why are you relaxing now? Rox sat casually on a chair and suddenly asked. He was well aware of the changes in Yuan's physical condition. Captain, when the world government agents found me, they didn't just want to kill me, they also wanted to know the secret of my cultivation, but I really don't have any secrets. It turns out that not only the world government is paying attention to me, but even the captain is suspicious of me, so I can only honestly prove myself. I was really scared just now. I have never seen you in that state, Captain. It feels like you will kill me at any time. Of course I will be afraid. Yuan simply laid his cards on the table and spoke out everything at once, as if he was complaining. As he spoke, he naturally pulled over a chair and sat down. It seems like you are not afraid of Laozi anymore all of a sudden. You dare to be so casual in front of Laozi. Rox leaned back in his chair and relaxed. The oppressive feeling around me also dissipated. Yuan thought for a moment, then said seriously, Captain, to be honest, I think you don't care about our attitude at all, you just need our respect. So you shouldn't mind if I'm a little casual, I'm afraid of you anyway. Ha 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 ha. Rox laughed. The laughter echoed in the laboratory, and there seemed to be a hint of fun. Yuan, you are becoming more and more interesting. You are the first person who dares to talk to Laozi in such a casual manner. Don't worry, we are just researching your blood factor status. No matter what the result is, you are still a cadre of the Rox pirates. This sentence is like an imperial decree. Yuan said indifferently, to be honest, Captain, you are very kind to me by not cutting me into pieces for research. Ha 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 ha. Ian. I suddenly find that I can't see through you anymore. Rox laughed loudly, his eyes never leaving Yuan. Yuan raised his head slightly, met that domineering gaze, and said seriously, Captain, I have never seen through you. Oh? You still want to see through Laozi? Rox chuckled. And the oppressive feeling came over him again. This time, Yuan was not afraid and admitted, yes. Captain, I want to know what you want. Boom! Thunder explodes. The electric arc spread out in an instant like a tide. The surrounding equipment was destroyed and sparks were emitted. But Rox didn't care at all. His terrifying aura pressed down on Yuan, as if he wanted to destroy his psychological defenses. Eyes as deep as endless darkness stared at Yuan and said word by word, "Laozi, become the king of the world." It seemed to be telling Yuan, and it seemed to be announcing to the whole world. Yuan resisted the strong oppression. "I know, that's why you summoned these powerful forces. It doesn't matter whether they truly surrender or not. Don't care about their attitude. Just believe in your own strength. So I think as my strength grows, I'll be able to help you. Captain, I can promise that as long as you are in the Rox Pirates, I will never betray you. Even if you want to become the king of the world, I can contribute my strength. It seems that the God Valley incident is about to break out soon. Then Rox can die. This is what Yun wants to see most. You may not believe me. But this is my greatest sincerity. Although I don't know how to cultivate my talent, I know very well what I want." Yun's frank words made Rox slightly stunned. Is this guy showing off to Laozi? Yun's meaning was cryptic but clear. If you can trust me, I will definitely help you. But if you insist on suspecting me, there is nothing I can do. Ha 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 ha. Rox laughed, but his aura gradually faded. I don't know whether he was persuaded by Yuan or had other ideas. Tell me what you want. Yuan immediately said, I want these research materials. I feel that I have touched the upper limit of the shadow fruit's ability, but this upper limit seems to be able to be broken, so I want to see if I can find a way to break through the upper limit of the fruit. The fruit awakens. Rox murmured in a low voice, his eyes full of surprise. It took only 20 days to reach the fruit awakening. Even Rox was jealous of this talent. Laozi allows you to view the research materials of devil fruits. You'd better keep your promise forever. If Laozi finds out that you betrayed him, don't blame him for being ruthless. Phew. Rox stretched out his palm, and dark matter like black flames flowed from his palm. The deep and pure darkness seemed to swallow up even the surrounding light. Yuan's pupils shrank violently. It is indeed the dark fruit. I bet right. When Rox uses the dark fruit, he becomes like an abyss that can swallow everything, making Yun feel even more terrified. Laozi's ability restrains all devil fruit users, and you are no exception. Rox reveals his trump card to shock Yuan. He saw the potential of Yuan and needed this immeasurable power. The power of the dark fruit allows him to restrain devil fruit users. Therefore, Rox felt relieved when Yun ate the shadow fruit. Yun smiled. Thank you, Captain. He finally felt relieved. We performed such a drama today, which even had an element of gambling in it, but we finally got a satisfactory result. As long as the time is delayed until the God Valley event, Laozi will be truly free. When Yuan realized Rox's murderous intention, he decided to speak frankly and show his sincerity and true feelings. Lest Rox really slice him up for research, which would make him die with regrets. The most important thing is to show that you are not only a devil fruit user. And it also touches the level of awakening. This way, Rox will be more certain that he can control himself no matter what the situation. Greatly weakened Rox's vigilance and suspicion. This is what Yun wanted. Chapter 36 Attack on the Celestial Dragons. Captain. Stussy looked at the messy laboratory around him and didn't dare to breathe. Ian has the right to come in and out of here. Provide him with any information he wants to see. Rox stood up and said calmly, he will also cooperate with your research. Yes. Yuan, you ruined Laozi's plan. Rox, who was about to leave, stopped and said suddenly. Ah? What plan? Yuan was a little confused. Because of your appearance, Will was exposed. Laozi has discovered that he is an undercover agent. Shuki collected information about the celestial dragons. Laozi originally planned to use Will to pass on information and plot against Marine. But you found him first. 3 days later, you go and bring back the heads of those Tianlong people to Laozi. If there's one head missing, replace it with your own. After saying that, Rox strode away. Yuan thought about the meaning of these words and thought to himself. So he found out, but he still stood by and watched. If Laozi wasn't really capable, he would have died. This is the cold-blooded Rox. Humph. Yuan knew it clearly. Of course Rox doesn't trust himself, he just has absolute confidence in his own abilities and is confident that he can control himself. Rox may never know that Yuan is not a devil fruit user in essence. This is also where he missed something. Only because Yuan showed enough fear did Rox agree to take control of such power. Otherwise, how could Rox stop so easily since he has already decided to kill her? Hey! Yuan let out a long sigh, his eyes becoming more determined. Once you pass this hurdle, it will be difficult for any crisis to threaten you. Haha, it looks like we're going to work together in the future, brother Yuan. Stussy smiled with his hands covering his mouth, and looked at Yuan carefully with curiosity, wanting to see what the difference was that made Rox out of character. Please take good care of me. Yuan nodded and said politely. Although Stussy is good-looking, he has no interest in women now. I just want to understand the secret of the devil fruit as soon as possible so that I can master other devil fruit abilities. All the information is here. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Stussy turned around and walked away slowly. She also wants to study Yun's blood. Her interest in Ian's blood factor went beyond the scope of the mission Rox gave her. No. Yuan picked up the information on the devil fruit and began to read it. But I was thinking about other things in my mind. My blood shouldn't reveal anything, right? Heaven-Defying is a form of cheating, and has nothing to do with blood. The only problem is that there is no devil fruit factor in my blood. Hopefully Stussy doesn't find out so quickly. Yuan's eyes flickered. Even though he was very careful, there were inevitably loopholes that could not be concealed. Once the fact that you have mastered the ability but have not eaten the devil fruit is exposed, Rox will definitely slice research. There is no doubt about this. FK it. Yuan didn't expect that he would face new problems just after escaping a disaster. Fortunately, there is still time. It is better to learn more about the information in front of you. You mastered the talent of Iron Balloon, and derived a new physical talent based on Iron Balloon, Golden Muscle and Jade Bone. You understand more about devil fruits, and seem to have touched upon a method to control the abilities of new devil fruits. It seems that if you want to master new devil fruit abilities, you have to come into contact with devil fruits. You can't really grasp the core secrets by just making deductions out of thin air. But the Iron Balloon has developed a new talent, Golden Muscle and Jade Bones. My physique is now as good as anyone else's. The awakened form of the Darken King can finally be used. During these 3 days, Yuan was in seclusion, and his strength increased dramatically again. The Iron Balloon is equivalent to a talent that acts on the skin. Yuan derived this training method and gained some of Charlotte Linland's strange power from it. Gold Muscle and Jade Bones are different. This is equivalent to his gift of self-realization. Understand and master. Golden Muscle and Jade Bones act on muscles and bones, causing a complete transformation of the body. The indestructible body. Terrifying force. Yuan evolves again on the path of a monster. Even if he is not in his awakened form, he already has the power to rival other cotters. And the awakened form will be even more terrifying. I can gather another batch of shadows when I go out on a mission this time. The shadows stored in the Shadow Kingdom have been almost used up. Now that my strength has increased, the capacity of the Shadow Kingdom has increased several times. It is estimated that it can accommodate at least 1,000 shadows. Yuan calculated silently in his mind. Even though his strength increased dramatically, he still had to find ways to accumulate strength for emergencies. Gulala. Yuan, you seem to have become much stronger after not seeing you for a few days. Whitebeard greeted him with a hearty laugh, but his eyes showed obvious surprise. A small breakthrough. Are you leading the operation this time? Yun walked to Whitebeard's side. I say side, but there was a big height difference between the two of them. Whitebeard raised his head and said, and that fellow John. What a coincidence. Yuan smiled, but the smile was a little cold. John. The grudge between the two was deep. Yuan had no affection for John. Let's go, they're just a bunch of a whole Tianlong pigs, no need to make a fuss. Seeing that everything was almost ready, Whitebeard called for Yuan to get on board and set off. A vast sea. The marine fleet was escorting the newly confiscated heavenly gold and protecting a group of celestial dragons who were heading towards the holy land of Marijoa. The huge ship in the middle is where the celestial dragons gather. Several celestial dragons commanded human slaves to crawl on the ground like dogs and attack each other with their mouths for fun. A mermaid girl had her tail pierced by an iron hook and was dragged into the room by a celestial dragon. Soon, shrill screams were heard. It was all extremely absurd. Suddenly, the reconnaissance marine shouted loudly. Alert! Alert! There's a pirate ship ahead. If you look down from the sky at this time. On the blue sea. The two fleets were heading towards each other. The fleet ships flying pirate flags suddenly dispersed, and quickly moved from both wings, surrounding the marine fleet. Oh no! It's the Rocks pirates! Whitebeard. John. And Casa Yun. This time, Yun was finally recognized. Request support. The Marines were stunned when they saw the incoming pirates. Their highest commander is only a Marine Vice Admiral. How to fight against big pirates like Whitebeard and John? Damn pirates, you actually disturbed my pleasure. Hurry up and gather Garp and the others over to kill all these pirates for me. Kill them all, these filthy pirates are not even worthy of being slaves. The high and mighty Tianlong people have not realized the seriousness of the matter and are still arrogantly giving orders. Little did they know. The Shinigami is approaching step by step. Chapter 37, Supreme Sword Path of Reincarnation. Boom! 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 Countless shells were fired, threatening the pirate ship and preventing it from getting close. How could the battle-hardened pirates be frightened by artillery fire? Several pirate ships rushed into the marine fleet under fire, charging onto the ships without fear of life or death, disrupting the marines' rhythm. The main ship, under the protection of the other pirate ships, arrived in front of the marine fleet unscathed. Gulala! Guys, let's show these dragon pigs and marines how powerful pirates are. Whitebeard raised his arms and shouted. The pirates rushed forward and immediately fought with the marine, and the scene became chaotic. Hey! It's actually a fleet transporting gold from the sky. We're going to make a fortune now. John discovered something, shouted excitedly, drew out his rapier and rushed forward to kill. Whitebeard. Do you know what you are doing? The world government will not let you go. A Marine Vice Admiral roared with gritted teeth. It seems that he naively wants to drink Whitebeard away. Gulala! Let them come if they can. Whitebeard laughed disdainfully, and his burly figure suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the Marine Vice Admiral. Yuan didn't pay attention to what happened next. How could a mere Vice Admiral Marine possibly be a match for Whitebeard? He released Shadow Yuan and quickly gathered the Marine soldiers' shadows. At the same time, they rushed towards the main ship in the middle. Bang! With one punch, he knocked a Marine who was missing a shadow away, and Yun landed on the deck. At first glance, I saw several figures wearing glass helmets. In front of them were humans who were treated as dogs. Damn you, you dirty fellow, this is the only place you can come to. Go, bite him to death for me, the young master. A celestial dragon kicked hard on the slave who was crawling on the ground in front of him. Woof! 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 The human slave screamed, his eyes filled with fear and despair. In such a situation, he still dares not speak, which shows how much torture he has suffered to become like this. The smile on Yuan's face faded little by little, and now it was completely cold. The anger in my heart was more intense than ever before. Only when I saw it with my own eyes did I realize how damnable the celestial dragons really are. All of you go to hell. Yuan growled, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Conqueror's Kamui. Shock and kill. Now Kamui can not only control it freely, but also kill these useless celestial dragons with ease. Those celestial dragons didn't even utter a scream or wail before they all fell to the ground and gradually died. Yun's chest heaved. He swung his sword several times in succession, cutting off the chains of the slaves. Without stopping, he quickly rushed into the cabin. In the middle of the room, there was a mermaid girl hanging. He was naked, covered in blood, with his scales broken and falling off, and was already dying. The celestial dragon who tortured her had been killed. Yun rescued the mermaid and went to the next room, where he was once again blinded by the sight before him. One by one, beautiful human girls are being branded with the mark of the sky-soaring dragon's hoof, marking their indelible slave status. Their eyes were like those of timid deer, full of despair. They were all captured slaves, waiting to be taken to Marijoa to be trained and played with by the celestial dragons. These beasts! Yuan swung his knife to cut their chains, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. My identity is a pirate. Should we take them back to Beehive Island? Just rescued from the tiger's den and sent to the wolf's den? It's better not to save him. Ah, why did you kill the master? If the master dies, our family will not survive. You pirates deserve to die. While Yuan was hesitating, the human slaves outside suddenly rushed in with knives and axes and chopped at Yuan. Yun's face turned completely dark. Kicked away the slave who was rushing forward. I wanted to say something, but I opened my mouth but found that there was nothing to say. The other slaves also gathered around him, looking like they wanted to chop Yun into pieces. Buzz. Conqueror's dominance is released. Yun did not kill them, but they fell asleep temporarily. How to deal with this FG thing? He cursed and walked out of the cabin, walking towards the last room with a headache. The 2 Tianlong people in the room had fallen to the ground and had no breath. On the table, there is a spiral pattern fruit. A dark-colored katana leaned against the table. Devil fruit. Yun's expression changed slightly. Suddenly someone broke in behind him. Hey? There is actually a devil fruit. Wait. This is... John ignored Yun, walked directly past Yun to the table, grabbed the katana, and suddenly pulled out the scabbard. Zhang. The cold light flickered like snow, and the room was immediately filled with a sharp meaning. Good knife. Yun was slightly shocked. This is a better knife than Blue Flame. Is it the supreme sharp knife? John's eyes showed greedy light, and his expression was extremely excited. He said excitedly, it is actually the reincarnation path of the 12 skills of the supreme sharp sword. Ha 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 ha. This is Lao Zi's treasure. He played with the way of samsara and looked like he couldn't put it down. For John, who loves to collect treasures, the supreme sharp knife cannot be refused. As for Yuan behind him, John didn't take him seriously at all. The last time I was robbed of my treasure by Lao Zi, I didn't dare to say anything. If he is really ignorant, Lao Zi doesn't mind teaching him a lesson. Just when John was feeling proud, Yun's cold voice came from behind. John, put down the knife and get out of here. Yun's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Does John really think that he is still the same person half a month ago when he ignores himself so much? What's more, it's the path of reincarnation, a precious sword that ranks among the 12 skills of the supreme sharp sword. How could he just watch John be snatched away from him? What did you say? John turned his head in disbelief, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Yun, this BD, dares to scold himself? The knife belongs to Lao Zi, stay here and get out. Yun said unceremoniously. If John doesn't know what's good, he doesn't mind helping Rox clean up the house. John's face gradually darkened, and he said sadly, Yun, no one here can help you. You are worthy enough to fight Lao Zi for a knife. He stared at Yun coldly, his aura slowly released, and he had no intention of returning the reincarnation path. He even put away the devil fruit provocatively. The provocative eyes seemed to say, Lao Zi robbed your things. What can you do? Zhang. Blue flame. The blade suddenly shook, making a crisp and bright sound. The flame lines seemed to flow, turning into blazing flames, and the blade was pointed directly at John. Then go die. Yun didn't say anything nonsense, and suddenly slashed down with his sword. Lao Zi is already in a bad mood, and you still come to provoke Lao Zi, then go to hell. Let's see if the Lord of Hell will let you take your treasure to hell. The bright blue sword light appeared in front of John's eyes instantly. Chapter 38. The Darkened King Awakens. Hard fight with Whitebeard. Yun didn't know about the path of reincarnation. He only knew about those famous supreme swords. But John would not admit his mistake. And this is the situation now. Even if Yun didn't want the path of samsara, he couldn't give it to John. Not to mention, Yun also wants to own a supreme sword. He had previously thought about studying sword forging techniques, wanting to make himself an unrivaled sword, but time was always tight, and he was immersed in practice and had no free time. Now I finally come across an unrivaled sword. How dare John shamelessly possess her? This time, Yun won't tolerate it. Yun had already remembered John's repeated provocations. Today, let's settle old scores together. Hey? You're looking for death. John was furious. This kid actually dared to do it. After he reacted, he immediately dodged the oncoming attack, not forgetting to hang the path of samsara on his waist, and at the same time drew out two western swords, turning around to meet the attack. He is not afraid of Ian. So what if you are a genius? Lao Zi has been traveling the seas for many years, how could he be afraid of a mere kid like you? Ding ding ding. Blue flame collided with the western sword countless times in the blink of an eye. Yun's figure was steady, and his attacks became more and more powerful, which made John feel horrified. How come your strength has improved so much? John's face turned pale and he couldn't help but yell. Respond to him. It was Yun's indifference. There was also a deep blue slash. Boom. A violent roar erupted in the cabin. After another short and fierce confrontation. Boom. A figure rushed out of the cabin and staggered onto the deck. It was John. The sinister smile had long disappeared, his face was as gloomy as water, and his numb arms made John doubt whether the person in front of him was Ian. He found it hard to believe that Yun's strength could be improved to such a terrifying level. Even I myself am at a disadvantage. Yun, with murderous intent, walked out of the cabin step by step, staring at John with bright eyes as deep as the ocean, making the latter feel cold. Yun. John. What are you doing? Whitebeard led his troops to eliminate most of the Marines. When they sensed the fluctuations in the battle, they immediately rushed here, but found that it was a fight among their own people. The genin kept shouting. New gate. This guy doesn't follow the captain's rules, kill him quickly. John rolled his eyes and shouted immediately. It would be great if Whitebeard could join forces with me to kill Yun. Ian, what happened? Whitebeard frowned, not believing John's one-sided statement at all, and turned to ask Yun. Yun was too lazy to explain, and just said calmly, it's a personal grudge, I will kill him today. Bullshit. Just you. John roared back, never letting up. Just stop it. If you have anything to say, we can talk to Captain Rox after we go back. Whitebeard strode forward with the yunki in his hand. It was obviously intended to stop the two from fighting. Yun raised his head slightly, looked at the burly figure full of domineering power, and said coldly, "Newgate, I said it was a personal grudge. If you want to stop it, then can I assume that you want to help this BD in front of you?" While talking, he didn't give Whitebeard any face at all. Whitebeard frowned, his eyes flashed with dangerous light, and he suddenly shouted, "Ian! Are you provoking Laozi?" He didn't want to get involved. But Yun's words provoked Whitebeard. This slightly angered Whitebeard. Yun sneered in his heart. If Kaido and Linlin were here, even the Golden Lion Shiki would work together to kill John first. There is still a big difference between Whitebeard and them. Whatever you think. In that case, you two can come together. Yun took a deep breath, a dark shadow seemed to flow in his eyes, and his aura suddenly became deep. Hundreds of shadows emerged from his own shadow, like the king's attendants. Boom! A burst of incomparable and domineering aura rose into the sky. The surrounding sea water was rolling violently, as if feeling a strong sense of uneasiness. Yun was clearly standing there from beginning to end, but he looked completely different. The domineering and arrogant aura all over his body is frightening. An unprecedented power burst out from Yun's body. A shadowy cloak suddenly formed behind him. The shadow cloak fluttered in the wind the moment it was formed, and a layer of extreme illusory shadow spread out from under his feet, covering not only the giant ship, but even the sea water and all other ships. This shadow seems to have no substance. But it can make people feel real existence. Whitebeard and John's faces changed drastically at the same time. What's going on? Why does Laozi feel suppressed? John was shocked. At this moment, he felt as if he had seen a ghost. Yun's terror was far beyond his imagination. Whitebeard's eyes widened and gleamed with brilliance, and he whispered, "Could it be that the fruit has awakened?" He felt incredible. How long has Yun been using the shadow fruit? Can he actually reach the awakened form? At this moment, Whitebeard felt a little confused. It is really hard to understand Yun's perversion. But this does not affect his strong self-confidence. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and shouted, "Gulala! This is more interesting. Let Laozi see how strong you are." Whitebeard was no longer standing up for John, but was rather excited to see the prey. He wanted to fight with Ian to see what strength the most terrifying monster of the Rocks pirates had. He made a big statement. The increase in strength after awakening is indeed terrifying. Yun murmured quietly in his heart, feeling the power flowing through his body, and his mood became more open and cheerful than ever before. This is the first time I feel so open after traveling through time. Now I can finally survive in the cracks without having to compromise. Laozi already has the power to fight those monsters. Ha, ha, ha. Newgate. Come on. There was a light in Yun's eyes, as captivating as Kamui. As Whitebeard's aura was fully unleashed, his fighting spirit was also fully aroused. It was indeed a pleasure to fight Whitebeard in the first battle after awakening. Let Laozi see how strong the strongest man is now after 40 years. Accompanied by laughter, Yun suddenly jumped out, and blue flame released a dazzling blue light. Waves of flames and sword energy shuttled back and forth, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Sniff! The first dark arc appeared. Like a chain reaction, countless arcs of electricity swirled around Yun's body. Blue flame suddenly burst out with an even more terrifying sharpness. Conqueror's Kamui Tangle. Whitebeard's inner energy bursts forth. An indescribable wave of terror lingered from Yunki. Also cast Conqueror's Entanglement. Thunder and lightning roared suddenly in the sky, and countless dark clouds covered the clear sky without anyone noticing, creating a scene of doomsday destruction. Chapter 39 Luoji takes action. A look of fear flashed across John's face. He never thought that Yun could launch such a terrifying attack, which was no weaker than Whitebeard. Even Conqueror's Haki is not inferior to Whitebeard. What the hell is this monster? John was horrified. He didn't want to fight with Yuan anymore, and even had an urge to run away immediately. If I had known this freak was so scary, why would I have provoked him? John had 1,800,000 regrets in his heart. What is that? The pirates on the surrounding ships looked behind Yuan and said tremblingly. They seemed to see a shadowy figure wearing a crown behind Yuan, but when they looked closely, they could see nothing. Yuan is actually going to fight Captain Newgate. Ian, the captain is so powerful. After the pirates saw the two figures fighting each other clearly, they were all numb. Aren't we from the same pirate group? Why does it look like a life and death battle? Has anyone ever considered our life or death? The wind and clouds are changing. Lan Yan and Kong Yunqi had a thorough confrontation. Even before the collision, the burst of momentum caused a destructive wave. Boom! A blinding white light flashed from where the blades collided. An extremely powerful impact force spread out, and several nearby ships were blown away. The waves are rolling like boiling water. A huge crack suddenly appeared in the dark cloud sky. It was as if someone swung a knife and split the sky in half. The scene was extremely horrifying. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Newgate! You must get rid of this guy. John was numb. He prayed that Whitebeard would defeat Yun, so that he could take the opportunity to get rid of Yun and eliminate the trouble forever. The center of the storm. Boom! There was a loud bang. Two figures retreated at the same time. The deck under my feet was completely broken and cracked, as if it was about to be unable to withstand the force it was supposed to bear. Gulala! So satisfying! I never thought you would become so strong without making any noise. Is this the fruit's awakened form? Whitebeard steadied his burly body, clenched the Kanjai Unkai in his hand, and laughed loudly. He now finally recognized Yuan, which was equivalent to giving Yuan respect. Yuan also took several steps back before he could stabilize himself. He raised his head slightly, feeling the power surging in his body, and his fighting spirit surged. Newgate! Come on! Let me see the power of the tremor fruit. Have to say, Yuan is so cunning. He said this because he wanted to experience the power of the tremor fruit in battle. Once he truly comprehends it, he will possess the power of the tremor fruit. A business that is sure to make money. Gulala! The power of the tremor fruit will cause everyone to be submerged in a tsunami. Whitebeard laughed heartily and was unwilling to use the tremor fruit. What a joke! This is at sea, there is no need to choose such a stupid act to commit suicide. Yun felt sorry. Just as Yun and Whitebeard were about to continue fighting, they were suddenly interrupted by a laugh. Ha 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 ha! I actually ran into such an interesting thing. Hello Newgate! Long time no see. Who is this guy you're fighting with? You guys were the one who caused the Conqueror's collision just now. A pirate ship was approaching rapidly. A figure with a mustache was standing on the mast at the bow, greeting everyone with a bright smile. Oh my god! Roger? Yuan was stunned. I actually saw the future One Piece? Gulala la la! Roger, I didn't expect to meet a BD like you here. Whitebeard felt an even stronger desire to fight, as if he felt that things were becoming more and more interesting. A whole new gate. Speak politely to Lao Zi. Roger laughed and drew the sword from his waist. Ace. It is also one of the 12 supreme swords. Judging from his posture, he is obviously ready to attack. Roger. Stop messing around here, this is a civil war within the Rocks Pirates, don't get involved. The blonde man with glasses and a slightly gentle look walked forward and said with a helpless look on his face. One Piece Deputy, Rayleigh. Rayleigh was still very young at this time. And it gives people a strong feeling. If someone was really fooled by his gentle and handsome appearance with glasses, they would die without knowing how they died. Civil War? Hey, brother, are you also from the Rocks Pirates? Roger looked at Yuan and asked with interest. Rayleigh said helplessly, Roger. Haven't you seen his wanted poster? He is Yun, the guy who is known as the most perverted monster in the Rocks Pirates. But, he actually is he that strong? It doesn't match the bounty on the wanted poster at all. Yuan twitched his lips. It is acceptable to say that Lao Zi is a monster. Where did the name of pervert come from? So you are Casa Yun. Ha 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 ha, this is so funny. Ian. Join us. Roger laughed and extended a sincere invitation to Yuan. Rayleigh almost fell down. Roger. What are you doing? These are Rock's crew members. Roger smiled nonchalantly and said, ha 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 ha, what's the matter? Lao Zi thinks he is a very interesting guy. Whitebeard twitched the corner of his mouth, speechless at Roger's reckless behavior. John's face turned even livid. After all, I am one of the cotters. Roger never looked at me from beginning to end and completely ignored me. Damn, what kind of magic power does that Yuan have? At this moment, John suddenly hoped that Ian would agree to Roger's recruitment, and then Rox would kill Ian himself. Yuan was surprised by Roger's recruitment, but not so surprised by his behavior style. He shook his head and said hello. Roger, nice to meet you, even if the atmosphere isn't that friendly. Just join your pirate group. Roger shook his head with regret, that's such a pity. But there is something I want to trouble you with. Yuan suddenly spoke, his tone natural as if it was not the first time they met. What's the matter? Roger asked curiously. Can you help me stop Newgate? I'm going to kill someone. Yuan said with a smile, not feeling that this request was unreasonable at all. Hey! Roger was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, who are you going to kill? Hey, that BD John. Yuan turned his head and gestured. Ha 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 ha. Roger suddenly burst into laughter. You actually let Lao Zi help you with your own pirate group's affairs. Just when everyone thought Roger would refuse, Rayleigh had already covered his cheeks helplessly with a helpless smile on his face. Lao Zi won't help you. Roger said firmly. Then the subject changed. Newgate. Do it. Whitebeard. John. Rayleigh. I knew this would happen. Chapter 40 John admits defeat and offers the way of reincarnation. John was confused and even wondered if he had heard it wrong. That BD Roger clearly said he would not interfere, so why did he suddenly change his face and attack Whitebeard? After witnessing the power that Yuan had just unleashed, he felt even more unsure. Whitebeard was obviously stunned for a moment, his eyes gradually narrowed, revealing a hint of sharpness. Roger. You want to interfere in the affairs of our pirate group? Roger said nonchalantly, Lao Zi is not interfering in your affairs. We are all enemies, so what if Lao Zi attacks you? John's eyes suddenly widened. Is it still possible to play like this? Roger is such a jerk. Gulala la la. In that case, Lao Zi will let you know the price of meddling in other people's business. Whitebeard seemed too lazy to care about the grudge between Yuan and John, and picked up Murasakibara and rushed towards Roger. Ha ha ha. Good job. Roger rushed out also laughing. The two of them fought fiercely. Yuan just took a look and found it boring. It was just a simple physical duel, and neither of them took it seriously. Perhaps they knew in their hearts that killing the other party was not an easy task, so they could not help but let him off a little. Whitebeard looked more like he was looking for an excuse not to get into a conflict with Yuan. Anyway, no matter what the situation is, I'll mean one thing. Yuan can trouble John now. Ian. We are facing the Roger pirates now. If you attack me at this time, you are betraying Captain Rox. John roared, his face gloomy. Yuan said slowly, kill you, and then I will deal with Roger. Ha 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 ha. Brother Yuan, if you want to deal with Lao Zi, you'd better act quickly. When Roger heard that Yuen still wanted to deal with him, he was not angry, but found it amusing instead. How could a guy with this style of behavior be hanging out with those bastards from the Rocks Pirates? Do you need help, little brother? Rayleigh leaned against the mast, holding a small iron kettle, took a sip of wine, and asked jokingly. He didn't seem to be worried about the fight between Roger and Whitebeard at all, and had no intention of intervening. Forget about helping me. After all, I will cause trouble for you later. Yuen smiled, very frankly. This frankness is a manifestation of self-confidence. Only when you truly master the power can you have the confidence to speak. Rayleigh smiled and said nothing more. He was very curious about what a rookie pirate could achieve. Could he really kill John? Rayleigh was a little suspicious of Yuen's overconfidence. Ian! Don't go too far. John's face turned pale, and he didn't know how to stop Yuen from causing trouble for him. To be more precise, it is killing oneself. The murderous intent in Yuen was too obvious. Stop talking nonsense. Why didn't you think about the consequences when you repeatedly caused trouble for me? Yuen decisively draws his sword. The figure seemed to be shrouded in an illusory shadow, filled with a strong sense of oppression. The awakened form did not have the earth-shaking changes that Nika's awakening had, but it was just as powerful. Suddenly a knife slashed out. Blue arc of light streaks across the sky. Appeared in front of John. John waved his rapier to block the attack and said sternly, "Do you really think Laozi is easy to bully?" The rapier flickered slightly. And he attacked in anger, suddenly bursting out with fierce killing moves, each move stabbing at Yuen's vitals. John is a famous pirate after all, and his strength is still very strong. Yuen waved the blue flame with one hand and made a sudden move with the other hand. Shadow Yuen appears. Buzz. The invisible shadow seemed to spread like a tide in an instant. Darken Realm, Initiate. Field Expansion. Shadow Yun's strength has skyrocketed, and Yuen has wrapped it with armament color Divine Armor, which has an unparalleled defensive power. He fearlessly pounced on John, catching him off guard. What the hell is this? John roared, but retreated again and again. His attacks had no effect on this shadow at all. And why do I feel like I'm being suppressed? Suddenly, an invisible force appeared around. What on earth is going on? What a powerful ability, has the shadow fruit awakened? Rayleigh murmured. This guy, is he really a newcomer on your ship? The tyrannical fluctuations he showed just now are not at the level of an ordinary cotter. Gulala. Yuen has always been a pervert, but it's incredible to think that he can develop the ordinary shadow fruit to such a level. Whitebeard and Roger also paid attention to Yuen, and were amazed at the methods he displayed. This is Yun's first battle after his true awakening. No one expected that he would have so many methods. Yuen sneered, and his own strength surged again. When you are in the Darken Realm, your strength will double. His strength now completely surpasses John. And this is without using the amplifying effects of the demonic shadow form and the 10,000 shadow battle armor. If Yuen merged with his own shadow at this time, the surge in combat power would be terrifying under the bonus of the domain. Yuen's figure suddenly disappeared. John was horrified and retreated quickly without caring about the shadow Ian who was harassing him. Even if he used his observation haki, he was still a step slower. Or say, his seeing and hearing color is not as good as Yun's seeing and hearing color and spiritual consciousness. Puff. There was a hissing sound in the air. A fierce fist suddenly magnified in John's eyes and landed heavily on his chest. Cough, 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 cough. John flew out backwards, his face flushed. Before he could stabilize his figure, he was attacked continuously. Yuen and Shadow Yuen attacked continuously, not giving John any chance to breathe. Just a few minutes. John's figure became miserable. One of the two Western swords was blown away, and now there was only one Western sword left in his hand. He felt an extreme sense of powerlessness in his heart. Facing Yuan, he couldn't show his strength at all. To put it bluntly, we were crushed in all aspects. His knowledge and experience are not as good as Yuan's. His physique and armament color are even inferior to Yuan. Besides, Yuan hasn't used tyranny yet. Why are Captain John and Captain Ian fighting? Captain John is no match for the opponent. He is totally suppressed. How can Captain Yuan be so strong? It's been less than a month since he joined the pirate banquet. He was just a rookie pirate back then. The pirates around were all stunned. I don't understand what's going on with John and Ian's fight. I don't understand how Yun's strength has increased so much. This is totally different from the person at the pirate banquet. Even when they fought the warring states not long ago, they were not so fierce. John knew very well that he was no match for Yuan and had already started trying to find a way to resolve the fight. Wait. John gasped for air. Ian. I admit defeat. I can apologize to you. I will give you the path of reincarnation and the devil fruit. And I will return all the treasures I stole from you last time when I go back. How about we put an end to the feud between you and me? Whitebeard also shouted, Ian, that's enough. We've really overdone it. We won't be able to explain to Captain Rocks. Whitebeard thought that Yuan should calm down and tried to dissuade him. Rayleigh was watching eagerly from the side. If something unexpected happens, it will be troublesome. Chapter 41 Lao Zi didn't agree, kill John. John felt a little relieved when he heard Whitebeard speak. I was glad that it wasn't those two crazy guys Kaido and Linlin who came. Otherwise, they would definitely ignore Roger's pirate group and would definitely attack him. Yuan said calmly, knife, devil fruit. John breathed a sigh of relief. Throw reincarnation path and the devil fruit to Yuan. Yuan took the path of reincarnation and the devil fruit. You use your spiritual sense to perceive the ability of the animal type, ancient species, mammoth form, and your understanding of the power of the devil fruit becomes more profound. Yuan had a feeling in his heart. Now I can comprehend the second devil fruit ability. But now is not the time to comprehend abilities. He just wanted to see what the power of this devil fruit was. It's just an ancient species, and in the form of a mammoth, so I'm a little disappointed. I don't really need an animal-type devil fruit myself. Instead, he began to take an interest in the Logia devil fruit. After learning about devil fruits, Yuan put it away, then slowly grasped the hilt of Walking of Samsara and slowly pulled out the blade. Zhang! The sharp sound of the blade is very pleasant to the ear. The first thought that came to Yuan's mind was, what a nice knife. It is heavier to hold than blue flame. The blade is as bright as snow and shines with luster. It is not like the blue flame which is full of patterns, but it has a kind of thorough cleanliness. One glance at it will make people feel that this is a precious sword that is not stained with blood. The blade is a bit thick, but it does not affect its sharpness at all. The most amazing thing is that when Yuan's consciousness carefully sensed it, he seemed to be able to sense the ethereal will of the knife itself. It is indeed the supreme sword. Reincarnation path. Yuan was very pleased with the knife. Whitebeard and Roger, who were fighting on the side, both looked surprised. That's the supreme great sword 12 works path of Samsara? It's the same level of precious sword as Lao Zi's ace and your BD Kusunakiri. This is such a coincidence, a total of 10 supreme swords, and we have 3 here, ha 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 ha. Roger burst into laughter, his eyes revealing a hint of curiosity about the path of reincarnation. Different from other supreme swords. The existence of reincarnation path is even longer. It seems to be just like its name, appearing like reincarnation. Even more mysterious than the demon sword Kaiditsu. Because no one knows the origin of reincarnation path. No wonder he wanted to attack John. It turns out he wanted to fight for the supreme sword. Whitebeard understood. It is normal for pirates to fight over treasures. But once the problem is solved it should be fine. But the path of reincarnation actually fell into Yuan's hands. Is this a coincidence? Whitebeard muttered in his heart. But the next second, Whitebeard's expression suddenly froze. Clang! Path of reincarnation is completely unsheathed. The blade emitted a sharp cold light. Yun's murderous intent burst out. The knife was pointed directly at John. What are you going to do? Ian. Laozi has already given you the knife. John shouted in panic, not understanding why Ian suddenly turned against him. I'm sorry, I didn't agree to your conditions just now. Yuan had a cold expression on his face. And he didn't look like he was joking at all. And Laozi wants to sacrifice your life to the knife. As soon as these words came out, a surge of murderous intent rose from Yuan, stronger than ever before. Even the way of reincarnation in his hand seemed to be trembling slightly, and the snow-white light became brighter and brighter. UBD. John cursed loudly and quickly retreated, trying to escape. Roger looked unhappy and said disappointedly, after getting the treasure, you actually went back on your word. This is really the style of your Rocks Pirates. He thought Yun was different from the other members of the Rocks Pirates. Now it seems that it is also insidious and cunning. At this moment, Roger no longer had any intention of recruiting Yuan. He thought that since Yuan had accepted the wheel of reincarnation and the devil fruit, he had agreed to John's conditions, and it would be unfair for him to go back on his word now. Although they were all enemies, Roger still felt uncomfortable. Whitebeard's expression changed. Yuan wants to kill John, how can I explain this when I go back? He knew Rock's character very well. If Yuan dared to act recklessly, he would definitely be punished when he returned. It may even implicate yourself. Damn it, Ian, that's too much. Yuan doesn't bother to care about other people's attitudes and opinions. The idea of killing John has been going on for a long time. Blade of Samsara, Heavenly Might. Conqueror's Kamui Entanglement. Suddenly, arcs of lightning roared. Thousands of lightning bolts flashed around Yuan, like a vast ocean of thunder. He raised the path of Samsara in his hand high, and countless sword chi swirled into an illusory blade, which slashed down with a bang as Yuan rushed forward. The whole sky was eclipsed at this moment. It seemed as if Yun's sword really represented the might of heaven. Extremely domineering. What powerful conquerors! Roger's eyes were shocked. In his heart, he already considered Yuan as his rival. This conqueror's strength is comparable to mine. But how old is this kid? Where did this monster come from? Rayleigh looked solemn, with a sense of crisis in his heart. This lunatic! Whitebeard cursed. You can't kill me! John yelled in horror. The force of the knife behind him did not decrease at all. Ah! Splitting blade kill! John, who was at his wit's end, shouted loudly, turned around quickly, and swung out a fatal sword. The western sword in his hand instantly split into countless shadows. It was as if countless swords were stabbing out from all directions, making it impossible to defend against them. Yuan's expression remained unchanged, and he remained as cold as ever. Cut it down with one sword. Thousands of sword shadows instantly turned into foamy shadows and dissipated. No matter how fancy you are, Laozi only takes one move. There is an incomparable arrogance in Yuan. John could not resist the power of Kamui's entanglement. Boom! The blade fell. An attack like a Kamui falling from the sky suddenly enveloped John. The surroundings suddenly exploded, and countless shock waves spread, making it impossible to open one's eyes. John, who was at the center, had a blood mist spreading all over his body, his eyes wide open, and he was dying in disbelief. Until his death, he never thought that he would die at the hands of Yuan. A kid who had just joined the pirate group for less than a month could actually kill himself. The shadow of John, who died with his eyes open, was snatched away by Yuan at the last moment, so it was not a waste at all. Crash crash! The waves are rolling. The storm gradually subsided. Reveal the scene inside. John fell on the broken deck and luckily did not sink into the sea. Captain John is dead. Oh my god! What happened? Why did Captain Yoon kill Captain John? The pirates around were trembling with fear, fearing that they would be the ones to be killed next. You actually killed him. Whitebeard widened his eyes, glared at Yuen, and shouted. How cruel, Rayleigh commented silently. Roger stopped fighting with Whitebeard, his eyes flickering. Chapter 42 Yuen vs Roger. No one expected it. Yuen actually killed John. Whitebeard felt very angry and had a headache. It is clear that foreign enemies are here, but such a situation occurs, which is really difficult to handle. And what shocked him even more was Yuen's progress. If it continues to grow, to what extent will it reach? It doesn't seem impossible to surpass rocks and become the new pirate overlord. Rayleigh squinted and frowned. The ability of the shadow fruit, it's really amazing that an ordinary paramecia can be developed to this extent. The pirates of the Rocks pirates were a little frightened and full of fear of Yuen. Their impression of Yuen is still that young man who stood out at the pirate banquet and was promoted by Captain Rocks. Now it changes in the blink of an eye. He actually stood at a height that was difficult for them to look up to. Yuen looked indifferent to the reactions around him and ignored the dead John. Even though John is famous, he still ends up becoming a zombie in Moria in the original work. Perhaps John was born with a conflict with those with shadow fruit abilities. Roger, it's time to deal with you now. Ian turned around and looked at Roger with a fighting spirit. Ha 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 ha. Come on. Let Laozi see how strong the newcomers of the Rocks pirates are. Roger laughed loudly, his body also burning with fighting spirit. Rayleigh suddenly took a step forward and said, even if you can kill John, we don't have the habit of letting the captain be challenged as soon as we come up. As the deputy captain, Rayleigh will not let anyone get close to his captain. Ha ha ha, it's okay Rayleigh, Laozi play with him. Roger stepped forward and patted Rayleigh on the shoulder. Rayleigh looked extremely helpless. This captain really doesn't care about anything and only acts according to his temper. But as a deputy captain, he is very qualified and will not contradict the captain's orders, at least in front of outsiders. Whitebeard was no longer in the mood to take action at this moment. Holding the Kong Yunkai, he stood aside, ready to watch the battle between Ian and Roger. Rayleigh glanced at him silently, and also stopped aside to prevent Whitebeard from making a sudden move. I have to say, Roger was able to become a pirate, and Rayleigh definitely made a huge contribution. The formations of both sides quietly opened up. Ian and Roger took 2 steps forward at the same time. Roger looked at the supremely sharp knife in Yun's hand and laughed heartily. Reincarnation Deo, I've heard of his name a long time ago. Today I just want to show Laozi what's so special about this knife. Yun nodded, I've heard of Ace for a long time too. Of course, Roger didn't know the meaning behind Yun's words. Yun did not use blue flame, but suddenly rushed out with reincarnation path in his hand, like a ray of light speeding through the air, extremely fast. Roger's eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression gradually became serious. He looks carefree, but when he fights he is unambiguous. Ace swings. The slash fell suddenly. Bang! Yun swung his sword to block the oncoming slash, then suddenly rose up and slashed down with the sword in both hands. Roger swung his sword forward. Boom! The 2 powerful men collided for the first time. The seawater below was pushed downwards by the strong impact. The sky was full of strong winds dancing wildly. And the chaotic air currents made it difficult to open one's eyes. Whitebeard narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered, normally speaking, physical fitness requires step-by-step practice and training to reach a better level. Yun's physical strength has grown to a level that is no weaker than ours just by eating. He's simply more of a natural monster than Linlin. Even Whitebeard has to admire Yun's talent. Now his courage is no less powerful than legendary pirates such as Roger and Whitebeard. Golden muscles and jade bones. Steel balloon. It's not a decoration. Especially the appearance of golden muscles and jade bones is enough to save Yun a month of time. Ha 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 ha, you don't look like a newcomer. Roger grinned, but he was extremely surprised in his heart. At such a young age, he can fight against me head-on without losing. What kind of monster is he? Anyway, it's all about strength. Newcomers don't matter. Yun responded with a smile. Roger's sense of oppression is very strong. But he can still laugh now, which means he still has energy left. Ding! 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 The two men swung their swords at the same time in perfect harmony. Samsara and Ace burst into muffled noises. After a frantic battle, Yun and Roger retreated at the same time to distance themselves from each other. It's incredible. I can actually be as strong as the captain. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, his eyes full of shock. There was news that Ian was almost killed by Sengoku and Garp a few days ago. With Yun's strength, even if Sengoku and Garp join forces, they probably won't be able to defeat him in a short time, right? Rayleigh thought silently in his heart. He didn't believe that Yun's physique had grown suddenly. It was something too outrageous for Rayleigh to imagine. Hey! It's almost time to go. The Marines are surrounding us. Whitebeard suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. On the sea, Marine warships with flags flying are approaching here rapidly. The ones being attacked were the celestial dragons. How could Marine not take it seriously? You're here so soon. Roger frowned and said that he hadn't had enough fun yet. Are you interested in doing something big and killing these Marines together? Yun invited Roger with a smile. Yun has not forgotten the loss he suffered at the hands of Zhangguo and Garp last time. So take it out on Marine. What's more, after seeing what the Celestial Dragons did, he had no good impression of their lackey Marine. Everyone is scolding Marine for claiming to be righteous, and it makes sense. The group of slaves rescued by Yun and the slaves who wanted to kill Yun fought desperately with the pirates after waking up and were all killed. Only a group of girls were left in the cabin. When fighting, Yun deliberately avoided the cabin behind him, not wanting them to be affected. But Yun had no control over what impact the fierce battle just now would have on them. When Roger heard Yun's proposal, his eyes widened. Ha ha ha, you are really a lunatic, but Laozi is not interested in going crazy with you. He turned his head to look in the direction where Marine was coming from and shook his head to reject Yun's suggestion. I see. What about the last trick? Yun raised his eyebrows and invited. Come. Roger took a sharp step back and held Ace high in the air. Swish. Electric arcs suddenly appeared around the blade. Then it spread to Roger's body. Ace was now surrounded by a layer of strange color, as if something was flowing on the blade. God avoid! Roger shouted and swung the knife in his hand suddenly. Break time! The sky and earth change color. The waves roar. Yun took up his stance. Shadow Yun merges and activates the magic shadow form. The surrounding area is always expanding and maintaining an amplification state. The path of reincarnation suddenly became bright. As Conqueror's Kamui dissipated, the blade also began to flow with a beautiful luster. Instantly, countless arcs of electricity suddenly emerged from the void and swirled around Yun's body. Reincarnation, Wrath of Heaven. Chapter 43 Warring States, Garp, Laozi have been waiting for you for a long time. Mood can influence weather changes. It's not just talk. The domineering power that erupted from Yun and Roger at the same time made the surroundings look like a doomsday scene. All creatures in the ocean fled in panic. Certainly. Many more were unable to escape from the range of this powerful aura and floated on the sea with their bellies turned upside down. Looking around, it's all white. It's like gold, silver, and jewels thrown into the sea and floating on the surface. All kinds of marine fish were floating on the sea surface in a state of unconsciousness. What a spectacular sight! Once upon a time. Yun was also amazed at the power of rocks to cause changes in heaven and earth. To this day. You can do that yourself. Ghosts and gods avoid it. The power of God's wrath. Yuan and Roger were like two immeasurable demons descending to the world, bombarding each other with extremely terrifying power. Buzz. Boom. A shocking explosion. In an instant, an irresistible impact was formed and swept around. The two figures in the center were completely submerged in the dazzling light. Has the fight reached this point? Rayleigh's eyes were solemn, and his respect for Yuan increased to the same level as Rock's. He may not be as strong as Rock's now. But in time, it will definitely become the second Rock's. Even beyond Rock's. This is how Rayleigh judges Yuan. Although Yuan relied on the power of the devil fruit to fight Roger to this point, no one can deny his strength. Isn't the devil fruit also considered as one's own power? Whitebeard slowly tightened his grip on the handle of the Kusunakiri knife, and in his heart he already regarded Yuan as a monster of equal strength. Marine warships speeding in the distance. Garp and Sengoku stood side by side, staring at the battle that was erupting with destructive power. It's definitely not the Marines fighting. Could it be the strong men from the world government? Garp looked confused and puzzled. No, if there were powerful people from the world government on board, they wouldn't have informed us so urgently. Wait, that's Roger's aura. Jean Guo was halfway through his speech when he suddenly froze for a moment and his tone changed. Extremely surprised. It's indeed Roger's Ba-chan. Ha ha ha, it looks like he's going to fight the Rocks pirates. Garp snapped his fingers, looking like he was ready for a big fight. If we can capture Roger and the Rocks pirates here, the sea will be much calmer. But who was the person fighting Roger? Newgate? Shiki? It doesn't sound like their aura. Jean Guo frowned, looking solemn. Never mind, just go and take a look and you'll know. As long as it's a big fish. Garp was very excited and urged urgently. Although they have fought with Yuan. But it was obvious that he didn't think of Yuan at all at this moment. Who could have thought that the little devil who was almost beaten to death by them a few days ago could fight against Roger in the blink of an eye? Whoosh whoosh. The wind was still howling in the sky. The raging waves rolled and roared, carrying the pirate ship at risk of capsizing at any time. All the pirates on the ship were soaked by the rolling waves. They looked up at the figure who was slowly standing up with embarrassed and shocked expressions. Yuan. After a strong confrontation with Roger. It is still intact. Roger landed back on his pirate ship, his expression revealing a hint of satisfaction, and laughed. Ha 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 ha, brother Yuan, I look forward to our next fight. Let's stop here for today. The two of them ended up in a draw. The Marine fleet is getting closer and closer. There are already Marine fleets heading to both sides, and it seems that the pilots are trying to surround this place and not let any pirates escape. Okay, see you next time. Yuan's eyes were as bright as the stars in the cold night, and he smiled cheerfully. The young man holds a famous sword, full of vigor and vitality. Let's go. Roger greeted. See you again, Newgate, Yuan. Rayleigh smiled and waved. Roger's pirate ship quickly sailed out of the Marine encirclement. Yuan could see that Roger seemed reluctant to fight Marine. When Whitebeard saw Roger leaving, he immediately called out to the pirates, "Boys, pack up your spoils and leave now." Wait. Yuan suddenly spoke up to stop Whitebeard. "Ian, what do you want to do? The Marines have surrounded us." Whitebeard asked in surprise. "If you don't leave now, you'll be in trouble if you're entangled by Marine." Yuan turned his head to look at the Marine ship approaching at high speed, and his perception and spiritual sense had already detected the two old friends. Of course he wouldn't leave. A gentleman seeks revenge every moment. Why miss such a good opportunity? You hit Lao Zi will hit back if he has the strength. Newgate, why are we running away? Yuan turned his head and suddenly asked Whitebeard a question. Because, hey. Whitebeard was stunned and found that there was no way to answer this question. Why run away? Because we are pirates. But we are pirates and we have to run away? Whitebeard's eyes widened, and he guessed what Yoon was thinking. So, I plan to stay and fight Marine. There was a gleam in Yuen's eyes, and his fighting spirit was even stronger than when he had just fought with Roger. Whitebeard stared at Yuen, as if he was meeting Yuen for the first time, or as if he was feeling Yuen's madness for the first time. But he remained rational and persuaded. Ian, now is not the time to fight. Our mission has been completed. Besides, you have killed John. We should go back. I didn't say I wouldn't go back. I'll go back after I kill these Marines. Yoon said firmly. At this moment his mind was unshakable. You lunatic! Whitebeard cursed. If you're scared, you can go with them first. Yuen said with a smile. Gulalala. Afraid? Laozi has a white beard. Since you want to go crazy, Laozi will go crazy with you. Those two bastards Zhangguo and Garp probably didn't expect that we would stay here and wait for them, right? How could Whitebeard's arrogance run away? Yuen said it so clearly, if Whitebeard still retreats, he will no longer be called Whitebeard. Who doesn't have blood in his veins? Or maybe Whitebeard was stimulated by Yoon and wanted to do something to prove himself. In that case, let's go crazy together. Let those Marines see how powerful Laozi is. Okay. Then we'll just wait for Marine to die. Yuen embraced the way of samsara, with a blue flame on his waist, like a young general about to go to war, heroic and domineering. The surrounding pirates were all numb at this moment. Just say you won't leave? What do we do? They now looked at Yoon and Whitebeard as if they were two lunatics. Especially Ian. He is the one who left the white beard. The Marine fleet approaches. Sengoku and Garp stood side by side. Looking at the tragic scene of broken walls and ruins, their hearts sank to the bottom of the valley in an instant. The rest are pirates. This means that the celestial dragons and Marines have been completely wiped out. The two of them immediately became furious and were about to yell loudly. But he was interrupted by the young man holding the knife. Sengoku, Garp, you're too slow. Laozi has been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 44 Garp, confused during the Warring States period. Yuen's inexplicable words made Zhangguo and Garp both stunned. The intention to arrest Whitebeard and Yoon immediately turned into vigilance. Zhangguo suddenly looked at the surrounding sea. There was no trace of other pirate ships on the endless sea. This means it was not an ambush by the Rocks pirates. Besides, if it was really an ambush by the Rocks pirates, why would they let the Roger pirates go? Think of this. Zhangguo felt much more at ease. Don't look anymore, it's just us. Seeing Zhangguo's cautious and vigilant look, Yuen couldn't help but smile. Zhangguo was not embarrassed by what he said. He turned his head and looked at Yuen, with murderous intent in his eyes, and said in a low voice, Casa Yuen, I won't let you get away this time. Garp also felt strange. Newgate and Yuen were just two people, but they didn't run away when they saw the Marine Army. Run? Laozi doesn't plan to run. Yuen hugged Lunhui and smiled coldly. Zhangguo frowned, feeling more and more that something was wrong. Where does Yun's confidence come from? Ha 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 ha, Newgate, it seems that this guy has a lot of confidence in you. He doesn't really think that you can protect him, does he? Garp couldn't help laughing at Whitebeard after listening to Yuen's shameless words. He subconsciously thought that Yun was so arrogant because he relied on Whitebeard. Whitebeard stared at Garp with a strange look in his eyes, and couldn't help turning his head to look at Yuen beside him, and suddenly felt funny. Marine doesn't seem to know Ian's strength. Didn't they notice the Conqueror's collision just now? Sengoku and Garp are really getting worse and worse. Gar la 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 la. Garp, UBD came really fast. Whitebeard laughed calmly, not at all panicked by being surrounded by so many Marines. At this time, Suddenly a marine noticed John's figure floating on the sea. He immediately exclaimed in disbelief, "Look, that figure, looks like John." Hearing this, many marines looked in the direction he pointed. Garp and Sengoku turned their heads at the same time. "That guy! It's really John! John was killed!" Zhangguo was shocked. John is a famous pirate who has escaped from marines' capture several times. More importantly, he is a member of the Rocks Pirates. Who killed him? Is it Roger? But if it was Roger, why didn't Newgate react the right way? Zhangguo frowned in thought. I guessed several answers in my mind. But there is no correct answer. He even speculated that it was Whitebeard who killed John, and never thought that it might be Yuan who did it. Newgate, are you guys fighting among yourselves? Garp said casually, feeling very amused. The pirates killed each other, and a big pirate died. How could Marine be unhappy? And when he thought about the impending arrest of Newgate and Yuan, Garp's heavy mood also eased a lot. Whitebeard looked quite helpless. Garp, Laozi will not kill that BD. There was a big smile on his face. Whitebeard finally knew what the joy of playing was. Watching Sengoku and Garp making random guesses like clowns in front of him was more fun than fighting. Could it be that BD Roger? Garp asked in slight surprise. Do you think Laozi will let Roger kill John? Whitebeard asked. Garp was stunned and scratched his hair randomly. It's neither this nor that. How did John die? Yuan, who had been watching coldly from the side, finally couldn't help but take a step forward and said coldly, "Are you going to waste a whole day on this boring topic?" Zhangguo, Garp, let's settle the grudges from last time today. While talking, Yuan calmly took out the Samsara Deo. The deep luster gave Marine a sense of oppression, and he seemed to be able to feel the biting chill released by the blade. This knife. A trace of surprise flashed across Zhangguo's eyes behind his glasses, and he said in amazement, "The reincarnation path of the 12 skills of the Supreme Great Sword. It's actually the most mysterious Supreme Sword." Garp raised his eyebrows, feeling quite surprised. Yuan understood immediately. It seems that the reputation of Path of Reincarnation is very great. But I don't know why it didn't appear later. Could it be that it is in the hands of the celestial dragons or has flowed into the Knights of God? Yun guessed silently. But it doesn't matter which case it is. Anyway, the knife is mine now. Don't think you can make up for the gap in strength with just a great sword. Zhangguo let out a low shout, and his body suddenly shone with golden light. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a golden Buddha several feet tall. Human fruit mythical beast great Buddha form. The Buddha's head was solemn, with murderous intent. Garp rolled up his sleeves, his whole body burning with fighting spirit, and a strong sense of oppression came towards him. The marine hero who suppressed the pirates with a pair of iron fists showed his sharp edge and displayed an extremely powerful momentum. Gulala la la la. Whitebeard took a sudden step forward. Ian, who are you going to deal with? He actually took the initiative to let Yuan choose his opponent. Garp and Zhangguo were even more confused. Newgate, what does this mean? Do you really want Yun to die? But what happened next surprised them greatly. Instead of refusing, Yuan said nonchalantly, "Warring States, this old BD had a good time beating me last time. So this time, Laozi wants to fight back." Zhangguo felt that he was being looked down upon when he heard Yuan's light words. He flew into a rage and said, "Boy! You can't run away this time." Buzz! The golden Buddha raised his palm, with destructive waves lingering in his palm. Shockwave! Break out! Run! Which of you saw Grandpa running away? Don't really think of Marine as the master of the sea. Yuan suddenly jumped up and slashed with his sword. The blade reveals a strong edge. It was like a dazzling sun rising in the sky. Boom! The wheel of reincarnation slashed down towards the shock wave. Last time, Yun was overwhelmed by the shock wave. This time, I was able to completely counter the shock wave. No. Instead, he suppressed the shock wave with his backhand. The shock wave flashing white light was defeated by Yun. The figure in the sky rushed directly towards Zhang Guo. What? It can actually completely block Lao Zi's shockwave. Zhang Guo's expression changed drastically, and he felt incredible at this scene. Last time, Yun couldn't resist. What is happening? Could it be that Yun has merged with someone else's shadow? But immediately Zhang Guo noticed a familiar fluctuation on Yun's body. It was the same momentum as when he fought Roger just now. What? The person who fought Roger was Ian. That intensity of conqueror's collision. It was actually performed by Yun. The hearts of the warriors are beating fiercely. This is absolutely ridiculous. How could Yun possibly have the strength to fight Roger? The warring states are incredible. It is clear that not long ago, Yun was still a strong man who was not considered to be in the mainstream. How long has it been? He actually jumped into the ranks of top powerhouses? Zhang Guo shook his head violently to dispel the ridiculous suspicion in his heart. No. Lao Zi doesn't believe it. Chapter 45 The Darken King's True Form. The king arrives. Yun didn't know Zhang Guo's self-deceiving mentality, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He has only one goal. Revenge. There's something wrong with this guy Yun's aura. Garp also noticed something strange and was about to take action. Kong Yunkai has already struck. Since Yun has taken action, how can Whitebeard just watch Garp and Sengoku fight 2 against 1? New gate. Garp growled and engaged Whitebeard in battle. At the same time, Yun has arrived in front of the Buddha. He raised the knife with both hands and chopped down fiercely. Golden muscles and jade bones. Steel balloon. The whole body's strength accumulates to the peak as the spirit rises. Brush. Cut it down with a sword. Zhang Guo narrowed his eyes, stretched out his arm, and blocked in front of him with the golden Buddha's palm. Boom! A strong and dull sound roared. Bang, bang, bang. The golden Buddha actually took 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself in the face of the powerful blow. Every step back crushed the deck beneath my feet. What? How did your power become so terrifying? Zhang Guo was extremely shocked at the moment and roared in shock and anger. Feeling the power of Yun's explosion, he seemed to believe that it was Yun and Roger who had fought. But one thing Zhang Guo still couldn't accept was how Yun suddenly became stronger. After Whitebeard and Garp fought, they both distanced themselves from each other. What's wrong with this guy? This scene made Garp frown, unable to understand the change in Ian. Gulala la la la. Yun will give you a big surprise. Whitebeard laughed heartily. And the next second, a figure suddenly jumped out from behind Whitebeard. Whitebeard, you've revealed your weakness. A marine general holding a battle axe suddenly attacked and swung the axe to chop off Whitebeard's head. There was a flash of murderous intent in Whitebeard's eyes. Without waiting for Garp to make a move, a ball of white light suddenly flashed on Whitebeard's fist. Smash down heavily. Snap. There was a sound like glass breaking. Where the fist landed, illusory broken lines appeared. The Marine commander who was preparing for a sneak attack was hit by a terrifying shock force and fell into the sea with blood spurting out of his mouth. Just an ant. But the power of Whitebeard's punch was not that great. After repelling the sneak attacker, a Marine warship behind them was also directly smashed and sank into the sea. The Marines on the ship shouted for help and the situation became chaotic. The power of earthquake people. Don't come forward to interfere. Garp gave orders to the Marines around him with a serious face. A battle of this level is simply not something they can get involved in with their strength. Although Garp himself is also a lieutenant general. But sometimes, there is an insurmountable chasm between lieutenant generals. The battle that took place here did not affect Zhang Guo and Yun at all. The 2 men launched a violent attack. The golden Buddha's palm and the path of reincarnation kept colliding, and it was difficult to tell which was better. Zhang Guo became even more frightened, horrified at the improvement in Yun's strength. How on earth did you do it? Your strength increased so much in such a short period of time. Sengoku roars. Finally understands the meaning of Rock's pirate's strongest monster. Go to hell and ask the king of hell. Yuan turned around and swept the blade across. Zhang Guo's eyes were indifferent and his pupils suddenly contracted. Conqueror's dominance release. Sizzle. In an instant, arcs of lightning wrapped around the golden Buddha's palm, exuding a terrifying and powerful aura. Bang! The golden Buddha used his domineering power to evade Yuan with one palm. Yuan stopped at the edge of the deck and steadied himself. He held the knife in one hand, his expression remained calm. Domineering. Then let me show you my best self. Yuan grinned, a smile full of murderous intent. Zhang Guo suddenly felt a chill on his back, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. I saw Yuan walking forward slowly step by step. An illusory shadow quietly emerged under his feet, like a country. A rustling black cloak suddenly appeared behind him. Phantom dark lines formed on his body, just like tattoos, but those lines looked more like indescribable horrible creatures, which was frightening and terrifying. The black and white eyes were even deeper, like an abyss that could swallow everything. There was a golden mark flashing on the forehead, and a faint golden glow was flowing. From a distance, it looks like a crown being crowned and a king being enthroned. The king of Shadow World. Coming to the world. The awakened form of the darkened king, the king is coming. The strength has increased dramatically. Yuan's aura suddenly became deeper and more powerful and domineering than before. A circle of shadow suddenly spread. Field release. Awakened form skill, darken realm. Zhang Guo only felt his body sink, as if he was being suppressed by something strange. Hundreds of shadows danced in the air, as if worshipping their king. The next moment, all in one, mixed with the armament Haki and divine armor, a majestic and murderous battle armor was formed, covering Yun's body. 10,000 shadow armor fusion. Yun's momentum grows again. Brush. Shadow Yuan disappeared quietly and merged into Yuan's body. Shadow form fusion. There is an indescribable power in those terrifyingly deep eyes. Conqueror's Kamui Tangle. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Countless dark and deep arcs of electricity swirled around Yun. The blade of the wheel of reincarnation flows with an incomparable power, and its sharpness seems to be able to cut the heaven and earth apart. So far, Yun really exploded. Show your strongest power. All means of amplification are fully utilized. An extremely huge illusory shadow seemed to appear behind him, overlooking the entire world. The Darkened King has arrived. The whole world will become a battlefield. The power of the king. Unstoppable dominance. Whitebeard suddenly turned his head and looked at Yuan, who seemed to be in the Shadow Kingdom, with a dull look in his eyes. This is far more terrifying than the fight with Roger just now. This guy didn't even use his full strength when fighting Roger. Whitebeard didn't know what to feel for a moment. Are you impressed by Ian's abnormal growth, or are you horrified by his terrifying power? He found that every time Yuan made a move, he was refreshing his understanding. It always makes everyone feel amazed and deeply shocked. Even now, Whitebeard feels that Yun is a natural-born king. Otherwise, how to explain that spirit? To know. Yuan was only 17 years old at this time. Garp's face was also frozen. When he heard Whitebeard's words, his eyes suddenly widened and he said in disbelief, it turned out that he and Roger were fighting. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Garp would never have believed that Ian was so strong. He was almost beaten to death by Laozi before. What's happening now? Could it be that Laozi is dreaming? Garp even began to doubt himself. He even felt that Yun was about to reach Rock's level. Second Rocks. It appeared. Garp's heart trembled, and he immediately burst out with a strong killing intent. The worst possible outcome must not happen. Yuan stared at the big Buddha Zhangguo indifferently, and his deep eyes, as if looking down at him, were frightening. The wheel of reincarnation, shining with snow-white light, waved gently. The words like a divine decree resounded across the sea. In front of my sword, you are all ants. Chapter 46, Suppressing the Great Buddha Sengoku. Garp's Justice. Yun is now in his true awakening form. Just now fighting Roger. He was not serious, he was just getting familiar with the power of awakening. Besides, there is no need to fight a life-and-death battle with Roger. In addition to Rayleigh, there are several powerful officers on Roger's pirate ship, but Douglas Bullet is not among them. At this time, Bullet had not yet joined Roger's pirate group. But facing the warring states, Yun won't hold back. The surrounding air pressure is extremely low. The pirates and marine soldiers felt extremely depressed and even had difficulty breathing. The whistling wind and the flashing thunder all showed the horror of Yuan's current condition. Whitebeard and Garp were both extremely shocked when they saw Yun's transformation. But the most shocking thing: the Warring States period. The big Buddha Zhangguo's body was shining with brilliant golden light, his expression was more solemn than ever before, his eyes were fixed on Yuan, and there was a solemn look in his eyes. This strong sense of oppression even made Zhangguo wonder if Rox himself was here. That kind of domineering aura like that of a king. So far, it has only been shown on Rox. Ian. Who on earth are you? Zhangguo roared and questioned in a deep voice. He couldn't convince himself that a person could become so much stronger in just a few days. Even though Garp and I have both grown to where we are now after years of hard work. Even someone like Charlotte Linlin, who was called a natural-born freak, had to rely on time to grow to where she is now. How could someone do it in just a few days? No. To be exact, it was only tens of millions of bounties when he first emerged. But in just 1 month. Standing directly on the peak of the sea. This completely subverts the cognition of this wise general of the Warring States period. He didn't know yet that Yuan's transformation started from a powerless boy, otherwise he would be even more shocked. Kasa Yun. Yuan's eyes, like winter stars, stared at Zhangguo quietly, his voice filled with condescending coldness and indifference. His eyes are deep and his gaze is bright. It's like the gaze of a king, making people dare not look into his eyes. Zhangguo cursed in his heart. Laozi is not asking your name. He even suspected that Yun was an old monster who had eaten some special devil fruit and regained his youth. But it is inconsistent with the ability of the shadow fruit. The Warring States period was in complete chaos. Just stop worrying about it. Because there is no time. Yun had already moved. I couldn't see how he moved. Not even a trace was left. The figure disappeared in the last second. The next second he appeared in front of the golden Buddha. Swish! The snow-white blade cut through the arc of electricity between the two people, causing an explosive chain reaction and slashed towards Zhangguo. Zhangguo's eyes widened with anger, and he suddenly slapped out with his palm. Boom! The collision and explosion of Conqueror's entanglement attack, causing great turmoil and shock. But Yuan and Zhangguo ignored it. Both sides acted quickly. The Buddha's figure became extremely agile, dodging attacks and launching attacks while dodging and launching attacks. However, Yuan held the knife with both hands and slashed down like a madman. The power contained in each strike is probably enough to kill any Marine Vice Admiral except Garp in seconds. Such an offensive will naturally suppress the Warring States period. What's more important is that Yuan's strength is so strong that it has surpassed that of the Warring States period. Under the explosion of various amplification methods. In the suppression of the Warring States by the Dark Realm, Yun completely had the upper hand. The surrounding Marines stared with eyes wide open, looking at the golden Buddha's retreating figure in disbelief, with expressions of shock and horror emerging on their faces. That pirate who was beating up Lord Sengoku, was he really Kasa-yun? Last time I saw him with my own eyes, he couldn't even withstand the shockwave from the Buddha's attack. What's going on? Lord Zhangguo is not going to lose, is he? In the Marine's impression, Yuen is just a small pirate, and he was almost killed by Zhangguo last time. But this time the situation reversed, as if it was a heavy blow to them. Such terrifying power prevented them from getting close, and they even subconsciously moved away. 2 marine warships were affected and shattered and sank into the sea, with almost no marine soldiers on board surviving. The pirates were equally shocked. After all, they know the whole story. Yun first fought with Marine, who was guarding the celestial dragons. Later, for some unknown reason, a conflict broke out between him and Captain John, and he killed Captain John. Then he fought with the powerful Roger again. Even after so many battles, now it still suppresses Marine-wise General Sengoku. What a domineering and powerful person this is. If there was no danger of being affected by the destructive attack at any time, the pirates would definitely cheer for Yun at this time. Newgate, where on earth did you find this monster? Garp cursed and was worried about Zhangguo with a heavy heart. I didn't know his strength has become so terrifying. The shock in Whitebeard's eyes was hard to erase. He was the only one who knew the time when Yuen practiced. So I can better understand the horror of Yuen. As for Marine, although Undercover will successfully delivered the information, no one in Marine believed that Yuen had only been practicing for 7 days at that time. I didn't believe it at that time. It's even more impossible to believe now. In that case, Lao Zi will beat you up first and then deal with that little devil. The words fell. Garp's body was suddenly surrounded by dense arcs of electricity. Realizing that the situation in the Warring States period was not right, Garp was also ready to fight. Gulala. Garp. You can't escape today. Whitebeard also uses tyranny. Laughing heartily. Before, I would retreat when I saw Marine, and would only fight when it was unavoidable. Today, Ian said. Whitebeard suddenly realized this problem. Why do you retreat when you see Marine? Just kill them and that's it. Therefore, Whitebeard felt more pleased than ever after this battle. Enjoying a thrilling battle. And the transition to a hunter's mindset. He admitted that Yuen was like a madman, but it felt really good to be crazy for once. Come on. Lao Zi bears the name of Marine. Justice cannot be violated. Garp's expression was serious and earnest. He was totally serious at this moment. This battle. No room for surprises. Must win. Gulala. Let me see what Marine's justice can do to me. Whitebeard swung his sword. Cloud Cut. It can be said to be the largest sword among the 12 supreme swords. It carries fierce power, mixed with thunder and lightning. Cut it down suddenly. What greeted Kong Yunqi was a pair of iron fists. Those iron fists that have beaten almost all pirates. Boom, dash dash. A strong collision broke out again. The Marines and pirates around them retreated at the same time in perfect harmony. 2 major battlefields. Each one is more terrifying than the other. It's all conquerors' tangled collision. There are only a few conquerors awakened in the ocean. Those who can master the art of dominance are even rarer. But it happens. 4 powerful and domineering men gathered here to fight at the same time. As the battle, the 4 people's murderous intent became stronger. They all have their reasons for killing each other. Chapter 47. This knife will send you to hell and reincarnation. As Zhangguo continued to retreat under Yun's violent and rain-like slashing, the rage in his heart burned more and more vigorously. After the real fight, all the shocking thoughts at the beginning were gone. Zhangguo never expected that he would be suppressed. This made him angry. The observation Haki always pays attention to the attack direction of Path of Samsara. Suddenly, a gleam of light flashed in the eyes of the Buddha Zhangguo. Drink. Zhang roared and stretched out his huge golden Buddha's palm, which was filled with irresistible mighty power. Bang! Another blow of the knife came down. The shock of terror was everywhere. Zhang endured the powerful impact and clenched his hand that was wrapped in armed color domineering. The slightly darker golden Buddha's palm, wrapped in armament haki, tightly grasps the blade of samsara. Zhang ignored the numbness in his arms from the shock and held on tightly to the wheel of samsara. The other Buddha's palm suddenly clenched into a fist. Tyranny and tearing. A punch filled with destructive power came down at Yun. At this time, the path of reincarnation is still in the hands of the Buddha. Yun grabbed the handle of the knife tightly and was unable to get away for a while. If you dodge this punch, your path of reincarnation will be taken away. But Yun didn't even think about dodging. The eyes became deeper. But it's also brighter. It seems that stars are lighting up. The golden mark on the forehead shone with luster, and the light it emitted became brighter and brighter. Yun punches. Golden muscles and jade bones. Steel balloon. And various increases. All the strength exploded and gathered in one punch. Blood is rushing throughout the body, cells are whirring, and countless warm currents are generated at this moment. Swish! The fist wrapped around Kamui blasted towards the dark golden Buddha fist without fear. Boom! Thunder explodes. Everyone's eardrums were buzzing. The center of the storm. A figure surrounded by golden light flew out backwards, slammed heavily into the cabin, and sank into the bottom of the ship. It narrowly missed the bottom of the boat. Almost fell into the sea. The wind continues. But everyone's breathing seemed to have stopped. The figure held up by the shadows beneath his feet and standing in the air with a knife in hand made everyone extremely afraid. And deeply shocked. Because of the Great Buddha Warring States period. Got blown away. It was obvious that Daibutsu Sengoku seized the opportunity to launch an attack to reverse the situation. But in the end, he ended up flying out in a mess. The Marines were dumbfounded, having a bad feeling in their hearts that an outcome that they could hardly accept was about to happen. Warring States. Garp was shocked and angry, and shouted loudly. He didn't expect that Zhang would be at such a disadvantage. It looks like he has no ability to fight back. That was the Sengoku in the form of a giant Buddha. After the Buddha fruit transforms, the physical strength is greatly enhanced. Definitely far superior to the shadow fruit. A mythical beast. A common species. The superiority is immediately judged. But who would have thought that the one who fell into the disadvantage was the Great Buddha Warring States? Is this really the shadow fruit? Whitebeard began to doubt rocks in his mind. Although he and Garp were fighting fiercely, both of them were paying attention to the battlefield between Sengoku and Yun. That punch just now. Although there is the blessing of Bakon. But it was more of a pure physical confrontation. Especially during the Warring States period, the country still had the advantage of taking the initiative. Plus the big Buddha form. There is no way he can lose to Yun. But the result of the deviation was that Zhang was blown away. Garp and Whitebeard would never have thought. The ordinary shadow fruit has been developed by Yun into an unprecedented devil fruit form. Mythical beast species, Darkborn King form. Nika the Sun God? Laozi is the lord of the darkened world. Everywhere you go is the king's land. If light blocks the way, kill it with one blow. What's more, what kind of waves can a giant Buddha create? After the battle just now, Yun has become more proficient in controlling the power in his body. Especially that punch just now. It seems to run through the Ren and Du meridians. Various forces in the body reach a state of balanced fusion. It's an ultimate harmony. Not mindless violence. The illusory shadow on his body became more and more intense. But his eyes became brighter and brighter. Bang, bang, bang. The big Buddha Zhang crawled out from the bottom of the huge battleship, his eyes revealing a violent emotion. Even the wise general Zhang was overwhelmed by the defeat. He couldn't admit that he was not as good as Yun. The little devil who was beaten by me before and had no power to fight back suddenly suppressed me in the blink of an eye. This is impossible. Ian. The stronger you are, the more reasons you have to die. Zhang Guo breathed heavily. The Buddha shone with golden light, even a little dazzling. 3 colors of domineering power burst out at the same time. Zhang Guo tried his best to release all his strength. As the luster flowed, the golden Buddha's body became a little darker, which was the manifestation of the integration of tyranny into the fruit's ability. So it goes. The shock waves unleashed during the Warring States period would have the power of dominance and destruction. However, this kind of fusion is extremely energy-consuming. It is a unique trick that is not easily used in the Warring States period. Being able to develop the fruit and domineering power to such an extent, Sengoku is indeed very strong. But he was facing Yun. The cheating boy. I don't want to die, no one can kill me. Yun said indifferently. The extremely suppressed power in Zhang Guo, like a volcanic eruption, did not change his mood at all. He bowed his head slightly. Looking at the samsara deo that was shimmering like breathing, he chuckled and said, "Are you already eager for the next blow?" Not only the path of reincarnation reacted. Even the blue flame hanging around Yuan's waist had deep flame patterns flickering, as if begging Yuan to use it. Yuan felt something and a smile appeared on his indifferent face. Reach out and draw out the blue flame. Hold Path of Samsara in the right hand. Hold blue flame in your left hand. Influenced by Yun's own aura, the 2 famous swords seemed to respond with their own will. Especially the path of reincarnation, which is extremely strong. Okay then. Let's strike out together for the next blow. Yun murmured with a smile. Suddenly, I remembered when I first crossed over. Learn swordsmanship by watching Shiki the Golden Lion chop. And he spontaneously mastered the multiple slashing techniques used in the dual sword style. And now, I just happen to have 2 swords that suit my taste. It seemed to echo the young man who had just traveled through time. Yuan was in a peaceful state of mind, as if he had realized something. The weak boy holding 2 broken swords at first. Now the Darkened King holds 2 famous swords. 2 completely different figures merged at this moment. Thousands of reincarnations. You are always yourself. Juvenile. My mind remains unchanged. The sword's intention remains unchanged. Everything is clear now. If you don't use your sword now, when will you? Yuan suddenly looked up, his bright eyes as dazzling as the sun. Darkened King. You can also hold the light. This knife. Send you to hell. Yuan's voice boomed. Suddenly thunder roared. Huge waves hit and sank it. The wind roars solemnly. It was as if they were expressing their submission to the king in their own way. Zhang Guo's eyes widened, his eyes filled with fear and horror. He couldn't see Ian. All I can see is the sword that pierces through the sky, earth, and sea. Chapter 48 Smash the Buddha. Kill the Warring States. Instantly. The sword light pierces the sea. Whitebeard and Garp turned their heads at the same time, completely forgetting about their own battle, and looked at the sword shadows filling the sky and the earth with astonishment. What a horrible knife! Whitebeard felt a little palpitation in his heart. Warring States. Garp's pupils suddenly shrank, and he subconsciously wanted to rush over to help Zhang Guo. But Kong Yunqi suddenly attacked. There was no chance for Garp to get involved in the fight with Ian. This guy. How can it be so strong? Zhang Guo originally thought that he could save the situation with his outburst. But after seeing the knife slashed by Yuan, my heart was filled with horror. He actually started to feel fear before he even made a move. This knife. You might die. This thought suddenly popped up in Zhang Guo's mind. But in the face of a life and death crisis, how could the Warring States just sit there and wait for death? Restrain the spread of fear in your heart. The golden Buddha's palm of the Warring States period was surrounded by waves of pure white destruction. Tyranny shock wave. Boom. It was like millions of cannons firing at the same time. The violent and powerful shock wave slammed towards the blade. Zhang Guo couldn't see Yun at all. Even the observation haki can't be felt. Everything turned into a sword cutting down from the sky. They are obviously two knives. It's even the secret of the multiple slashing technique. But there is only one knife. King's blade. Invincible sword. Brush. The terrifying shock wave that was enough to destroy half of the island actually disintegrated inch by inch under the blade. A single blow that destroys everything. Thunder surrounds the violent turbulence. Boom. Under the extremely shocked gaze of the Warring States period, the domineering shock wave shattered. That knife cut down directly. A sound like breaking porcelain sounded quietly. The dazzling golden light on the big Buddha Zhang Guo suddenly became fragmented and full of cracks. The blade cut into it. He actually shattered his golden body with such force. Boom. The golden body was completely shattered. Zhang Guo's body flew backwards uncontrollably, smashed into the cabin, shattered the bottom of the ship, and was swallowed up by the endless abyss of the sea. The storm gradually subsided, revealing Yun's invincible figure. Holding two swords, he descended from mid-air to the deck of the ship with the support of the shadow. The powerful oppressive aura surrounding them made all the marines and pirates hold their breath. They instinctively feel fear. The figure of the Warring States period has long disappeared. Whitebeard suddenly clenched Kusunakiri with such force that veins popped out on his arms, which showed how shocked he was at that moment. He actually killed Zhang Guo. Whitebeard still found it unbelievable at this time. Yun actually smashed Zhang Guo's golden body with such force. Just how strong is this guy? Whitebeard believes that it is impossible for him to achieve the same level as Yun. This means Yun has even surpassed him. Garp had disappeared. The moment Zhang Guo's golden body shattered and flew backwards, Garp suddenly rushed into the sea to save Zhang Guo. Sengoku is a devil fruit user, and he will definitely die in the sea water. Whitebeard was in great shock and didn't bother to stop Garp. A shadow flickered on Yun's body, and then slowly dissipated the next second. All of your statuses are removed. No one noticed that his arms were shaking slightly. The blow that killed Zhang Guo instantly was Ian's extreme state. The energy consumption was beyond imagination. Even a man with Ian's physique could not handle it. After all, that was a blow that crushed the Warring States period. The more terrifying the power contained in it, the greater the consumption of Yun. You guys are crazy. Whitebeard looked at Yun and couldn't help but sigh. He looked at Yun like he was a lunatic. At first, Yun wanted to stay, and Whitebeard thought that he was holding back a grudge and wanted to vent it out in a fight before they could kill their way out. But I didn't expect it. Yun really killed Zhang Guo. It's not as simple as venting your anger. But he really has the strength to kill the Warring States. If Yun and Zhang Guo fought alone, Zhang Guo would be dead by now. But it's a pity. And Garp. Crash. Two figures emerged from the turbulent sea. Garp grabbed Zhang Guo and jumped onto the deck of the marine fleet. He didn't care that he was soaked and gave the order directly. Retreat. Everyone, retreat. Sengoku was seriously injured, and Garp was in no mood to fight. Yun and Whitebeard looked at Sengoku, who was lying on the deck at the same time. His face was pale and bloodless. The most terrifying thing was the bloody wound in front of his body, spreading diagonally from his shoulder to his hip. The white bones were exposed in the chest cavity. You can even see the internal organs in the abdomen. If such a serious injury is not treated, the excessive blood loss will probably send Zhang Guo to hell. Garp dare not delay. He stood on the deck with a gloomy expression, staring at Yun with extremely dark eyes full of anger. His best friend was almost killed. This made Garp very sad and even angrier. But now is not the time to seek revenge. The frightened and panicked Marine soldiers drove the Marine ships away at high speed as if they were escaping. There were even a few Marine warships that ended up like the Suicide Squad. It looked as if it was ready to crash into the pirate ship and die together with it. Hey! Yoon let out a breath. The cell phagocytosis technique was in operation, rapidly recovering the consumption. Do you want to catch up? Whitebeard asked with a smile. Yuen waved his hand. Forget it, we can't fight anymore. If we chase him now, Garp will definitely fight hard. It's easy to deal with him since he's not a special ability user, but it's not necessarily the case for us. Yun felt that the blow was enough. Even if Zhang Guo didn't die, he would have lost half his life. That injury was far more serious than the one Hawkeye had left on Zoro. If marine medical technology was not so advanced now, the Warring States period is doomed to fail. Gu la 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 la. You really impressed Lao Zi. Yun. Whitebeard laughed heartily. He almost blurted out that he wanted Yun to join his team. But when he thought of Yun's strength, Whitebeard swallowed the words back. Not everyone can recruit Yun now. He is no longer a rookie pirate who emerged from a pirate party. But it was a powerful pirate who severely damaged Daibutsu's Sengoku. One of the men standing on top of the ocean. Boys! Go back to Beehive Island. Whitebeard raised his arms and shouted. Yes! The pirates screamed excitedly at the top of their lungs. Wait, let's find a small town on the island and settle the girls that the celestial dragons kidnapped. Yun said. Whitebeard looked at Yun with a strange look in his eyes. You are becoming less and less like a pirate. Normally, these captured girls would be distributed among the pirates. But with the strength that Yun just showed, even if the pirates had some ideas in their minds, they didn't dare to refute it. What? Pirates can't do good things. Yun smiled and put the wheel of reincarnation and blue flame back into the sheath. That's not the pirate style. Whitebeard sighed. He didn't care at all about Yun's decision. These girls won't affect him in any way, so he might as well give Yun some face. You should think about how to explain John to Captain Rox when you return. Killing each other is what he cannot tolerate the most. Whitebeard kindly reminded. Chapter 49, The Upcoming God Valley Incident. Yun nodded to show that he understood. In fact, I didn't think there was any problem. Just as John said at the beginning. Rox is not going to make things difficult for a cotter just because of a dead man. What's more, Yun has submitted his pledge of allegiance. Plus with his current power, Rox would definitely feel that he is more useful than John. Several pirate ships returned loaded with heavenly gold. We passed a small town on the way. Yun went to settle the girls down, gave them some jewelry and left. That's all he can do. Whether they can survive depends on themselves. Anyway, if they were sent back to their original kingdom, they would surely die. The death of the celestial dragons. The Warring States were on the verge of death. This incident will have a significant impact. Beehive Island. The cotters gathered. Seeing Whitebeard and Yun returning with a full load, neither of them looked surprised. But when they saw John being carried up, his complexion completely changed. It's really that BD John. Golden Lion Shiki exclaimed loudly. Although he was shocked, it did not prevent a smile from appearing on his face. Mama John is dead, what happened to you? Charlotte Linlin looked at Yun, as if to confirm if he was okay. Kaido frowned and looked at Yun back and forth. Based on his understanding of Yun, John's death was definitely related to Yun. He was just curious about how Yun did it. Newgate. What happened to you? Were we ambushed? How did John die? Who killed him? Silver Axe couldn't help but ask. He was truly shocked. First place. Rox folded his arms, looked gloomy, and said nothing. No one knows what he is thinking. I killed John. Yun took a step forward and looked up at Rox. Silver Axe was stunned. Golden Lion Shiki's smile froze. Charlotte Linlin suddenly turned her head and looked at Yuan in surprise. Kaido. Even if you killed him, don't admit it. Everyone could already sense the coming storm. You killed John? The fruit awakened. Rox raised his eyebrows, his calm tone made it impossible to feel his emotions. Yeah, I just woke up. Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Tell me what happened in detail. Rox leaned back in his chair and asked with interest. As for John's death, he didn't take it to heart at all. There's no point in keeping this trash who can't even beat Yuan. The ultimate indifference. In the end, it was Whitebeard who stepped forward and narrated the course of the operation. Yuan kills John. Everyone was stunned. Did the fruit awakening bring such a huge improvement to Yuan? Yuan vs Roger. All the cotters were dumbfounded. Is Yuan so tough? He really doesn't know his place. Marine is coming. Roger, back off. Yuan smashed the giant Buddha with one sword. The cotters were completely numb, as if they were listening to a foreign language. When Rox heard that Yuan could fight Roger, darkness flowed in his eyes and he was surprised. But when he heard that Yuan killed Zhang Guo with one sword, even Rox stood up from his chair, his heart was in turmoil and he found it unbelievable. The other cotters came back to their senses. No. Newgate, are you kidding me? You said that Yuan killed that BD John, Lao Zi would believe it, but he chopped off the golden body of the Buddha Zhang Guo with one sword. How could that be possible? Lao Zi and Zhang Guo didn't fight like this. Easy. Golden Lion Shiki's cigar fell to the ground without him noticing, and he slammed the table to express his doubts. This Yun is so strong. Kaido was stunned. I treated Yuan as a little brother who needed my care, but he became stronger than me in the blink of an eye. Charlotte Linlin had no doubts at all, and her eyes shone with a murderous light. Have a baby. I must have a baby with my mother. 10 children born in 8 years. She had no idea that it was no longer her decision whether to have a child or not. The right to speak is in the hands of the more powerful Yuan. How the hell is this possible? Newgate, you are not colluding with Yuan to deceive us, are you? Akoko couldn't help but doubt. The main reason is that what Whitebeard said was too outrageous. It's simply unbelievable. Get lost. Whitebeard turned around and cursed at Akoko coldly. Are you worthy of Lao Zi's deception? Akoko's expression froze, and he cursed in his heart but kept silent. Ian. Rox finally spoke. How did you do that? Even if he awakens, he won't be able to kill the warring states with one blow. Doesn't this mean that this guy's strength is almost the same as Lao Zi's? When the fruit is awakened, its strength naturally increases. Yuan explained calmly, and I also developed 2 shadow-assisted amplification forms of the shadow fruit, which are even more terrifying when awakened. At that time, I just thought that I had awakened my fruit and should be able to fight with Zhang Guo, so I wanted to test my own strength. I didn't expect that the sword would be so strong, maybe there was also the reincarnation path. Yuan patted the supreme sword at his waist. When Whitebeard heard his explanation, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. I couldn't help but recall the scene at that time. This knife. Send you to hell. You even thought of the words. It's obvious that he was going to kill Zhang Guo. And you said you didn't expect that sword to be so powerful? Whitebeard finally knew. Even when facing Rox, Yuan was talking nonsense. Who knows how many things this kid has cheated them of before. Whitebeard knew what was going on, but he didn't say it out loud. That's the relationship between him and Rox. They broke up at the same time without any nostalgia. Whitebeard's goal is to start his own family. But not the leader of this group of treacherous pirates. Come on. None of these guys are willing to be his son. Rox narrowed his eyes slightly, and various emotions flickered in the flowing darkness. There is fear and suspicion. But Rox seemed to have thought of something, and suppressed all his emotions. Ha 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 ha. Very good. Yuan, you have proved how strong you are. John's team will be led by you. Rox said with a big laugh. Many cotters were stunned. Unexpectedly, instead of punishing John, Yuan directly exposed his past. Silver Axe quickly lowered his head to look at John, who was lying there, wondering if he would be so angry that he would come back to life after hearing these words. Obviously. No. Yes. Yuan responded generously. John's squad may be a little difficult to manage, but whoever disobeys can be killed. After killing enough, the rest will be obedient. Originally, Yuan planned to face Rox's more rigorous interrogation or temptation. The worst-case scenario is a fight. But none of that happened. This made Yuan realize something. Rox needs strength. That means, the Valley of the Gods incident. It's approaching. Chapter 50, Understand the Power of Devil Fruit. Obtain the Soul Fruit and the Float Fruit. Yuan returned to Beehive Island for another purpose, that is to covet everyone's devil fruit abilities. He now has an ancient seed in his hand. If you can comprehend the mystery, maybe you can draw inferences from it and master the abilities of other devil fruits. This is why Yuan doesn't want to leave. Fortunately, Rox didn't pursue the matter further. But the other cotters have completely changed their view of Yuan. At the same time, Rox issued an order to summon all the pirate groups under his command. When Yuan heard the order, he understood something. It seems that they are preparing for the Valley of the Gods. After all, the news of the Valley of the Gods was secretly spread by the people on the island. It will take about 2 weeks from the time the news is passed to the start of the hunt in the Valley of the Gods. I hope these guys can generate more gold coins in the next 2 weeks. Wait until the meeting is over. Rox left first. Afterwards, the cotters also left one after another. Ian! What on earth are you doing? You even killed John. Even Jean Guo is no match for you. Shiki the Golden Lion came over to Yuan with a shocked look on his face. This is what he watched growing up. As a result, now it seems that I have surpassed myself. Golden Lion Shiki felt very upset. Ha ha ha, you guys just don't work hard enough. Yuan laughed heartily, looking very relaxed. Bullshit, Lao Zi has obviously spent more time practicing than you. Kaido said indignantly. Letting Yuan surpass me, I feel really upset. He was clearly treated as a younger brother, but in the blink of an eye he surpassed him. Kaido found it difficult to accept this for a while. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's go and have a drink. Yuan waved his hand and called. Golden Lion Shiki smiled and said, that's true. We should celebrate John's death. Yuan, Golden Lion Shiki, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin left together as if they were a small group. Even Whitebeard couldn't fit in. Golden Lion Shiki has always had a good relationship with Yuan. Even though he was deceived by Yuan, he never held him accountable. Last time, he even came to Yuan's rescue when he was in crisis. As for Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, they are even closer to Yuan. It was late at night when the party ended. Yuan returned to his residence. He took out the devil fruit he got during the day and began to use his spiritual power to comprehend. You used your observation haki and divine sense to comprehend the power of the animal type, ancient type, mammoth form devil fruit. You gradually discover the rules of the devil fruit power. You have successfully comprehended the ability of the devil fruit, animal type, ancient species, mammoth form. It's done. Second devil fruit ability. Yuan was so excited that he couldn't help but clench his fists. But a new realization arose in his mind. You have mastered a new move, summoning the Darken. Dark Devil Summoning, able to grant the contracted shadow the power of an animal like devil fruit, transforming it into an animal form with greater power. The shadow ability has changed again. Dark Devil Summoning. In this way, as long as I can comprehend enough animal-type devil fruits, I can create a group of animal shadow armies. But this move is limited to animal type. What will happen if I comprehend Logia and Paramecia? Yuan was somewhat curious. Now he can no longer see the upper limit of his heaven-defying enlightenment. The acquisition of the second devil fruit ability allowed his physique to grow slightly. Ancient species, it's not much of an improvement for him now. Besides, he didn't want to turn into a stupid elephant and rush around in battle. So, giving the shadow the ability of animals would be the best choice. Yuan practiced the cytophagy technique for a whole night. After daybreak, go straight to Golden Lion for a friendly exchange. You comprehend the power of the floating fruit, but you are still unable to truly materialize the rules of the ability. After the discussion, Yuan sat aside with a frown, lost in thought. Is it impossible to obtain the rules of the devil fruit power by just comprehending the ability? Do I have to comprehend the devil fruit to do this? Yuan's vision of collecting all the devil fruit powers suddenly failed. Just when he was at a loss, things suddenly took a turn for the better. Charlotte Linlin is here. Yuan, you have to have a baby with me. Yuan said helplessly, Linlin, I will definitely find you when I want to have children in the future. I really don't feel like having children now. You want offspring? The remaining children are mine. You must cooperate with me today. Charlotte Linlin is ready to force her way in. Pity. If she was the previous Yuan, she would be stronger. She no longer has the final say over Yuan now. Then the fight broke out. Although it wasn't a life and death battle, it was still pretty intense. You continue to feel the power of the soul fruit and comprehend its secrets. The evolution of observation color and spiritual consciousness, observation color and spiritual soul. Yuan was stunned. Has observation haki evolved again? Next second, Prometheus's fire blew him away. Charlotte Linlin strode forward, determined to get what she wanted. Linlin, that's enough. I'm afraid no one can go against Yuan's wishes and make him do something he doesn't want to do. Kaido stood up helplessly to persuade them to stop fighting. Charlotte Linlin looked at Yuan, who stood up from the ground, looking like nothing had happened, and said through gritted teeth, Damn Yuan! You keep deceiving me. She naturally knew that Yuan had not used his full strength. The devil fruit ability was not used at all. He didn't even draw his knife. Fighting purely with your physical strength. This left Charlotte Linlin helpless. The other side. After comprehending the observation haki and soul, Yuan immediately controlled the even more powerful and mysterious soul power to sense the devil fruit power of the golden lion shiki suspended in mid-air. You comprehend the power of the piao fruit. Your soul has successfully imprinted the power rules of the piao fruit. You have successfully comprehended the power of the piao fruit. The power of the soul. The power of the floating fruit. Yuan laughed happily and said, Linlin, I promise to have a child with you. Charlotte Linlin's soul fruit ability came at the perfect time. Seeing and hearing color and divine consciousness transform again. Seeing and hearing the color and the soul. It also contains the powerful power of the soul fruit. Such a change directly gave him the means to truly comprehend the abilities of other devil fruits. Completely solve Yuan's troubles. Almost in the blink of an eye, he comprehended the third and fourth devil fruit abilities. Soul fruit. Floating fruit. Yuan was grinning so hard that he could hardly stop. Shiki the golden lion nearly fell off a floating boulder. You are so happy to have a baby with Linlin, why are you still fighting with her? Why don't you just go and give birth? Kaido frowned and stared at Yuan's cheerful laughter, and suddenly he regretted standing up to stop Linlin. No wonder Yuan didn't really fight during the battle. It turns out he really wants to have a baby. Maybe he just likes the feeling of being forced to struggle. Kaido looked thoughtful. It seemed that he had stopped him at the wrong time. Kaido reacted and silently retreated. Yuan, just shout and scream. Even if you scream your throat out, Lao Zi won't care about you anymore.